behind the Lamborghini, but it was a minute 4 when the driver swap took place. It is now down to a minute 2, which means it's about half a second a lap coming down between the two drivers currently on the racetrack right now. Now we also see the race leader has just lapped 4th place Audi driver Fracisio here, but Fracisio is proving to have pace with the race leader as he is still sitting right there, just a car length separating the two of them, and looks like feeling comfortable very early on here in behind the wheel of that Audi R8 U1 behind as well. So a little bit of an interesting dynamic here when you're a lap down car. You got the race leader literally right there. You're sniffing at his tailpipe, and you got a decision to make. Do you just sit in behind him, or do you wait for him to maybe make a mistake like we just saw right there, a little wiggle, and try to go back around? You can see a little flash of the headlights there, a little communication coming between the two drivers, and I'm not sure what that communication was. It seems like he was just telling the leader that, hey, that's all good, I'm just going to let you keep going, and I'm just going to stay in behind, and I think that's what that was. As you can see, he's just chilling right now. Again, a car length separating the two drivers there. So, I mean, this could work out very well for 4th place, because if pole sitter starts to close in on our 3rd place racer, which in all honesty is only a sector ahead on the racetrack at this point, maybe 20-25 seconds ahead on the track, could draw Fracisio into a battle for the podium position with Dylan behind the wheel of the 3rd place Audi. So some interesting dynamics are happening right there. Some decision making I think is being done in our 4th place team right now, and I think that this is a positive decision if the Audi can maintain the pace with the race leader here for the next, I would say probably 10 to a dozen laps it's going to take to potentially close Dylan down. But I do know Dylan a little bit as a racer through other races that I've broadcast for, and I also know that he's a very quick driver, so it's hard to say if they could close that gap, but interesting strategy potentially happening there. But this battle here in the mid-pack is potentially going to start closing up. We've got blue flag traffic with lead lap traffic right now, which kind of complicates things, and it closes up battles as well. So let's stick here in the mid-pack with the Ferrari driver Bosworth. Looks like coming from the United Kingdom here. That's a great livery, by the way.
Stream transition worked, by the way, so we are
perfect.
All good. People are joining, and yeah, Dylan, he qualified that car P2 yesterday. Friday it is.
Like I said, I have him
really strong performance.
I have him on my friends list on PlayStation. Again, he's a racer that's competed in some of my events, and I know him fairly well from around other leagues in the community. And I mean, I've seen him putting in a ton of work, especially over the last 96 hours leading up to the race here today to get ready for, I'm assuming, qualifying. So I'm glad to hear that all that effort pays off for the racers. Sometimes it's tough business out here. These endurance racers mean business. I mean, this is no joke. You know, it is a learning curve.
With the tuning involved, and definitely. And yeah, he's also a big part of my community league racing, where he joined some of the leagues, and once it was tuning enabled setups, he was unstoppable. Probably had a big say in setting up that Audi R8 for the number 12 car as well, so good to see. All right, so I'll be having a little rest now. We'll talk to you when we approach the driver's spot.
Absolutely.
Again.
Absolutely. Appreciate you as always. Jaeger, ladies and
See you
gentlemen.
there.
Let's get a hashtag Jaeger up in the chat for his hard work as always here from the ERF. Appreciate you, my guy. And let's get racing, shall we? So, things are a little slow right now, but again, as I said a little bit earlier here when I was taking over from Jaeger, as we head into the 8 to 10 hour stint here, I will be your host for the evening, GT45 Gaming, for this 2-hour stint, and maybe joined by other guests here throughout the 2-hour session. We'll see how it goes here tonight, but we're moving, we're grooving, and we're checking it out on track here. Visual Racer, the other sector section racing team here right now, is up in 9th place, got 34 seconds over the 10th place team, and about 39 seconds to 8th place. Stuck in no man's land right now. At this point in the race, that's not necessarily the worst place in the world to be. Obviously, the team would not like to be, that far behind another driver. They'd like to be close, they'd like to be pushing, like to be gaining position, but we're talking about a 24-hour race here, and we are only now just over a third of the way through this race. There is a lot of racing left, and we are in some of the tougher conditions part of this race. We're in nighttime conditions here where visual references can be very difficult, and the drivers are dealing with that. Plus the track is changing, it's cooling, it's heating, it's cooling, and of course it's a lot harder to see what's happening up above these racers in the sky. We don't know what Mother Nature's doing, so the teams in behind the scenes are diligently paying attention to the weather radar because, well, I mean, Spa is Spa, and we all know Spa likes to change things up in a drop's notice, so anything can happen. We got blue flag being waved here right now for Harem up here. Harem up, I'm not sure. We're going to try and work that one out here throughout this stint, but getting a blue flag being waved here right now, and I believe that it is our 5th place team here coming in behind right now. So again, blue flag cars just hold to the racing line, and basically when the lead lap car is there, they have to decide where they're going to go around and make that move. Welcome back, everybody. Please do not hesitate to like and share stream number 2 out, part number 2. Some people may forget where to find it. Maybe they didn't sub to the channel while they were watching the first stint, and just share it out, get it out there, send it everywhere that you can, because who doesn't love sim racing? Who doesn't love 24 hours of Spa to start with? And let's get hour number 8 rocking here. Let's get the people in, let's get them enjoying the show. And I know it's a little tough to see on track right now, but there's always a little bit of action going on somewhere, whether it be blue flag traffic or battle for positions. And you know, got a little blue flag situation happening here in 10th place. I believe again it's our 5th place Team Finland BMW that is coming up on this driver here, but I could be wrong. Again, even as a broadcaster, it's very hard to see out on the racetrack right now. You can see the Ferrari just up ahead going into the chicane here, as a lot of these drivers have just come around. Blosham on absolute full speed. They're coming in at almost the top end of their race cars here at this point, and they got to hammer down on the anchors, get the parachutes out, and get these cars ready to rotate through that chicane to head into La Source. So we're on this. The only GTR in the field here currently is sitting in 12th place, Thomas Batty. He's got 51 seconds and 58 seconds behind. So again, the cars closing in are some of our lead lap cars, or cars that are less laps down than the current driver here in 12th position. Endurance racing is a vicious beast, and at the end of the day, there usually typically only ends up being a handful of drivers left on the lead lap after a day of endurance racing. Is no different here today, but anything can happen. Anything can go wrong, and a safety car could end up coming out and could change everything in a moment's notice here. We've seen it plenty of times here at the ERF. Something goes wrong, and that virtual safety car gets called out, and it becomes a whole brand new race again. So this is a race of attrition right now through the dark. Nobody wants to make that mistake. Nobody wants to have that car come out. The teams are been working hard on building these gaps and putting cars laps down, but a virtual safety car is going to change a lot of things. It's going to put cars back on the lead lap as well. So, but anything can happen in the dark conditions, especially with lead lap cars navigating the blue flag traffic. These are fresh drivers and just getting themselves familiar with the conditions. We're about 20 minutes into the stint now, 25 minutes into the stint now, give or take. So the drivers are just kind of starting to really come to grips with the way the track and the car is handling, and now they're kind of starting to get into their groove, their rhythm. But I'm really kind of keeping my eye on this right here, and the gap between Dylan and Frascisio, because Frascisio is just absolutely nestled in to the backside of this Lamborghini from the leaders here right now. Pole sitter currently being driven by, and we've actually got, I think, I don't even know which Mercedes that is. Is that the second place Mercedes? That can't be right, because he'd be a minute behind. He wouldn't be that close to the race leader right now. But closing in here as well. So is that a Mr. Bosworth potentially is in the BMW? Oh, he's in the Ferrari. That was our 6th place driver here that's caught up in dealing with some blue flag traffic here right now, as he's actually just closing in on the team car here by the looks of it, as they come in through the chicane heading in towards La Source here to start lap number 9 of this stint. So 455 laps of stint, we've done 4 stints. That's 220 laps in the books, and we got some fun facts about the race too. I don't know if anybody's talked about some of the fun facts here about the race yet, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Don't let me forget, chat. Don't let me forget, chat. TDR, let's go. SRT pushing a lot as well. Absolutely, Stumpy, let's go. Everybody's excited. We love to see that. All right, SRT here in 7th place. Mercedes on the grid here. I can't wait till I can see these liveries here in the daylight. Again, I was just caught bits and pieces of this race. We're dealing with family matters in between our commentary obligations here this weekend, so we are a little bit distracted with what's going on outside of the booth right now. But what I have been able to catch, it has been a fantastic racing here between some of these cars, and our 5th place driver, Eric's, Mr. Bosworth, currently in the Ferrari here. This team has been in very, very heated battles, even at one point there for the race lead, I think, and a really good battle, I believe it was, in hour 3 or 4 for second place with the Mercedes team there. And I mean, they're still not really separated by, I guess, that much. Maybe 3/4 of a lap currently. Again, endurance racing, anything can happen and anything can change. If it does happen to weather changes into some moisture related weather at some point here throughout the nighttime conditions, that very well could be one of those wrenches in the program for some of these race teams. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, this Ferrari has definitely been very highly active in battling here, and it's very early in the race still. These drivers need to worry about the condition of the racing cars and of course their drivers, and that really hard fighting in the early parts of the race can really wear them out quickly. So a lot of extra energy used up, and a lot of extra car used up very early on for some of those battles we've seen in the early parts of this race. Those cars going to have enough at the end of the race to continue to fight like that. I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see how the race plays out. But those are the questions I have at this point in the race, 8 hours in, and I do know that we're going to see a bit of a slow couple-hour race here. And I mean, really, it just comes down to appreciating endurance racing at the end of the day, I guess, out there for the race fans. And it's my job to try and entertain you the best we can. But we do have this this situation going on here right now, and this is an interesting one because we got a blue flag situation here, but we also got our Finnish driver here closing in on Bosworth in 5th place in the Ferrari here as well. So at some point, potentially the BMWs are going to meet in this blue flag situation, and I guess how the Finnish driver handles that very well could determine if he's going to lose or gain time on Eric's in the Ferrari up in front. But at the same time, if that happens to him, it's going to eventually potentially happen to Bosworth up in front. I mean, it's 8.2 seconds here. It looks like it is the GTR actually currently up in front of our 6th place driver here right now. So he's actually the one looking to currently be navigating traffic. And I'm not sure who's tucked in behind. It looks like one of our Porsche drivers tucked in behind here. Let's keep moving. Let's go see how Pole Sitter's doing here. Still very, very in the thick of traffic here right now. Just kind of in a rhythm here, moving and grooving. But he has let Fresh Sissio by. So Fresh Sissio has actually gotten back around the race leader. And Fresh Sissio has put himself back on the lead lap here. So I guess he's decided that he's had enough of sitting in behind the race leader. Maybe he feels like he's got a little bit better pace right now than Pole Sitter in the Lamborghini does. And he decided to go back around the race leader here and try to continue to maintain that pace, and that is allowed. You are allowed to race for your position back on the lead lap. There's nothing wrong with what the Audi is doing here, and clearly he's had pace with the race leader as he's been stuck in behind him the whole entirety of this stint since he came out of pit lane. And I mean, doing a pretty good job at maintaining the gap, but at the same time, Pole Sitter could just be chilling, going, hey, you know what, I'm actually okay with this. The guy's clearly got good pace. I'm just going to sit in behind, maybe sip a little fuel, save some of my tires. Maybe I can get a couple extra laps out of this stint, Maybe the car's feeling good for Pole Sitter right now, and maybe he's just comfortable with the situation at hand. But it's tough because now you got Mercedes closing in here too. That's potentially going to want to try and get the lap back, and what then is Pole Sitter going to have to do? So he's kind of in a blue flag sandwich at the moment, but he seems pretty content with that. But they are closing in on another blue flag car here as well. So this is kind of an interesting situation. I'm a little intrigued, and I think we're gonna damage for a car. We have number 2, our 2nd place driver here with some damage. Front end damage here, definitely going to hurt this car, and I guess the question is, are we going to see a pit stop? We're going to quickly look through, and it just looks like that was really a self-induced incident. Good call out there from our race officials, and I'm sitting here too busy watching that blue flag sandwich going on. We completely missed what's happening behind. So chooses to continue to go around, so maybe feeling that the damage on the car isn't too terrible. And he's going to feel it out here for a lap or two. But, I mean, we can already see 5 seconds from the incident and the damage to pole sitter, he was pacing the race leader. So it's going to be interesting to see that difference in the time here now as he continues to try and go around on this lap. And again, maybe just feeling the car out at this point. I think we have somebody that just jumped up in here. No, maybe not. Oh, yeah, it's just Mr. Yeager. Just Mr. Yeager up in the house. Alright, so it's Fresh Sissio here, and again, this was an interesting situation. He got passed by the race leader when he came out from the pit lane on the driver swap. He just kind of sat in behind the race leader, clearly had pace, sat in behind, decided, you know what, I want to get back on the lead lap, so I'm going to pass the race leader. I'm going to try and stay ahead of the race leader, and that's where we're at right now. Now, the race leader has some blue flag traffic. We're literally nipping on his heels here with the Mercedes as well, so again, things getting very interesting here very quickly, and you can see a flash of the headlights here now from the race leader. So again, and drivers are communicating with each other. Now what that means to each of the drivers, I can only speculate. I don't actually know, but that was a signal like, hey, I'm going to take up the inside here. And you can see the Audi just gave way there and allowed the race leader to go ahead and get around. So pole sitter deciding that, nope, I've had enough of that. I would like to get around. So they started putting the pressure back on the Audi, and Audi has to do the right thing. There's a blue flag car and give way, and we'll continue on trailing it behind the race leader. All right. Interesting situation right there. The Ferrari here, 9.6 seconds, doing a great job at now opening the gap up here on the BMW Finland driver. And again, that driver doing a good job at maintaining the pace on the lead lap car that is putting some pressure on him there as well. We got SRT here in 7th place, about a lap and a half, give or take, down, lap and a third, I think is a more safe assessment there. We got Tim Luer here, about a lap and a half at this point, down now from the race leader. And unfortunately, we can't see these cars yet. It's really unfortunate. I bet you they all look amazing. But the BMW is moving and grooving. And 13 seconds to 7th place, so the gap isn't huge. You can he could see actually a BMW just up ahead of him making the corner as chicane as he came through Blosham on there as well. So that always is a little extra incentive as a racer to find a little extra on your lap. And then we've got this crazy situation right here. Blue flags, lead lap cars, the race leader, 4th place driver, and it's actually a teammate right now ahead of him here, Visual Racer. So the other section racing team, I think I've got that right here for this series. A great organization as well. So I would assume that there's probably not going to be a whole lot of difference in opinion on what's going to happen here. I'm sure once pole sitter closes in on Visual Racer will look for the first safe opportunity to probably give that position up to the race leader, so that the other team car can continue on their journey to a hopeful 24-hour race victory at the end of the day. But I mean, we're talking ways away yet. We're only at 8 hours. We got to go 24. So this middle part of the race is just about keeping what the driver before you has built. Maybe build on it a little better if you can. Maybe close a gap up on the driver you're trying to close in. You know, that's really the objective here for these drivers right now. Nice, smooth, rhythmatic, consistent laps. Don't overdrive the car. Keep it safe. You know, that's kind of the game plan in this part of the race for a lot of these drivers. Obviously, the drivers are skillful and very quick at these cars, and they're going to put down really quick lap times. Currently at 2:15.7 is the fastest lap time here. Out of this driver swap set of drivers, we have seen some faster times, I believe, or in the earlier parts of the race, and we've got Visual Racer doing exactly what I suspected we'd see, giving that position up to the team car there in a safe manner, and now allowing the rest of the cars to get around also in the same manner, and they opted to make the outside moves on the Lamborghini driver there, and that was very well done by the 4 drivers right there. Shows a good, clear understanding of what needs to happen on the racetrack, and that is a difficult situation. Each one of those cars are in a different lap situation compared to the car that they're in behind and in front of as well. So I don't even know what I would be thinking right now if that was me behind the wheel. There'd be a lot going on. Definitely a lot going on. All right, so 5 minutes behind here is, I believe, the other Finnish Team Finland BMW here right now in 10th place. I can't really see the... Oh, there we go. Number 57. I can see the number. Beetlejuice, as Jaeger says. That's a good, clever interpretation of it, because that's probably exactly what it's meant to be. Here I'm up in 10th place. Beetlejuice in 11th chasing is what I meant to say. And that gap is 1 minute 22 seconds, so about 2 and a little bit laps down right now in 10th place here. Moving through down into 11th is Beetlejuice, and again a little bit further behind, almost ranging in that 3 lap mark. I think our 12th place team is about 3 laps down now. We got Hogston there he is, 8 minutes 12, almost 4 laps, so 8 hours in, not doing bad at all. And I can feel for these guys right now, and I'll explain why in a minute. We got 11 and a half minutes here. It is tough, especially if it's your first appearance in a race like this. You definitely underestimate the competition. Getting on track, you are always feeling pretty good coming out of practice into these types of races, but what you don't realize is just the sheer efficiency of these race teams and how they transition the driver swaps, how they transition their information, and how they determine who's racing what stint, what the goal is, what the plan is, and if that plan doesn't work out, what plan B, plan C, and plan D is, because you kind of need a couple of them. So for the drivers that are finding themselves falling behind, it's a really tough position because there's blue flag procedures. Now, I can attest to this a little bit because I was one of those blue flag cars the last time I was in an endurance race myself and behind the wheel of a car, and it gets tough because at some point you have to give way to that lead lap car. It is a part of the regulations of any endurance series. And that means you have to give up time. And sometimes, at some points in the race, depending on the conditions, the size of the racetrack, the pace of the race leaders, sometimes you find yourself almost what it seems like just constantly having a blue flag waving in your face all the way around the racetrack. And that's really tough on racers that are struggling in the lower half of the field, because it breaks your mental focus. You just start to get into a rhythm. You just start to settle into some good laps, and then you get a blue flag card. Now you're thinking about that again. You've broken that mental rhythm. So it gets really hard as the drivers that are multiple laps down to really try to close any of that time back up, because you're constantly having that mental focus broken by lead lap cars constantly putting pressure on you, constantly having that blue flag wave, constantly having to give up just a little bit of time, maybe in a compromised position on the racetrack sometimes, to try and let that leader through as safely as possible, as quickly as possible, right? And that's the point, and that's the safety part of the game. But it's very hard on the drivers that are further behind in these races, and I can attest to that, being one of those, being in that position myself is very hard on them. So, those drivers are working double fold in a sense in these races, because they're dealing not only with trying to find some way to get a lap back or close up 20 seconds in the race to try and maybe have a hope in grabbing one position before the race is over, just to get that little bit of self-reward at the end of the race because they have had a tough day on the track. They are working twice as hard to try and do that than this race leader is trying to maintain this 1 minute gap right now, and that much I can promise. So just because they're not doing well doesn't mean they're not working as hard on the racetrack. It deserves just as much credit as every one of the racers that are out there having a good race day on the racetrack, because it isn't easy out there no matter what position you're in, and it's definitely harder when you're off pace and you're one of the cars struggling or one of the teams struggling on the racetrack that particular race weekend, because you're dealing with a lot more extra conditions and expectations out of you when the lead lap traffic comes onto you, and it does very, very quickly tax you mentally, and it very easily breaks that rhythm. And that is the hardest part about trying to catch up when you start to fall behind in these races. So never ever count the little guys out, because they're more focused than this race leader is right now, and I can almost guarantee it. Alright, so a minute 9 behind us, Distinct Lewis there. He has still decided to continue around here. Now, with that being said, he's not losing a ton of time here currently to pole sitter in first place, which is saying a lot. So the damage he has incurred here on the Mercedes obviously is not too serious. It must be some light damage here on the car. Based off of what I'm looking at, it kind of tells me, if my theory is correct on the damage model here in Gran Turismo, is he has, I would say, more on the mid-range damage right now, where he is carrying his damage on this race car. I'm not really going to say where it is. We just know it's on the front end, and we'll leave it at that, because we don't want to give away free information here on the racers. But definitely unfortunate here as he was closing in a little bit on the race leader, but now we're trying to really work hard at not losing too much of that gap. Now, This seems like he's just going to try and tough it out until a pit sequence, whenever that may be. Maybe they have a plan B they're working on right now as opposed to plan A, because he's incurred and picked up a little bit of damage on his racing car. We're not sure. But he is no slouch of a driver, so it's going to be interesting to see what that strategy call is here from our second place Mercedes team right now, as they continue to push this car right now to its limits to try and maintain pace with the race leader. Dylan here right now, and at the pace of the race right now, he's about 15 seconds from having to fight pole sitter for lead lap at the moment right now. So we're going to be kind of keeping our eye on that. He just lost a little bit of time there as he's coming up in through the Kemmel into Lacombe for, I don't know, the 236th time, I believe it would be now, here on the racetrack for the Audi. Now doing a great job here, holding down third place. And Frascissio's 15.2 seconds in behind, so lost a couple of seconds to the Audi since driver swaps have started here, and is about 51 seconds in behind the Mercedes. Now, I do believe he's gating on Mercedes. Obviously, car is in a little bit of better physical condition currently than the second place driver up ahead, but still a very large gap. And I mean, 51 seconds is potentially, or most likely, not going to be closed up before the Mercedes team finally decides to come in and put a new nose cone on that race car. But in the meantime, he is gaining time, and that is ultimately what the game plan probably is here for our third place team right now. Frassissio doing everything he can to try and not lose that time on Dylan in third place, and he's got the race leader still with the race leader here tucked in nose to tail, these two. And I kind of feel like that when one gets a run on the other, they just kind of change the positions here right now. You can see the Mercedes is just tucked in behind there. I think that's our 11th place driver, if I'm not mistaken. But starting to lose the pace of these two a little bit. But you got to give credit to Frassissio here right now, because he's definitely showing that there is the pace of the race leader right now in this car. So this team needs to really try to figure out how to try and turn that 2-minute 16-second gap around and start to close back in on the Lamborghini and the Sector Section racing team. So this is a very fun situation. You don't see this very often in endurance racing. At some point you eventually see the blue flag car lose pace with the race leader. This is not the case right now. This has been ongoing now for 45 minutes almost here in the race, and it doesn't seem like it's going to give up anytime soon here. Maybe the pit stop sequence will separate these two a little bit. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But right now, my eyes are definitely on our race leader and Frassissio in fourth place. This is an interesting situation. We got one of our viewers saying it's going to rain. It very well could. I mean, it is most certainly possible here. I do not have access to the weather radar, unfortunately, unless well, I mean, I could. I guess I could go sneak a peek. I could jump out and I could go take a quick peek and look for myself, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to let things happen as they happen. So, Distinct Lewis kind of give and taking a little bit here with the race leader right now, but again, the race leader doesn't really seem to be over pushing their car right now. They're pretty content in this situation that's going on between fourth place and Frassissio right now, and then of course I think it's the 11th place driver in the Mercedes in behind. Just chilling right now. Like I said, most likely probably trying to save a little extra fuel and tire, maybe stretch a couple extra laps on the stint, which is optimal because you're going to have to take less fuel for your final stint in the run then, and which should make you a little bit faster as well. In theory, anyway. Distinct Lewis here, still a minute 9 in behind race leader, kind of managing that gap. Now we've seen that thing bobble in between a minute 8 and minute 9 for the last couple laps. So whatever physical condition that the Mercedes is currently ailing with right now, he seems to have a handle on and has settled into a rhythm with the car. So Dylan here is closing in, but I mean, it's not in leaps and bounds. It's in little pieces. Here's a little 10th here, a little 10th there. I mean, we were here a lap ago and he's only gained I want to say a second on Lewis up in front here right now, and Frassissio is 15 seconds in behind. So Frassissio's pacing Dylan, which means Dylan is also pacing the race leader right now, currently on the racetrack. So it's not that these drivers don't have pace to fight each other. It's just right now the race is a little separated, and that is just due to hard work and perseverance from each one of the drivers and teams involved in the race. Mile radius. There we go. Got race control coming in, giving us a little weather information. I really appreciate that. And it sounds like we got a little conundrum in the chat there from one of our Sector 7 racers there. Love that. I'm not even sure how to answer that, or I am just not interpreting it properly at the moment. We'll chew on it for a bit. Alright, so we're just checking things out. Again, this is pretty typical at this point of the race, of this extent, this duration, this magnitude. I mean, we can go on with big words to explain how big 24 hours of Spa is, whether it be sim racing or real life. The drivers are just working right now. Again, just building on the stints from the drivers before and trying to give the next driver that's going to take over here in about an hour's time the best possible position to continue to building off of what they just did based off the driver before. So mistakes get made, recoveries get made. That's what makes endurance racing great. But right now, everybody seems pretty settled into their rhythms. We're not seeing any real big leaps and bounds on gaps. We're not seeing any real crazy chaos between blue flag cars and lead lap traffic at the moment. We did miss something there with St. Louis, unfortunately, but other than that, it seems to have been pretty cool, calm, collected. Keeping our eye on the track radar fairly regularly here. We haven't seen any spinning cars or anything crazy like that here for the last little bit, so everybody's definitely settled into the rhythms here. And I mean, pole sitter's in some clean air here now. That's a good thing, because now he doesn't have to deal with the potential dirty air of the Audi in front, but he is closing back in on the Audis, so the Audi's actually showing some good pace here. Has opened a gap up probably to a good 1.1 seconds there, and we've actually seen the Mercedes. I believe that's the 11th place Mercedes. Nope. 10th, 12th. We'll find him. We'll find him. 9th place. No. 10th place. Okay, it's our 10th place driver. It is Hermie. Or Heary. Yeah. No, it's not. It's gotta be. I don't know who it is. SRT maybe. Is that our 7th place? Yeah, it's our... No. I'm not sure, chat. I'm confused. Don't mind me. That happens. It's normal. Alright. Pole sitter here. Again, this is just doing a great job here. He does have Mercedes up all over his business here. I feel like that. I don't know why I don't see who that is. I'm just having a mental breakdown apparently, but you can see him flashing the race leader there. And I'm kind of wondering what happened to the race leader here. It seems like pole sitter's a little bit out of his rhythm here currently right now on the racetrack. I'm not sure what's going on there, and maybe just a little mistake made on the racetrack. It didn't look like it was a very big one if he made one at all, but now he's got the pressure from the Mercedes. Mercedes gotten around here, and I think there was appeared to be just a very small touch between the two as well, so close moment here between the two cars as that Mercedes is getting a lap back from the race leader. And oh no, we lost our 4th place driver, Frascisio here. Oh my goodness, lap 20 here, 51:48 mark of the stint here. Time stamping for race control here. We have Frascisio with what appears to be a disconnect there in 4th place, and that's devastating right there for that team. Incredible pace in this stint, and I mean, really, when you're talking about drivers that are on it, I mean, that team was definitely on it, sitting there with the race leader all stint long. That's gut-wrenching. My heart goes out to Frascisio and the team there in the Audi. But if they got that pace, they can definitely recover from it. It's still early enough in the race for them to be able to recover from that. But, oh, you hate that. We hate that. We hate to see that. Alright, so Dylan here in 3rd place. And, I mean, he's really only closed up another second on Distinct Lewis in the last 2-3 laps here. So Lewis is... He's definitely got a handle on this car right now. I don't foresee that we're going to see a pit stop come from The Mercedes driver here in second place right now, probably until their scheduled pit stop. So I don't think there is a plan B required there. I'm sure that it was considered. I'm most certainly sure that plan B was considered. But obviously the driver knows best. The driver is the one handling the car at the end of the day. So the team does listen to the driver's input as well, obviously, and he's clearly showing that that's okay. I mean, they're losing a small amount of time to the race leader, but again, it's early enough for the race to make that time back up. A little bit of good pit strategy, and anything can happen with the blue flag traffic, and we're seeing that right now. The race leader's struggling a little bit. Whatever happened there that allowed the Mercedes to close in so quickly there has put the leader in a position where it's potentially costing the race leader a little bit of time here. Maybe, I'm not sure, but I'm only speculating. I'm a commentator. Don't take it to heart, racers. We know the deal. I'm here to entertain. Hopefully. So, I mean, that moves the field up, that moves the Ferrari driver up into fourth place. I mean, he was only 15 seconds behind Francesco there, too, as well. So, I mean, he was doing a pretty good job at least pacing the fourth place Audi team there. So, I mean, he's going to move up into fourth place there and just rewarded with just staying true and consistent out there right now, and still has 12 seconds over the one of the Team Finland BMW drivers here, Razku, but he is 13 seconds in behind, and I think that gap has slowly been diminishing here over the last little while as well as we go through. So I mean, everybody's just going to get grandfathered up in position on the racetrack to some extent or another. There are a couple of driver teams that are a lap down. I'm not sure what the disconnect procedure is and what that's going to relate to in time loss for that team in the next driver swap, but it's going to definitely put them down a couple of spots for sure in the grid, I'm sure. We got Tim Lure here, 7th place, U.S. driver here, North American driver, almost 2 laps down here. So I would suspect we're going to be seeing the race leaders closing in on on him sometime in the near future here. We've got Visual Racer here in 8th position, the other section racing team here. So they've got 2 cars that made it in this weekend, and got a blue flag waving, kind of. Just a little heads up from the flag officials there that he's in that range of the blue flag, I guess. We've got Haremop now here up in the 9th place. Persistence pays off, and that's, like I said, endurance racing is endurance racing. Anything can happen, and we treat disconnects in virtual sim racing, endurance racing, essentially just like no different real life racing. They had a problem on the racetrack. The car had to go behind the wall. It's currently in the paddock. The team is working on it, and they're trying to get it out as quickly as they can to get back on track and try to get back into the fight, at least salvage what they can for points. It's no different in this situation. We treat disconnect as mechanical failure, and the team is now currently back there in the garage working on that car, trying to get it out for the next driver swap stint. So they will incur a penalty for it, unfortunately, but you know what? That's just the way it goes, and that's what we sign up for when we sign up for these races. So it's no surprise here. The team will now come up with a game plan on how they're going to try and combat that unfortunate failure in the car, and try to see if they can gain position back here before the end of this race. I mean, that's all you can do, and I mean, that's what they train for, that's what they practice for, and I'm sure that they're more than prepared to start the fight and try and get that position back. Alright, let's go check out Hogston here. We have some fans for the gentleman here up in the chat too as well. We haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to the guys up in the back end of the field here. Yeah, we definitely give them some love. We definitely talk to, obviously, you guys and gals at home about what these drivers are dealing with in this race right now and the situation that they're in. And I commend these drivers because they are dealing with some very difficult situations here, being in these blue flag situations. This is just a car further ahead on the racetrack than another car. That's just a blue flag situation happening right there. So that was not a battle for position on the racetrack, but Hogston does get around whichever Mercedes driver that was. And they just continue on tracking up the road here. So that is just the way it goes. but they don't give up, and there's no give up in these teams. They're here for a race, and they're here to compete, and every one of these teams will come across the finish line as well at the end of this race. That much I promise. That much we will see, and I'll be here to make sure that I join you in seeing that as well. I have that much faith in our teams, our mechanics behind the scenes, that all 14 of our drivers are going to cross the checkered flag here at the end of this 24 hours. That is my prediction. We will see all 14 teams still finish this race today. Tomorrow, I guess. We got Costa here in the 13th position. This is Mercedes here that is navigated around our race leader, and he's starting to pull away from the race leader here. So, again, I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. And these cars just all of a sudden have found the cars have come alive. You know, maybe the setup in the racing car is for the longer run of the stint, and that's when these cars are designed to come alive. And maybe for the race leader, the car is set up for the early part of the stint, and then it's just kind of falls into a good consistent rhythm in the end part of the stint. I mean, the tuning does matter. I mean, the cars change throughout the stints as well. They'll tighten up, they'll loosen up. The track conditions will affect the way that the cars feel and handle on the racetrack. Obviously, wind factors in, and currently right now, it's looking pretty nice in the sky. It's a little bit partly cloudy, but the stars are shining there as we got a great shot from our production crew right there where we follow pole sitter around here in the Lamborghini. And again, I'm a big fan of the GT3 Lamborghini, and it's exciting to see the custom BOP in play here at Endurance Racing Federation because I mean, it's allowing all the cars to be fairly competitive. To have the same advantage as far as competing on the racetrack goes, it just comes down to the drivers behind the wheel. It is what I meant there. That one could have got a little bit muddied. All right, we got Lewis here in second place. A minute 12 is the gap here from pole sitter to Lewis. We've got Dylan 45.9 seconds in behind, taking a little bit of a chunk there actually out of Lewis here now, so the Audi seems to be coming alive a little bit here in the latter part of the first stint here, and I don't know when we're going to see these drivers pit. We've seen pit stops happening in the last run of drivers at around the 30 to 35 lap mark, so I don't suspect we're going to see anything too different here right now. Weather's not going to apparently change that right now anyways. So everything is kind of as scheduled here for the race teams. We got Bosworth here in fourth place for the Ferrari, 39 seconds in behind Dylan right now. Not really losing, not really gaining, just kind of managing the gap at the moment here in fourth place. We got Razku. I thought I was saying it well, and then I go and mess it up probably. 17 seconds in behind, so losing just a little tiny bit of time here to Bosworth right now in the fifth position. SRT here in sixth place, doing fairly good. He's up in 49 seconds in behind, and you can see that time gap is closing, but he does have the help of the Porsche up in front there. I believe that's our 12th place driver currently on the racetrack right now. So he does have some slipstream there, so that's helping pull him along as well, which is always fantastic. And as we come into the chicane to start lap 23 for SRT, probably lap 22 for the Porsche. What is lap times looking like here? It's about 2:17s, and it's pretty consistent 2:17s here, so that's about the range we're seeing from SRT here right now. And it's about mid-pack pace right at the moment. Same thing here coming from our 7th place driver right now. So again, the pace of the race is very close. It's just unfortunate that right now, you know, the drivers are separated. We haven't seen a safety car in quite some time, and that is obviously going to allow the field to start to do those things, open up the gaps. Teams that are really performing well are going to start to pull away from the drivers and the teams that are struggling a little bit on the racetrack, and that's just the nature of the beast. We got Haremop here in 9th place. Again, the Cool Calm Collected has been very consistent in this stint, 27 seconds in behind Visual Racer. I am pretty sure that is about 10 seconds gained here so far, an hour into his run. On the 8th place driver up ahead as well, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correctly, and I would not count on that. We got Beetlejuice here, the Finnish driver here, and I believe it's the other Team Finland, BMW, right now on the racetrack, currently sitting in 10th place. It's just over 3 laps down at this point here, but it looks like it's just recently been passed by the race leaders, maybe a half dozen laps ago or so, give or take. We got Thomas Batty here in the GTR in 11th position right now, about a minute in behind Beetlejuice, has about 38 seconds ahead of our 12th place driver, the Porsche, Hogston here. Give a little more love to Hogston here. We've been kind of skipping past the last 4 or 5 drivers. Gotta get him on camera. The deliveries are kind of starting to show up a little bit here. Obviously with the clouds opening up a little bit, allowing some of the stars and the moonlight to come through the sky, it's kind of given a little bit more definition to what we're looking at here on the racetrack in this very, very dark setting here at Spa currently. We're probably, I'm going to say, maybe just after the wee hours of midnight as far as time goes on track right now. We definitely got a few hours of dark racing left to go before we'll start to see that beautiful sunrise here at Spa. Nearly 30 seconds in this stint. There we go. So Hogston is gained almost 30 seconds is what I'm being told here. And that means he was just slightly over a minute in behind the Italian driver then, and that is a good gain. In that case, Pork's doing a good job here, trying to continue to do exactly that. So this pole sitter here, currently leading the charge. 1 minute 16 is the gap over Lewis here in second place. And Lewis has finally decided to pit here. Obviously had enough of the damage situation here. They're going to put a new clip on that car, and he is gonna try and close that minute 16 back up to the race leader. So a little bit of an undercut here, about a minute 5 behind. So yes, definitely having a good run here so far. It's just about 30 seconds picked up there. Alright, so the Ferrari is starting to lose just a little bit of time to Dylan here. It was about 37 seconds. Now it's up at about 40. So the Ferrari starting just to fall off the pace of the podium positions here right now. But again, has almost 20-second gap to the BMW chasing it behind, and that gap is slowly but surely growing. So cool, calm, collected right now is the Ferrari, and looking good here right now in 4th place. So we see the pit stop from our second place driver Lewis a little bit earlier than I had probably anticipated, obviously just due to the simple fact is he had damage. Now you can just see the race leader went by there, unfortunately putting Lewis a lap down there. So just pole sitter and Dylan left here on the lead lap currently right now at Spa, and that's really unfortunate there for Lewis. However, with that being said, as long as he doesn't need to make another pit stop here before he turns the Mercedes over to the next driver, then he should, as long as he continues at the pace he's at, be able to get the lead lap back from pole sitter. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. I mean, he's literally only 3 seconds in behind currently the race leader right now as it stands. So unfortunately, he had to make the early pit stop, but the undercut is at work here. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. We'll have to wait probably for another 20 or 25 minutes yet, I think, before we see the majority of our drivers start to make those pit stops. But that was a call made there by the racer. Obviously, the car is just maybe not starting to feel good. Maybe as the car is starting to lighten up on fuel, maybe the tires are starting to wear down just slightly. Maybe the car changed. And Distinct Lewis are just deciding that, you know what, now is the time that we got to fix it, we got to do it, we're just losing too much time, and they fixed it. So we'll have to see how it plays out for him here. Alright, we got Razku here in 5th place. Again, just everybody really just trying to not lose the person in front mainly, but the person in front trying to open a gap up to the person in behind and gain on the. It's really just the age-old adage here of just trying to make it to the last 4 hours of the race, where the racing really starts here at Spa. We've seen a spicy early start to the race. The first, I would say the first 3-4 hours looked pretty good, and now it's settled into what it is. So SRT here is close back up on the 12th place Porsche here, Hogston, and I guess, is he going to go around, or is he just going to settle in behind here? Because Hogston and SRT seem to have fairly similar pace here currently right now on the racetrack. When we go and look at the times are fairly similar here, so a little bit off the pace of the race leaders. Obviously right now you see Francesco had fast lap on the racetrack, still currently holds that lap right now in the stint with the 2:15.5, but I do suspect after the next set of pit stops and we see a little bit of less fuel in these cars and a fresh set of tires go on these cars, I suspect we'll probably see that time come down a little bit, but all depends how cool the racetrack is right now. You don't want the racetrack to be too cool. If it gets too cool, it's almost like driving on ice. The cars lose grip, they lose aerodynamic force. That means that's going to play in slower lap times. There's an optimum temperature, and obviously the racetrack's not at that optimum temperature in the nighttime conditions. You typically see that in sunny conditions when the track temperature gets anywhere between 28 to 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That's usually when a racetrack is at its best. The cars are at their best, the tires are at their best, but in this case, drivers are dealing with the best of cool conditions. But what it does do is it does help save tires in these race cars. And we see a good move here through the chicane from SRT on the Porsche, but it looks like Hogston is coming into pit lane there. Let's go take a quick look. Yes, Hogston is coming into pit lane there to make a tire change. So good transition between the chicane then for those two as well. Well, Hogston makes sure to position himself on the right side of the racetrack to make that pit stop, because there's nothing worse than being on the wrong side of the track and trying to get across the pit lane, especially when you got another car beside you. So it is pole sitter here currently sitting in the race lead. I don't know why it's not showing me the timing difference between pole sitter and Dylan right now, but guess we gotta wait for Dylan to get across. A minute 57. So Dylan's doing a pretty good job at keeping that 15-second gap from being lapped essentially intact right now, and has been for the whole duration of this run for him so far. Although I gotta say, he was doing a good job at closing in on pole sitter and the Lamborghini for section racing, pardon me. And then had an unfortunate incident, pick up some damage, fought with that damage for quite some time, and they've just recently fixed that car. So it'd be interesting to see now if he can start to close that gap back up on pole sitter. Now he's got a fresher car in a sense. He's got a brand new front clip on it, and he's got some fresh racing tires on there. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can now start to close the gap on pole sitter, who's on a lighter load of fuel and on not terrible tires, really, in my opinion. For how long he's been racing here at the pace that he's been racing at here on the racetrack. But yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting live timing from first to second place of what I'm looking for, but it is what it is. So we are starting to see the pit stops happen. We got the BMW coming in here. I think this is just a pit stop call here coming from the team. As you can see, the BMW coming around pit lane. Very, very lengthy pit stop here at Spa. I think these drivers are probably 45 seconds. I think it's a safe bet here, in my opinion, on the 24-hour layout for the pit stops. So the drivers, we're going to see this be very close here from SRT as he comes around here. Whether or not the BMW comes out ahead of or in behind of, as you can see, he just comes out of the chicane. He's coming across the start-finish line. The fuel's only now just going in to the BMW. With that being said, though, pit exit isn't until the end of Radion and into the Kemmel Straight. So it's going to be very close currently. SRT does have 5th place as he comes around La Source here, and as he heads into Arouge and Radion. We do see the fuel is stopped flowing in the BMW, and he is now on his way out. Where is he in relation here? He's going to be coming in behind SRT. So SRT does, for the time being, take the position on the Team Finland BMW driver as he just gets out of pit lane here. That gap's going to be about 8-9 seconds. So once SRT makes his pit stop, obviously we should see that position swap back around. All right, we got Tim here. He's in 7th position right now, and 3 seconds in behind the BMW finish driver that just came out of pit lane. And again, really hard to say when all these drivers are opting to make their pit stops. We've got Visual Racer here in 8th place, has almost a minute to the BMW up in front, almost half a minute to the Mercedes chasing in behind of Harem here. Sorry, BMW. It's not a Mercedes. And that is definitely the endurance model. You can see all the extra lights on it. As he comes around the chicane here, he's going to continue around and start lap 27 here. And who is closing in behind? Not sure. I can't quite see him yet. Pretty close. Got Beetlejuice here in the 10th position. It's actually the 10th place driver here. Hold on a second. What is the gap between Harem and Beetlejuice here? Need to see the live timing. We are having a little bit of a timing issue in the booth here, so I do apologize for that. I'm not sure why it won't give us a time lapse between the drivers in between the sectors here all of a sudden. The moment I change to a different driver, we lose that time difference. So we're going to have to let these guys get past this for the live timing sector, just heading into the braking zone of Lacombe here at the end of the Keppel Straight, and hopefully it changes, and we don't know. We're guessing. Alright, so it's Thomas Patty here. Only 6 seconds in behind Beetlejuice here, so that's interesting. We got Hogston here, and I think it's because of the pit stops that we're getting the timing indifference. I think the cars that haven't pitched yet are creating the timing indifference at the time being. If that's what I think is happening here. Although with that being said, Dylan has not pitched yet, and there's a 21-second time gap between him and Lewis showing on the screen, so I'm not sure what's going on, but a little malfunction happening here currently in the booth for information being transferred from the track to what I'm looking at here, so hopefully that'll get straightened out as the pit stops start to sequence through. I think that our timing computer here at Spa seems a little confused all of a sudden. Alright, so that was about a 52 to 55 second pit stop for the team finish, BMW, when they came in. So that is going to put Visual Racer very close to being able to go ahead and jump in front of Tim here, and I think that is, no, it's going to be that close. We got Tim coming out. It looks like Visual Racer is going to come out in behind here, but he's going to be coming up La Ration into the Keppel Straight at speed, where Tim's got to get up to speed on these cold racing tires, and there it is. You can see Visual Racer just coming up to Keppel Straight out of Ration here right now, and that gap's closing quickly. Obviously, that Lamborghini is full up to speed here as he comes in behind the BMW, and just not quite able to take advantage of that full speed and get around there, so he's going to have to settle in behind into the braking zone here, and this is battle for position, so we are actually going to sit with this here for a moment. Lamborghini's going to take a look going into Brussels here, and we are side by side. Lamborghini taking the inside line here. If he can get the run through the corner, that should give him the line to take into the no-name corner here, and it does, but he's seeing the pressure here from the BMW. It's good respect being shown here between the two racers, and we are still side by side, BMW versus Lamborghini here. The BMW does have the inside heading into Pouan here, and this is going to be a tough hold. Lamborghini's holding strong on the outside here, and that Lamborghini is absolutely giving everything he's got here right now, trying to get around this BMW, but the BMW is not giving an inch, and neither one of these drivers seem to want to give anything here in this battle. We've been side by side through 2 sectors here almost as we head into campus and coming out of the campus. Now we're moving into the Stave Lot sector, and it is going to be the BMW to defend the position here on Visual Racer. And as we head into the Paul Frere curve, that was a fantastic half-lap battle right there between those two drivers. Massive respect given between the two, and good hard racing right there. Lamborghini hanging it out hard on the outside of those corners, just couldn't get the job done. BMW with good car placement positioning, just defending off the charge from the Lamborghini here, and I don't think that this is over yet, so let's stick with this for a minute here and see if this is going to continue on. And we are going to see the Lamborghini come back around, but the BMW gets a fantastic run through the chicane, and obviously the BMW's just come out of pit lane. He's on some fresh tires. Visual Racers on the tires that he started the stint with, so a little bit of a difference in the amount of grip potentially on those two cars, but that was a fantastic battle between the two, and a great defense by the BMW driver right there. So he's going down to 9th place. Harem, that definitely was able to gain him some time while those two were battling side by side. They probably picked up a couple seconds there now, a minute 24 in behind, and to see a couple seconds dip off when you're that far behind, oh, that is incentive for a racer. So let's see if that puts him into go mode here and see if that time keeps coming down. We got Beetlejuice here, 10th place driver, 2 minutes in behind Harem here right now, and Thomas Batty's about a minute in behind. So now as our pit stop sequences start to kind of filter through here, we are starting to get that live timing back. We got a bit of gap between Beetlejuice and Thomas Batty. It's 28 seconds between, come on, there we go, between Hoxton and Thomas here, and that's about where it was just before the pit stop sequences started. So with about 40 minutes, 45 minutes remaining here before we see driver swaps again from these drivers. Hogston looking good. You can see that gap's closing a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see what that gap is at the end of the stint here. 30 seconds gained currently right now since he's taken over here the wheel of this Porsche 911 RSR on the 11th place team. Let's see if we can continue to chip away at that team here and continue to apply the pressure in a sense of, hey, I'm coming. And we got Costa here a little bit in behind, but are we going to make a pit stop? Nope. He looks really in a rhythm actually right now, really centered around that chicane. And it's just moving. So Dylan's just coming into pit lane here, and we'll allow pole sitter to come around and now put Dylan a lap down here. So pole sitter has officially lapped the field here at Spa at a little over the 9-hour mark here in the race. Now, with that being said, pole sitter still needs to make a pit stop and will most likely concede the lead lap back to Lewis and Dylan in the process, but that's to be determined yet. So where is the Ferrari? The Ferrari has pit. The Ferrari is a minute and a half behind Dylan. I think that gap was right around 40 seconds. So let's see what he gains back here now with this pit stop transition. Was the undercut worth it for Team Ferrari here on the third place driver, or did it cost a little bit of time? It depends how much fuel each of these teams are also putting into the tank of their cars, and it depends on where and when you come out of pit lane compared to the lap traffic, and it also depends when you catch that lap traffic as well sometimes. So we can see Visual Racer now coming into pit lane there. You can see the fuel starting to go into that car in 8th place as well, and we're just kind of waiting for the live timing to settle itself down. It is starting to come down here, so I think by the time we get up in through towards Brussels here, we'll have a little bit of a slightly better idea what the gap is. Oh no, and we lost another racer, Distinct Lewis, on lap 31 here, 1 hour 19 mark of our stint here, just for race control time stamping purposes again, ladies and gentlemen. Appears to have also disconnected, and that is from 2nd place, ladies and gentlemen. So we've had our 2nd and 4th place drivers here tonight have what we like to consider a mechanical failure in their cars. They're behind the pit wall now and rigorously getting that car ready to try and be ready to come out for driver's swap. It's going to be a little less painful for Lewis and the Mercedes team there, as there's I mean, still about 13 laps left on the track, so I mean, it's definitely going to be a little bit of time lost there for those guys by the time they get that Mercedes back on the track. But again, much like the Audi team in Frassisio there, they'll come up with a game plan, they'll come up with a strategy, and they'll do everything they can to try and get back in the race. I mean, that's all you can do at this point. So pole sitter has finally decided to come into pit lane here, so our race leader is finally making that pit stop there. Has decided that it is time. So let's sit on board with Dylan here now. The gap between the two was about 2 minutes and give or take 2 or 3 seconds, I believe. Dylan was keeping about 15 seconds in between himself and pole sitter in the Lamborghini. So Dylan is coming around La Source here right now, and should get the lead lap back when he comes up in through Rouge and L'Arrêtion. You can see the fuel man's only now putting fuel in pole sitter's car, so he's definitely going to go ahead and get back ahead of pole sitter there. That will put Dylan back on the lead lap here. So Dylan 119 and Team Audi here back on the lead lap here as the pit stop from our race leader has finally been made, and it's going to be interesting to see what the gap is between the two of them once all that sorts out. Alright, let's keep rolling through our field. So, with that unforeseen issue for our 2nd place Mercedes team here, that now puts the Ferrari up into 3rd place. And I said, long distance racing, you can just never know what's going to happen. We still have the drivers spaced out. Most certainly, we have the drivers. You disconnected and cannot believe it. I feel, brother, talk about having a tough stint, my guy. Talking about having a tough stint. It's alright. You know what? Like I was just saying to the viewers, you guys will get that thing in the garage. You'll get it all ready to go for the next stint, and I'm sure you guys will have a game plan to try and get back into this race. So I look forward to seeing it. But, absolutely tough. 2 drivers here now. Gonna have to find a way to claw back here. So it is Team Finland BMW here, and I don't know what the formula is for the time loss and the driver swap formula here. That obviously Race Control has all that under control and behind the scenes, but it's definitely going to be some time loss there, unfortunately, for the Mercedes team. And much like Fresh Sissio and the Audi team, you know, they're going to be a little bit on the back foot coming out into hour number 10, but that still leaves them 14 hours of racing left to make it up. You just never know what's going to happen in racing. You just never know. You can't give up. You got to shake it off. You got to come up with a plan, and you just got to get back at it. All right, so SRT here in 6th place. Potential miscommunication happening there with some driver swaps at the beginning of the stint. It would be interesting to see how that relates for that team as well. So Race Control has a little bit to chew on here in between. And as things are going on here in this stint, but it's been for the most part pretty quiet stint. We've had a couple of good battles. We've had some interesting lead lap blue flag car situations, but the big story really here in stint number 5 is the 2 disconnections. Fresh Sissio and Team Audi there, and Distinct Lewis and the Mercedes. They're both contending up at the top 5 there, and just absolutely heartbreaking to have those issues here at this point in the race, but lots of racing left. So it puts everybody up a spot right now currently on the racetrack. Now what that's going to relate to at the driver swap is hard to say. The 2nd and 4th place drivers are definitely going to lose some position on the racetrack. Fresh Sissio and that team is going to definitely suffer a lot more time loss due to how early the disconnection was. Lewis being disconnected a little bit closer to nearing driver swaps, the time loss is going to be significantly less than, unfortunately, for Fresh Sissio and their team there. But I mean, time loss is time loss. Nobody likes it. Nobody loves it, and it's just going to be a tough grind now to try and push back up. Alright, so we got blue flags waving here. I'm not sure which of the lead lap cars is coming in here, but Costa in 12th position here right now, and you know, still doing moving and grooving. Lost about a minute here so far in this stint, but they're putting in the time, putting in the race, and putting in the effort and the experience, and that's important in these races. Even if you're having a rough day on the racetrack, you really do need to just keep going, because it might not seem like it right now, but I'm going to tell you this from real experience. Just a month ago, you know, we got myself and my sim racing team entered an 8-hour Suzuka race. It was very hard conditions. It was a night race. It was very rainy, and it was very difficult. And then the racers and the competitors we're up against were extremely quick. Some of these drivers that are in this race were in that race, and it was so a humbling experience. But I tell you, at the time it was a little disheartening. You know, you got to gather yourself up, you got to dust yourself off, and you got to think about it for a while. You know, we got together as a group, as drivers, as a team. We talked about what happened and what we suspect happened and what we need to try and change moving into the next one. But most recently, you know, we've ran into some other situations where we had to deal with some inclement weather in league racing, and although it seems like a failure because we didn't do well at Suzuka, that experience and that seat time and putting in the laps and putting in the work and taking the checkered flag at the end of the day there has helped in other races handling that inclement weather. So we might not have taken a podium victory or a win from that race, but the experience and the knowledge you take from these races cannot be replaced by any victory. Victory's always nice, obviously. It makes you feel much better about yourself at the end of the day, after especially a hard, long day of racing, but the experience that you gain from staying behind the seat of these cars and just fighting it out is just, it's priceless. You can't put a price on it. You really can't. Hey, appreciate you, Flapper. Alright, some interesting information coming in here from Race Control. I'm tangled up with my cords, so bear with me. I'm banging the mic around trying to get that sorted out. Alright. So we've been sitting on Dylan here for a while. Let's go check out our Ferrari, 36 seconds in behind. So actually the Ferrari's closing in. It was 40 seconds last time I remember before the pit stop sequences started here. He's got it down to 36. So he's actually chewing away at the gap of Dylan here a little bit. The gap between pole sitter and Dylan is a minute of 51. Now, remember, that gap was about a 2:01, 2:02 before the pit stop sequence. The gap is now a minute 51. That's a 10-second gain for Dylan on pole sitter right there. So either that is just a fuel difference or whatever the strategy call was there. That is a 10-second gain on the overall race leader there. And when you're almost a lap down to the race leader, that is massive for that team right now in second place. We got Bosworth here, I mean, just off that lead lap right now, just nipping at the edge of it, about 15 seconds off of it in a sense. The race leader just a section ahead on the racetrack right now. Oh, and we may have had an issue up ahead here. Let's go take a peek. No, the Lamborghini was really slow moving through our race leader pole sitter there. Seemed very slow moving through the chicane on the track radar, almost like he bobbled the car a little bit there. I'm just waiting to see once Dylan comes through that point of the racetrack if he relates in any time gain or not. Because I thought we had a moment there from our race leader. I was holding my breath for a second, but it looks like it was just a small issue. Maybe a little wiggle going over the entry curb into the chicane. Most likely it's a tough spot for the Lamborghini. Bosworth here in third place for the Ferrari. So we're going to get back up into the mid pack here. We've got Razku here for one of the Finland BMWs here right now. He's got another BMW at the helm that he's switching positions with here right now. The blue flag situation is not a battle for position. Razku has about 54 seconds over Tim right now in fifth place, and another one of the BMWs here on the racetrack as well. So that gap between him and SRT is 28 seconds. I mean, SRT is doing a pretty good job of pacing in behind there and just nibbling away at that gap. Visual Racers 33 seconds in behind SRT as well, and I think after the pit stop sequence it's maybe 3 or 4 seconds further away than he was before the pit stops happened. But again, it also comes down to how the drivers have the cars set up. Some of these cars, they just come alive near the end of the stint, where some of them are alive at the beginning, but they just kind of fall off into a consistent rhythm at the end. So each team is different how they choose to set those racing cars up. All right, so Harem here, he's got the blue flag being waved. Again, these drivers have been seeing this a lot here so far in hour 9 to 10. It's a lot of navigating each other here in weird situations. One car's a lap down, one car's 2 laps down, maybe one car's on the lead lap. It's a little bit of communication for sure, but behind the scenes, making sure that everybody knows what they're navigating, what they're dealing with here. But you can definitely see that blue flag being waved. So we do have SRT coming into pit lane here. And, oh, he has picked up some damage here. And he's not messing around. He's just going to bring that car in and he is going to fix it immediately. But, oh, that is so costly right there for SRT. And Visual Racer is definitely going to be rewarded here for sure right there. He's going to move up back ahead of the Mercedes team here, move himself back up into 6th place. So that is a good game right there for Visual Racer. And sometimes just staying cool, calm, collected, and just having a good, clean racing stint can really pay dividends. And right now, Visual Racer finds himself now ahead of SRT here again. And now, as he comes up in through our Rouge already on, starting to try and open up that gap, that cushion, try not to allow SRT to close back up here. So position gained here for the section racing Lamborghini. I believe this is team 2, if I'm not mistaken. We got the car being looked at. I'm not sure what's going on there. We could have a penalty being served potentially. That is very fast race pace flapper, absolutely 2:15.5. That lap has held up for quite some time. However, Frustisio disconnected what was it, about 14 laps ago. And he set that lap, well before that. So that lap has held up for quite some time here on the racetrack as well from a car that's currently being worked on and behind the wall right now. We've got Thomas Batty in GTR here, a minute behind Beetlejuice. Not much changing there right now. I think it was just a little under a minute last time we checked it out. Currently right now just a little over a minute, but this guy right here, Hoxton, was a minute 5 from what I'm being told here, behind the 10th place driver Thomas before the driver swap, and now he's got this gap chewed down to 20.6 seconds, so that is 45 gained seconds here now so far. As he continues to push on his stint behind the wheel. So the Porsche driver is putting in some work here right now to close up Mr. Batty up in 10th place. And I don't know if he's got enough time to close that full 20 seconds up here with roughly about 30 minutes left in the stint. But, I mean, who knows? He is definitely one of our, I guess I want to say, most forward-moving drivers here so far in the stint, I guess. As far as actual time gained on the next driver, I think, here. So that's pretty good. 2 DCs, that's correct, Flapper. Yep, 2 DCs. Alright, so pole sitter here still in the race lead, 1 minute and 50 seconds ahead of Dylan. So Dylan is slowly but surely chipping away at pole sitter here. It was 2:02 before the pit stop sequence. Now it's a minute 51. Now it's a minute 50. Slowly but surely, the Audi team here is chipping away at that lead of the race leader. Right now, I mean, it's that Audi team. The Mercedes, second place Mercedes team is going to find themselves down somewhere in the mid-pack, I think, by the time the driver swap's all said and done here. So there's going to be, it's right now it is Team Audi to put the pressure on that section racing team, and they're currently the only ones right now on track that are potentially able to do it the way that the race stands at the moment. Now, if a virtual safety car comes into play, that could completely change the way the race goes down and happens, but we've had a good long clean run here at Spa for the last few hours, so can't count on that happening, but it most certainly could happen. Alright, Tim in 5th place here, 49 seconds in behind Razku. He's starting to close back up, I believe, on Razku here, and it's hard to say, but he's got about a minute 2 ahead of Visual Racer, which is, I'm not even sure if that gap is about consistent, so we're just, obviously with Visual Racer just gaining 6th place over whoever it was. Who was it? SRT, right, after his pit stop there. So Harem here actually also gets to move up into a position there, and Beetlejuice gets to move up into a position there as well. So SRT actually lost it looks like 3 positions all said and done getting that car sorted out there. So again, might have been serving a penalty as well, potentially. I'm only speculating on that. It seemed like he was sitting in pit lane there for an awful long time, which makes me think that, but without verification from race control, I'm only speculating. Don't take that to heart. Lobby 6. The next lobby won't be up for another... Oh, yeah, it should be up any second now. Alright, so, again, let's recap here. I didn't realize how deep into the stint we really are getting here, as I'm just kind of enjoying the flow of the race and hanging out with everybody here today. But pole sitter has been leading the charge here for the whole duration of this driver transition, this 2-hour driver stint. Has essentially lapped the whole field now at this point, with the exception of Dylan in 2nd place. We move to that driver here in the Audi R8 Evo here. Absolutely doing a great job on the racetrack. It has actually gained some time back on the leader since the pit stop sequence, and continues to do so here as we lead into the latter part in towards our driver swap sequence. Now, remembering that gap was a little over 2 minutes before driver swap, and now is down in under a minute 50 here. So Dylan and the Audi team here are doing a really great job so far at continuing to try and nibble away at that gap and set it up for the next driver. Got the Ferrari driver here now finding himself on the podium here all of a sudden. Francesco, the 4th place driver that was ahead of him at the beginning of the stint, disconnecting about to lap 24 or 21, I believe it was here. And the car now being worked on by the crew here, getting ready for the next stint. So gained up at the 4th place there and just continued to put in good, solid, consistent, clean racing laps. And then we've seen the disconnection from our 2nd place Mercedes team there as well. Distinct Lewis behind the wheel there. On, I believe it was lap 31, I think it was, as well. So now finds himself sitting in 3rd place, and once all is said and done and we start our driver swap transition here, the Team Ferrari should start stint number 6 in 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. So at least Team Finland BMW here, Raisku, he's in 4th place. He's about 3 minutes 10 seconds in behind the race leader. Lewis was roughly about a minute in behind. That's about 2 minutes and 10 seconds in behind currently where that Mercedes roughly was at the point of disconnection. Potentially it's probably going to stay in 4th place after the driver swap here as well. But then we move down into Tim here in 5th place, and this is where it's kind of going to start getting close. I think I think Lewis will fall somewhere in between 5th and 6th place here, between Tim and the other section racing Lamborghini here in 6th place. That's what I suspect, and I do unfortunately suspect that Francesco may very well end up somewhere in amongst the Harem's, Beetlejuice's BMW, maybe even where SRT is, potentially due to when they had their failure in their car here in the stint as well. So there's going to be some work that needs to be done by a couple teams, but I definitely look forward to seeing how they, come up with their game plan, execute, and try to get back to where they were. All right, I hear Jaeger trying to kick in every once in a while here. So I know he's kicking around.
Yeah,
there he is. All right, welcome in.
There he is. Cannot hide it, right? So yeah, if it stays dry without a safety car, then we are looking at roughly 6 minutes for the number 6 car behind the leaders, and 4 minute 40 for the number 5 car behind the leaders. Join.
So yeah, that's a
current state.
It's about where I figured everybody would end up there, off a pretty decent little guess. So, I mean, anything can happen. There's still 14 laps left in this race you have to start with. So, those times and those gaps could change. Drivers can make mistakes. Battles could start to happen. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. These drivers can definitely come back. We've seen recovery drives in the past in endurance races from teams lap down or 2 laps down. It is not impossible, that's for sure. Anything can happen.
No one is immune, right, of
Absolutely.
having a failure. So that's
and that's the
you have to
unfortunate
be
reality.
realistic.
That's the unfortunate
It is,
reality.
yeah, but
I've been very fortunate. I obviously as a streamer, a broadcaster, a commentator, I have pretty solid internet. I've got a very strong internet connection. Everything's hard lined in, etc., etc. But even I've suffered the fate of a disconnection in a racing lobby. It happens. You don't know when it's going to happen. It doesn't give you any warning. It just happens, and it really it's random. It really seems like it's random. So
totally.
Unfortunately for 2 drivers, they got some work to do now, and I mean, that's just the way it goes.
Yeah,
But this Ferrari has benefited huge from that. I mean, up 2 positions here now because of the unfortunateness of racing for the teams ahead, and I mean, hugely benefiting from this. Now finds himself sitting in the final podium position, has a solid gap to 4th place, 45 seconds on the racetrack, and looking strong as we head towards the mid part of the race. This BMW has been doing fantastic here as well. Consistent, very consistent is how I could put the stint for this driver here. Has had to deal with some lap traffic situations there. Got caught up in a little bit of a 4-way lap traffic battle there for a little while. I wouldn't really call it a battle. It was a very friendly exchange of positions over a long period of a few laps. But nonetheless, having a very solid, consistent stint here. And again, up into 4th place right now, and only 43 seconds in behind 3rd place. And we've already seen it today. Anything can happen. Tim here in 5th. He's got about another 45 seconds in behind our team finish driver there, and he's been having a pretty good stint here as well. It's got a minute gap over Visual Racer, so slowly but surely. I believe that's a BMW M3 as well, if I'm not mistaken. Is it the M6? It is. It is from the back end. Okay. These lights, the headlights on the cars make it so hard to tell which version of the BMW is sometimes, depending on the angle of the camera, but doing a good job. I mean, BMWs are designed for endurance racing, these GT3 BMWs, so I mean, you can never count them out, that's for sure. Visual Racer in the other Lamborghini here, doing a great job, minute 3 and behind Tim, about 20 seconds ahead of Harem right now, and Harem seems to have put down the go pedal a little bit here, really trying to close that gap up on the Lamborghini. Obviously the car feels good right now, and he is definitely moving, so can kind of keep our eye on 7th place here and see if he can close that gap up more, but he is definitely taking some chunks out. Beetlejuice here is a minute 28 in behind Harem now, and I mean, I think that's about a 10 or 12 second time loss over the last couple laps here between the two drivers, so I don't know what is happening here, but that number 7 driver is on the move, that's for sure. We got SRT here in 9th place after that pit stop, dropping down 3 positions here on the track, and does have Bosworth just coming in and behind him here. A little blue flag situation. We'll hang with this because, well, I mean, hey, cars passing cars is still action. I don't care how you spin it. These blue flag cars.
That long pit stop was actually due to the driver swap.
So it was a served penalty.
The teammate was pitting a lap too early, so they basically waited for 2 minutes 20 top.
There we go. So it was a served penalty there. We did kind of speculate that was potentially what it was, just due to how long the driver was sitting in pit lane. But there we go. Race control did their review, and they made their call, and the team responded very quickly there, so great job by all parties as far as I'm concerned there, and the race continues on. And I mean, he's not out of this by any means yet. He's only 10 seconds in behind 8th place, so, and I mean, there's lots of racing to be had for all these teams and all these drivers yet.
Also, good thing is that the team owner is like the director in charge of everything, so he knows what to do in such situations.
There we go.
His drivers under his belt, under control, everything. So situation sorted.
We just have
keep on racing.
Confirmation from race control in the chat there that SRT and that team has served their penalties, so they are most certainly good. So there we go. We love to hear it. We love to see it. We got Hogston here, and really, I mean, this driver seems like he's kind of the fastest moving driver here so far in the stint. I mean, 21 seconds from a minute 5 is a pretty impressive close on a gap in 2-hour run here. It's 45 seconds roughly right now, and that's a good third of a lap around the racetrack. Really, when you think about it, when you put it down, that's about 2 miles gained on the driver in front over the last hour and 3/4 here, so that's definitely a good run here for Hogston in the Porsche 911 RSR, and I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with how that run's gone here for him, because mission accomplished. You always want to close the gap up with the driver in front when you come out for your stint, and he has most certainly done that.
Definitely, he announced it in the stream chat earlier. Said, watch out, I'll be driving the next stint. Oh yeah?
The man knows his Porsche, that is for sure. I mean, that's just comfortability of car. You know, some drivers feel really comfortable in the cars they're racing, and some have a little bit of a struggle. But, the sector section, the Lamborghini racing team, number 1 team, I believe this one is, really looks comfortable in this Lamborghini here today, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely the team, the car to beat this event. Lewis, yeah, it looks like it will be 4 minutes 40 at that point. It looks like it stays dry, no safety car place. It will be announced closer to trouble.
Suspected 4 minutes and 40 seconds if you didn't hear, Lewis. Yeah, that's very annoying. I get you, brother. You guys got it. You can make us work. You can make it work. You got 14 hours left yet. Lots of time. Alright, so Team Finland BMW is actually starting to close back in, I think, a little bit here on the Ferrari. It's give and take a little bit between these two. It kind of has been the whole 2-hour run between the two drivers behind the two different cars as well. They give a couple seconds away, then they get it back, then they give it away, then they get it back. So pretty evenly matched stints here from all the drivers. I mean, pole sitter's pace has been incredible. He's sitting in about that 2:16 range here this whole stint. Dylan's currently running a very quick pace. He's actually running a fair bit faster than our current race leader right now. So Dylan realizes that he is a little bit quicker on the racetrack, I think, here than pole sitter, and is really putting in some late work in the latter part of this race to try and close as much of that up as he can. However, with that being said, is he going to end up overdriving his car doing that and wear it out and maybe give a little more time away at the end of the stint? It's really hard to say, but right now he's definitely the fastest man on the racetrack as it stands right now where we are on the track. He is lapping a solid second faster than the field chasing him behind, and a good solid 0.3 of a second lap faster than the current race leader at the moment. Ferrari driver's holding a good pace here too as well, and I mean not that far off of it, like I said, about a second right now, but that means he is pacing the race leader here as well, and maybe even potentially just a smidge faster at the moment at this point in the stint. Our finished BMW driver here is just a little bit off the pace of those drivers here, and that's where these gaps really start to get a little bit larger. It's just 1 second a lap over 55 laps. I mean, we all can do the math there. That's 55 seconds. Now, that's about almost half a lap around the racetrack when you put it into perspective. So it just comes down to the pace per lap of the race, and that's why we start to see these gaps build. And you know, it is very hard. I can attest to it. It is very hard to maintain a 2:15 pace on racing medium tires in nighttime conditions around Spa for 2 hours. So the drivers that are able to maintain that mid to high 15, low 16 pace for 2 hours in these conditions, you know, that is a driver that has put in a lot of work, a lot of time, and has a lot of experience behind the wheel, in my opinion. So that's just the way it goes. But you know, that could change when the next driver takes over the wheel. You know, maybe the adjustment they've made to the car so the car suits them better, maybe it wasn't the right adjustment for the weather conditions, maybe something catches them off guard. Anything can happen in racing. Anything. That's the beautiful thing about it.
Shh. Don't tell anyone.
Syndicate Sector Racing. I know, I'm sorry guys, I can't help it. I know you guys are Sector 7, a lot of you guys. I'm sorry, I apologize. We have visual racer here in 6th place. We've got Harem here. I'm just gonna deflect. I'm just gonna deflect now. We're just gonna talk about the cars here. You know, we got Harem here in 7th place. And he's been doing good here too. I mean, really, for the most part, it seems like I said, all the drivers in this stint have kind of really been settled into their cars. They're comfortable. It feels like it's just the pace of the race is so even that it's so hard for any one of these drivers really to gain on the next driver that they're chasing, because that pace difference is so close. And that's why we're seeing just a give a little, take a little, and concentration plays a big part of it. A little slide like we just seen from Harem here coming out of the chicane, you know, that's a 1/10 of a second lost on the exit right there, 100%. You know, that makes a difference when you're trying to chase down another driver or trying to open up a gap on another driver too. So the little mistakes, I mean, you're not going to be perfect for 2 hours. You're going to make little mistakes. The car is going to throw a temper tantrum sometimes because you threw it into a corner a little harder than it wanted you to. You know, there's so many things going on behind the wheel of these race cars nonstop, and I mean, you're kind of death gripping these things for the most part around Spa here, just to make sure that you can keep them where you want them. So it's hard battling, it's hard fighting for these racers for sure, no matter where they are on the racetrack. Beetlejuice here at 8th place only has 8 seconds now ahead of SRT, so SRT has been definitely pushing here. We may potentially see a battle for 8th place here before this is all said and done here into driver swaps between these two. The pace continues at the way it seems to be now. Our 3rd place driver is in between these two drivers here as well, so that could actually help SRT in charge to Harem. He's obviously already had to deal with that situation and hopefully not lost himself any time. Now what he can hope is that when Beetlejuice has to let Bosworth through, that maybe it's in a weird spot on the racetrack or something. It could cost him maybe a half second to a sector. I mean, every little bit of time gain right now is, I mean, you never wish your opponent to make a mistake, but when you're chasing him for position, you kind of hope to make a little mistake. So, you know, that's most likely probably what's going on right now. He realizes the situation at hand. I'm only 9 seconds in behind the next position. I've got a really fast driver in front of me. If I could just pace this guy, you know, he may take me right to the bumper of that positional car. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here. We're keeping our eye between Beetlejuice and SRT here for sure. Thomas here is about a minute in behind right now. He's just moving and grooving here right now. He's getting that Nissan GTR, and 23 seconds to Hogston, so he's actually picked the pace up slightly over Hogston there in know what I just hit there. There we go. Something.
Yeah.
All right, so as we were saying, yeah, I was went to go switch the button, I hit the wrong button there, but Hodgson again, just a couple of seconds now off, giving back up to Thomas Batty here in the GTR. So it doesn't seem like there's too much of a pace difference here between the two now at this point in the race. The GTR seems to be starting to come alive at this point in the race, and the Porsche just kind of settled into to the ultimate pace. And I mean, 216s, and now we're up into 218s here, so interesting. Maybe a little over pushing the car slightly. Just I mean, there's still a good 13 laps here to 12 and a half laps, depending where you are on the racetrack, I guess, before we see driver swaps start to happen here. So that's interesting. Hopefully he can get that thing around 12 more times safely, but I don't know. Got my suspicions here right now. Little flash of the lights there from pole sitter as he's coming around, and I'm not sure why. I don't see anybody in front of him. There must be just some communication to the driver who it was that's a little bit behind potentially, or maybe that pole sitter's on a pad, and that's just a cause and effect of making corners out of control, but I don't think that's the case with pole sitter.
He is on a pad, I heard that in the first stint.
Well, maybe
but I was
also
like, maybe he's listening to the broadcast and greeting the fans.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. He's just timing it. He's like, oh, he's about the last place driver, and the Ghost is going to come to me next. And he's not wrong. All right, so fastest lap on the track now, finally taken away from our race leader here, actually, at 2:15.464. So, I mean, that 2:15.5 put in from Francesco, whose team is now working on their car, getting ready for the next stint here, held up for a very large part of this 2-hour stint here. And just now getting taken from pole sitter here. So it's like he was listening to me. I said his pace was slowing down compared to the guy chasing him, and now he's back down into the 2:15s here. So stepping it up here is the leader a little bit. So Dylan here's about a minute, still maintaining the pace. I mean, he maintaining the pace right now, very equal between the two. I think pole sitter's currently just a smidge faster than second place driver at the moment. So it's a little bit of a game being had between the Audi and Lamborghini here right now, first and second place for sure. Bosworth here, he's just trying to close in on Dylan. That is his focus. I don't think he's too worried about what the race leader's doing right now. I think his concern is that 41-second gap to Dylan. It's kind of been right there for quite some time here now in the last hour of the race, and give a little, take a little between the two. So he knows the pace is there. Now he's just got to try and figure out how they can try and gain some more of that time back and try to push that battle at some point in this race here before the end of it. But he's starting to lose track of this guy right here. I mean, Razku here, the team finish driver, 53 seconds. He's lost about 5 seconds here in the last couple of laps to Bosworth. So I'm not sure what's happening there. Everything with the car, from what we can tell, looks like it's in good optimum condition. Just maybe falling out of rhythm a little bit. Maybe the concentration isn't 100% there. Maybe fatigue has set in a little bit. Lots of things happening now this late in the stint. Where's Tim? There's Tim. All right, Tim here in 5th place. Keyboard just not wanting to go where I wanted to here today. He's coming up to, I believe it's Costa there in the Mercedes here. Currently in 12th place right now on the track as we head up into the Kemmel. So that is definitely what we're seeing there. And drivers are moving. These drivers are moving. These are some good times on medium tires here at Spa for sure, especially at race pace. The 217s are a good race pace, you know, for most of the average racing community, I think, overall here. You know, those 17s, high 16s, but those 215s, and I'm sure those guys can get them better than that if they really wanted to try, are pretty incredible race pace. So that's saying a lot for some of these drivers to be able to do that lap in and lap out and still manage tires and fuel and get through with a good solid stint. Harem here in 7th place, 18 seconds of visual racer, again still closing in. He's just slowly but surely chipping away at that gap here. But let's go check this out. Beetlejuice and SRT, the gap was 9.8-ish seconds. Now we're down to 6.2. We got blue flag being waved on Beetlejuice here right now, so I'm assuming that Bosworth is still in between these two guys, and that is exactly what's happening here. And I mean, the gap is closing. It's under 6 seconds now at this point. There's still about 8.5 laps remaining for these drivers before they'll bring it in to do the driver swap here. There's time. There is definitely time here for SRT to close in and potentially battle leading into the pit stop here for the driver swap. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But Bosworth is potentially going to play a major role in this potential battle for position here, as well as, again, our third place driver is right in between these two potential cars to battle for position here. We want to see the battle, and we're urging it. If you can't tell in the tone of our voice, we want this battle to happen before the pit stop sequence. A little bit of feisty fighting right at the end of the stint here would be fantastic. Thomas here about a minute behind, and yeah, not a whole lot changing. Hogston's actually kind of losing the pace right now to Thomas there up in front, so the Porsche driver, I think, really is in car management mode here at this point right now.
So is Hodgson driving the mediums?
No, he is not on the medium, so he's in car management mode
Okay.
at the moment. Yep. He's got a long ways to go yet. Alright, so pole sitter here coming around the source for the 49th time. So just a little bit of perspective, our leaders on lap 49 and our current 12th place drivers on lap 44 just starting. So there's a 5-lap difference right now from the top of our field to the bottom of the field. There's a couple drivers that have disconnected, but that's not going to put them all the way to the bottom of the field. So that is about where we're at here as we near the 10-hour mark now of our Spa 24 Hours here, presented by, of course, the Endurance Racing Federation. And Jaeger is getting ready to take on the next 2 hours of racing here again. This guy's just a machine, I tell you what.
The machine. So
That's
I just announced we are starting the race soon for the next lobby, and boom, the driver disconnected. Ah!
Oh my. Well, good time to do it. Good time to do it.
Good time to do it, yeah, exactly.
Gives me a chance to reset the whole deal.
Last minute reset, yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I would totally rather it happen there than 5 minutes in. Oh my. Something, might go flying across the room, but that were me, I don't know. It's tough when that happens, for sure. Alright, so 42 seconds. So, again, Dylan's doing a good job at not really allowing the Ferrari to close in anymore on him, and Dylan is basically now just trying to maintain the gap here between himself and then later Pole Sitter. Pole Sitter has stepped up the pace a little bit here. I don't think he liked the fact that, I don't know, maybe his sixth sense was humming there, thinking, wait, second place is driving faster than I am. Well, we can't have that now, can we? And he decided to step it back up here a little bit, but he's moving, that's for sure. And Lamborghini looks very tough to beat here so far today. Alright, so Bosworth here in third place. He's the first car lap down, essentially, our third place driver here right now. Dylan, our second place driver, is basically fighting for the lead lap life of that team and that car right now, and has been pretty much this whole stint. There was a point in time there where the pit stop sequences started and Dylan did go down the lap there, but of course he was going for a little bit of an earlier pit stop than the race leader, so when the race leader did make their pit stop, he did get that lead lap back, and then we've seen him trying to close that gap up ever since, and he's been doing a pretty good job of it. Overall about 11 seconds gain, but now we are seeing the race leader start to pick the pace back up of the race here a little bit as well. So again, just trying to open that gap back up a little more, and you can see it is starting to increase bit by bit here as the race leader has asserted himself as the fastest man on the racetrack here nearing the end of the stint again on lap 50. And just not a whole lot else really happening. We're keeping her. Let's go see what's happening back here with our Beetlejuice and SRT. Potential battle here brewing in 8th and 9th position here on the racetrack, and I think we still got the third place driver tucked right in the middle. So 4 seconds, 4.3 is now that gap. So the gap is closing slowly but surely. But they are definitely running out of time, whether or not that battle is going to happen, because if it stays like this for about three or more laps, 4 more laps, we will see the Ferrari come in to make their driver swap pit, but that will still leave Beetlejuice and SRT out on track for 2 or 3 more laps yet before it's their time to come in for their driver swap pit. So then that will eliminate that lead lap car in between the two, and then I think that's when things are going to get interesting. Right now, I mean, SRT is probably trying to utilize the Ferrari's pace and slipstream right now to just easily close in on Beetlejuice in front, and then once that car's out of the equation, that's when the real push kind of has to happen there, or just close up the gap, I guess. It depends what they're thinking right now this late into the stint, but if I'm a driver, I think I'm looking to try and get ahead of that car before the driver swap, obviously, so I can get my driver out ahead of that driver, ideally, before the race gets underway in the next couple hour run for the drivers, right? So a tough decision that might have to be made here pretty soon by SRT as he continues to close in, but Beetlejuice is doing a good job at not giving up anything more than he really needs to right now either, so we're going to definitely be keeping our eye on that. But got to keep an eye on the race leader, lap 51 here as he comes across and heads down into Rouge and L'Arrêtion, and just absolutely in charge currently here on the track. Dylan very well in command of his car and race pace here right now as well, and just doing everything he can to make sure the pole sitter stays behind the Audi and does not find itself back in front of that Audi here, as there's about a 25-30 second difference separating the lead lap from being a lap down at this point right now for that team. And Bosworth, our first driver, a lap down, 41 seconds behind second place, and just chilling right now in between that 8th and 9th place potential battle of Beetlejuice and SRT. So just everybody just trying to get the car home safe and sound and not make any more mistakes at this point in the race here now, leading into that swap transition.
That was a good point. Swap transition. I have to prepare the screens now.
I got you. See? Teamwork.
Yeah, teamwork, yeah.
Alright, so where's Hogston at? Hogston here really, definitely in full damage control right now on this race car management. Maybe not making the best of calls on the tire selection here with this team in that pit stop there, but has given up 17 seconds since pit stop there to Thomas up in front, and that huge gain of 45 seconds is very quickly starting to drop back down to only 30 to 25 second gain here. So risky call, I think, here coming from Hogston in the Porsche to take a soft compound tire with so much duration left in the race. Knowing what we know about these soft tires right now in the game, they're very abrasive on these racetracks. They wear down very quickly, and that's a big move. And I think that the car right now is struggling and potentially bleeding time away now on those very, very worn out tires. I'm just loving the a good little slide there from Dylan there too as well, but I'm loving this little transition between first and second place here. It's one gains a second back and then one gives it away again. It's incredible how closely paced these drivers really are here today. There we go. So our third place
to see. Yep.
Ferrari is finally closed in on Hermie here, or Harem here, and or Beetlejuice, pardon me, and is finally going to make that pass here. So he is coming up to Kemmel Straight there, heading into Lacombe, and we'll get the job done heading into Lacombe. I think that Beetlejuice probably checked up just a smidge extra there under braking just to make sure that Ferrari got through on the racing line in front. And Bosworth is going to continue moving up the racetrack here now. I guess he decided he had enough, and he stepped in the high gear and made sure that he got in front of these guys here before this sequence starts. So now we have the battle. Now we've got Beetlejuice and SRT. They're separated only by half a second on the racetrack now due to the blue flag situation. I fully suspected that if that happened before the driver swapped, that it would close these guys up very close, and that it most certainly did. And now we've got just a car length separating the two here. So battle time as we get ready to head towards driver swaps here from our race leaders. We know we got about a 5-lap difference on the very last place driver, so we do have a couple of laps here before we'll get back to pole sitter here. But right now, we're definitely going to keep our eyes on the action here for 8th place. And boy, you can feel the pressure right now. You can feel the heat. You can see the headlights. They're absolutely filling up the rearview mirror of that BMW right now. And maybe not. He's so close that the trunk is probably blocking them all. But here we go as we head into Blois-Chamont. This is a high-speed sector of the racetrack now that one of these drivers is going to lift through here. Dirty Air really could have played a big factor there, but SRT was up to the task, and he's going to take a look up the inside into the chicane, but the BMW goes in super late, holds the inside line into the second part of the chicane, and as we exit the chicane, head to the start-finish line, it is going to be Beetlejuice just holding the charge off of SRT, but SRT's still right there. Are we going to see him make another move into the inside of Lesaurus? We are, where you're going to take up the inside here in side-by-side action through Lesaurus here to start lap number 50, and it is going to be SRT gets the job done there through Lesaurus. Beetlejuice is going to settle in behind. Are we going to see the charge back now up in through Rouge and La Radion up to Kemmel Straight from the BMW? Does the car have enough in it right now to fight back with the Mercedes of SRT? Because SRT is trying to get up the road, but the BMW is in the slip and closing it quickly. And we do need to jump to the race leader here because this is going to be our driver swap transition. And where is our race leader? In Brussels here right now, coming through the no-name corner, aptly named by our community there last time around. And yeah, rocking and rolling. I love that you said that. That was funny. I caught that there earlier. I was snickering a little bit behind the scenes. But as we head through Brouillon here, pole sitter is just about a half dozen corners away now from bringing this Lamborghini in and getting ready to send his teammate out to run another 2-hour stint and try and continue to work on this comfortable lead that the section racing team has here right now with a minute 54 gap to second place.
It will be Simon for Syndicate Sector Racing.
There we go.
So here we go. The big boys again.
Syndicate Sector. I'll get it right eventually. I really will. I swear. Alright, just coming into the final chicane here, we'll be seeing an entry for pit lane here coming around the first entry, and there we go, and pole sitter has officially entered pit lane here, so driver swaps are officially underway here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to just be sitting on board with our racers here as these driver swaps continue. We got to see the battle between SRT and Beetlejuice there. SRT now has that position currently secured here, and Beetlejuice is trying to chase him down, but I think that the Mercedes just has a little more car left in it right now at this point in the race. So here we go with Dylan now coming around, and 2-minute gap, so there's going to be some time in between these drivers getting in here, and I mean that was a good efficient run from pole sitter, just really continuing off of where the teammate left him when this driver swap started. So good solid run, no real big mistakes made there, and almost lapping the whole field here as we head into this next driver swap. So Team Audi is the only ones left, and they have been pushing hard here at the end of this stint with Dylan behind the wheel here for this run. And as we head in through towards campus right now, he is just half a dozen corners away here from bringing this Audi in and getting a very well-deserved break, in my opinion.
Simon is underway. We see that on the top right corner. Next up, it will be the number 12 car, right?
The Audi, yep. It looks like it has...
Toto Wolff will be behind the wheel.
The silly string sprayed all over the livery on it, from what I can tell. It looks really cool. Can't wait to see it in the daylight.
Will we see some daylight?
No, not for a little while yet, but...
yeah.
And there we go. He is just bringing it in here right now, and we will now move to our third place team here, the Ferrari. And good job to this driver. He came in, he again was just continuing on with the stint from the driver that handed over the wheel to him in here, and he stayed just cool, calm, collected, consistent. We got a blue flag car in trouble off in the background there, and I believe that was I believe that's Costa in behind there. Is that a white one or a black one? I think that's the black Mercedes. So yeah, it was Costa, their 12th place driver, but he manages to keep it together there. And just a couple corners away himself here is Bosworth to bringing it in 40 seconds in behind, roughly, the team Audi there. So Ferrari is just bringing it in, and there we go. Officially entering pit lane here now. So our Finnish BMW here, Razku, coming in. That is our number 65, I believe, BMW.
Oh no! We have a disconnect already. It's Tavernello again. No way.
What is going on today? My goodness.
The luck has left the team.
That's a tough one.
Ah, that's brutal.
That's a tough one.
Two DCs in a row.
That was a good effort. It was a good effort. I don't know what's with the DCs. It's
I don't know.
I was doing a broadcast a little bit earlier for a different league before I got into the booth here at Spa for ERF here, and then, you know, we've seen some weird lobby glitches in the start of that race as well, so something going on with the game, maybe related to the World Tour live events going on right now. I'm not sure what's going on, but our 4th place driver has officially entered pit lane here, the 65 BMW, so that now leaves us with Tim here in 35 seconds. We'll be also coming into pit lane here with the second of 3 BMWs in the field here today, and I believe this is a non-Team Finland BMW, if I'm not mistaken. Can't quite see the numbers yet in certain parts of the track. The light is not in our favor here right now. But that driver is coming in, so pit lane has been officially entered there, and he is going to get ready for the next driver to take over the wheel. So it is Harem here, and the second of the Team Finland BMWs, if I'm not mistaken, now coming around. It's going to be about a minute here. So about half the racetrack just coming through the no-name corner, entering Puon here, and I mean, 23 seconds from Visual Racer right now. So, you know, a big mistake could definitely change things for him, but he's just about ready to bring it home here, as he's just getting ready to enter in through campus here right now. And then, of course, once we get through campus, that leads us right into the Paul Frere curve. Now, that curve in itself can kind of be risky and dangerous. The driver feels like you're getting a good run out of the corner, you get a good apex heading into the exit, and it's still very easy to float your car a little too wide into the entry of the Paul Frere curve. And if you get those tires out into that artificial curbing right here at the Paul Frere curve entry where I'm talking about, it can be a little bit dicey, but he gets a nice, good, tidy exit out of there. He's going to get a good run, and this is going to lead him up into Blochemont here. So this will be our 6th place driver here. And just a chicane away from getting themselves up into pit lane here, and just about 2 1/3 laps down currently right now, as they are just making the entry into pit lane. So that now takes us down to the Syndicate sector racing team number 2 car, if I'm not mistaken, and again 23 seconds in behind, actually being passed by another car there right now. Not sure who that was. It was a GTR.
All right, so I'm gonna transition to the full screen. You can have a little rest.
All right, let's leave it off to Jaeger, ladies and gentlemen. Love that. Number 7 is just coming in, by the way. We'll be back for the next stint after that ourselves.
We are indeed. Thank you for that. Yeah. See you in 2 hours, I guess. Or the next
we'll sit
swap.
Here. I mean, we got the rest of our drivers still coming in here, so we'll definitely sit tight for all that to go through.
All right. And it's also like that time. So within the next 2 hours, it's Jaeger SingStar again. Watch out.
Ooh,
You don't want to miss that.
Tonight.
Yeah. Definitely.
Maybe some Don't Stop Believin' by Journey? I mean, come
Right.
Plenty of good songs out there.
There is. Ooh, I think we have. Oh, we don't have. Never mind. All good.
So, have a quick update. Run through the grid as we stand after the swaps. Surprisingly, nothing changed so far.
No,
No.
just a couple of disconnects will change things up a little bit.
Yeah, that's it. I need to do that as well. Disconnect formula. Oh no, missing an entire stint. That's tough.
Yeah, that's going to be a mental advert there, I think, for that team now, and that's a tough one to come back from for sure.
How to do that with the formula? Oh no, I'm a bit confused. Oh, we'll see.
You got time to figure it out at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Driver is getting close.
All right, it's prepared. Now see. Going so we have a couple of drivers out on track. Again, continue the race for this one. Just see where we're at. Closest gap so far, I think, between Ruslan and Razor. 5.5 seconds it is. That gap was close also, I think, before the swap.
No, that's about right, actually.
Yeah.
They were pretty on point with those pit stops there for sure.
Yeah. So just missing 2 cars on track at this stage. 11 out, and unfortunately that 1 car missing with the disconnect before they actually started the race. Yeah, heartbreak moment.
Yeah,
And
that's tough.
now we have Simon now picking up the pace. Slowly started with the 217, now into the 216. We'll surely see him doing 215s at some point of the race. The gap to
Our
P2.
12th place driver too has made some great leaps and bounds here at the end of this race. The pace incredibly picked up there in his final 10 laps or two. Just a note there. So looking for the Coast Mercedes team there, because boy, that car really came alive at the end there.
So there is hope. Always hope, I guess.
Absolutely great laps.
Yeah, hopefully some rain. Yeah, maybe this could introduce some new challenges for the teams and the drivers. We see Simon now purple after the second sector.
All right, our last driver here is come in pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for your time, Jaeger. We'll catch you in about 90 minutes, my man.
Yeah, looking forward to it, and I will hopefully have some close racing for you in store then when you come back. Yeah.
We'll leave that up.
I will try my best, as usual.
Absolutely. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back in a couple hours.
16.0 for Simon, that's close to that. 15, Toto Wolff in P2, nearly 2 minutes down. So the only 2 cars on the lead lap at this stage. Eric's racing in P3 with Xavi. Now driver of the first stint, moving up from outside the top 10 to, let me have a look. He started P11, finished in P1 after the first stint. We see something similar again during this stint. Why only 30 cars? Yeah. The number 6, Tavanello, they disconnected before they could actually get out of the pit. Very unlucky. So they disconnected in the previous stint. So they basically repaired the car, wanted to get ready, then realized, oh, nope, the car is still not working. Back to the drawing board, so very unlucky. So that's why we are just running with 13 cars for this one. Fingers crossed. No more disconnects for this stint. We had plenty of them over the course of this race already. And in P4, the 66 BMW J Lee or GT Finland Racers. Clockwork Motorsports, a 56 BMW running in P5, also gaining some positions since the start of the race. So they qualified in P13 and now running in P5 after 10 hours of racing. So good progress for the Clockwork Motorsports team. You see also the banner, the bottom of the page there, overall top 3 team at this stage would gain some points on the leaders. So TDR, the leaders, currently running in P6 with their number 5 car. They also sorry, have the number 4 car in the race as well, a bit further down, I think, yeah, in position number 9. So still gaining a couple of points. I don't think as it stands for now, it would be Eric's Racing, sitting in P2 overall, on the podium for this one, getting closer at the top for the championship standings. If it stays like this, it is Lucky. It's the number 6 car, Tavanello Racing Team, the Audi R8. They disconnected again. So in P8 we have the stick for Sector 7. Number 7 entry, Lamborghini Huracan. Roughly a minute to Ruslan Darinov for TDR. AMG entry. Still roughly the 5 seconds the gap. To Razor for GT Finland Racers. The second entry for the team, a 67 car. Not too far behind. So Razor lapping 2 minute 18s. Ruslan doing the same at the moment, so on 2:19 lap. Incredibile for the DC team in P11. That GTR struggling with the pace at this one. Hijack Paddy for Transatlantic Racing Team, the 93 Porsche in P12, and then we have the Phonius third stint already for the Belgium driver in P13. We don't have the gap or the timing sector, so we have to figure it out by ourselves. 11 minutes 38 to the leaders. That's 9:33 for Hijack Paddy. So it's 2 minutes. The gap between roundabout 2 minutes, let's put it that way, between P12 and P13. And Simon is pushing to get into the 2-minute 15s at some point. Getting closer and closer, 2 times, I think a 2:16.0 already. Will we see the 2-minute 15 happening? Pretty sure we will. And getting closer, again another 2:16.0, that's running like a clockwork early on for the Wolf. Or CLR Ray Racing number 12 Audi R8. 2 minutes 2 seconds the gap, so the only car on the same lap as the leaders. And roughly 15 seconds before they get lapped as well. They're running roughly a second per lap slower than the leaders. It might be happening at some point during the stint. And Eric's racing with Xavi in P3. The first 2-minute 15 lap time. The Ferrari is flying again. Xavi again showing his skills. After a fantastic stint number 1, he's continuing his drive. And what's possible for the Ferrari, the number 11. And the first of the BMWs, number 66. 1 minute plus the gap to the podium. And roughly 40 seconds to GT Racer. Speed Hunter in the AMG. And again, a big shout out to Sticks TC. Sticks doing another stint for Clockwork Motorsports. 57 car in P7. We have the battle of the sticks. We have Sticks TC and Stick Sander. Oh, don't get confused. What? I'm driving for different teams, driving different cars as well. And here we go, the gap between Ruslan and Racer is going down roughly 3 seconds. We were running with 5 seconds-ish, so we will stay with this one for a little while with Racer. I think I'm going to prepare my little song now. Yeah, true. So N24 saw too many safety cars. It's due to the track as well. Spa, I think it's quite tough to get a safety car with the current rules. Like most of the drivers are pretty familiar with the track and not as narrow as the Nordschleife. So this is probably, yeah, rain would definitely help. And yeah, it never comes when you need it. That's so true. That's so true, unfortunately. Yeah, and sometimes it's the nature of endurance racing. You get bigger gaps. Yeah. Who says that we don't get those battles? Still a long race to go. Alright, but with not much wheel-to-wheel racing action going on at the moment, it is time to sing. Sing along with me if you know the tune. So inspired by the Deadpool and Wolverine movie with that amazing opening scene. It's time today for Jaeger's very own version of Bye Bye Bye, originally performed by NSYNC. So let's go. What can go wrong with this? So get ready, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting into the mood. Hey, bye 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 bye. Bye bye. I'm doing this tonight. You're probably gonna start a fight. I know this can't be right. Hey, baby, come on. I loved you endlessly when you weren't there for me. So now it's time to leave and make it alone. I know that I can take no more. It ain't no lie. I wanna see you out that door, baby. Bye, 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 bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in the game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie, baby. Bye, 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 bye. Don't really wanna make it tough. I just wanna tell you that I've had enough. It might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie, baby. Bye, bye, bye. Just hit me with the truth. Now, girl, you're more than welcome too. So, give me one good reason. Baby, come on. I've loved you and me. And now I really come to see that life won't be much better once you're gone. I know that I can take no more. It ain't no lie. I wanna see you out that door, baby. Bye, 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 bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in the game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie, baby. Bye, 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 bye. Don't really wanna make it tough. I just wanna tell you that I've had enough. Might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye. Giving up, you know for sure. I don't wanna be the reason for your love no more. Bye bye. I'm checking out, I'm signing off. I don't wanna be the loser and I've had enough. I don't wanna be a fool in this game for two. So I'm leaving you behind. I don't wanna make it tough, but I've had enough. And it ain't no lie, baby. I don't be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. But it ain't no lie, baby. Bye, 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 bye. Don't really wanna make it tough. I just wanna tell you that I've had enough. It might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. So now that's out of the way. Let's continue with the racing. Always good to get that off your chest. So, Jaeger singing during a 24-hour event. Check. Was it good? No. Do I care? No. Can we see P1, please? Yeah, you can see it, so sorry. I had to mute the chat and look up the lyrics for this crazy tune. But yeah, Simon with the faster clip of the race now. 15.8 it is. 2 minutes 7 the gap to the Wolf in P2. So we go for the race update. Xavi in P3, chipping away a couple of tenths every lap, under 30 seconds it is. And P4, it's Jay Lee for 66 entry GT Finland drivers, or my favorite GT Finlanders. I still find it a nice way to pronounce your name, the GT Finlanders, and I keep doing that because I can. No one can stop me. GT Racer in P5, Clockwork Motorsports, 56 BMW, Speed Hunter in P6. 40 something seconds in the gap. Then Styx TC, Styx, for the second Clockwork Motorsports. Oops, sorry. 57 car. Sector 7 with the Stick Xander in P8. That Lamborghini Huracan. Another minute. 2. Ruslan for PDR number 4. And top 10 is Razor. 2 seconds. We are running with them during my singing thing. And this is definitely the closest on track at the moment. Whoa, Racer with a big jump. Oh, he's getting some air time. Happy. Woohoo. Again, GT7 lobbies, what are you doing with us? It was a funny moment, at least. Yeah, exactly, yeah. That was, I don't know, nearly 2 meters up in the air. Crazy jump. And that's also a way to save your tires. Oh, smart thinking here. Oh, incredibile in P11 for the EC team. A minute. And next gap to number 93, Transatlantic Racing. It's Hijack Paddy. And in P13, we have P47, another ANG, the second entry for CLR Ray Racing for this one. So back to where was the battle? Nope, not quite. Nearly got it. Ruslan and Razor P9, P10, 2 seconds separating those two drivers, those two teams, after 10 hours, 52 minutes of racing so far. Oh, Cheech is back, hello. So I still don't get your messages, but hey, at least you're coming back. So what is Belgium? Hardship to Germany, sorry Belgium. What is wrong with both of the countries? I don't know. Ah, it's Spa. Yes, Spa is in Belgium. You're totally right with that. Who's on board? I know that cockpit is not very exciting in that M6. Still, we get some nice cockpit noises and with more immersion, how it looks like during the nighttime here at Spa-Francorchamps for the ERF 24 hours event, round 4 of the GT Challenge 2024. Yeah, definitely some. Is it already old school? 2016? I don't know. Very basic, right? Not much going on. But you don't need all the fancy stuff, right? You just need to drive that car bloody quick. And Razor seems to be doing that. Getting closer and closer to Ruslan. We should get into that slipstream range within the next couple of minutes. Okay. Then a little bit of a poor exit out of La Source. Let's get the hood cam activated, so we have plenty of camera options for you as well, not just a cockpit view. We can use this one as well. We had a good run, and we saw it throughout the entire event so far that BMW is set up for more straight line speed, and Razor gained a couple of tenths on that Camel Straight run, where this lower downforce setting really helps. The question is, can he also find some time during the long middle sector where you would rely more on the downforce, so more rear wing should definitely help. And he's doing a good job so far. Getting closer. Would be inside of the slipstream if he can keep that run. I think Ruslan just ran a little bit too wide. Touched the Astro. Stavelo, and this is the run for Razor. 7/10. pick up the slipstream. Again, power section, no lifting. A little bit of lifting actually through Blanchimont. We were surprised by the speed braking for the bus stop. And now right behind the AMG, the battle is on. A better run this time. How much time can Razor find? Gaining already Ruddy on 7/10 and gaining on that Camel Straight. It's 6/10. It is 5. It will be 5. Braking for Lecombe. So definitely some pressure now for the Russian driver, for TDR. And the lap times, I think overall Razor a tiny bit quicker. Oh, yellow flag situation. Who's that in the barrier? Just, it was Symphonius 47 car. Let's see what happened. Was it No Name again? Oh yeah, the exit, the car got loose. Kept Barry gets a little bit of front aero damage as well. They're unlucky, but nothing too major. So back to this one. Ruslan versus Razor. Mercedes versus BMW. Still around about 1 second, so a good lap for the Russian driver. Gets a little bit of a breather now. 79, 18.3. So as long as that gap stays, we have a look at the leaders. It is Simon. Where's Toto? 2 minute 15. Oh, there we go. You'll probably witness now the overtake, Simon, and then the entire grid will be lapped by the 64. Just one more car to go, and we'll see it happening pretty soon. Let's get onboard footage. Lamborghini Huracan chasing down an Audi R8, and this would be massive for the 64. We see the blue flags, so not long until the Toto Wolff has to concede that position. Receives. I think it will be on the Camel Straight, probably the best opportunity, the best spot on that track. And now it's happening. It's happening. And here we go. Alone on the lead lap, the 64. Everyone else at least a lap down. What a performance so far. That black Lamborghini, the 64 car. so far unstoppable. Now we have to remember still 13 hours of racing to go. But that's a really good start to this 24-hour race. Toto Wolff in P2, and the gap between Toto and Xavi is also going down. So Xavi is gaining, and he's also lapping with a great pace. Knows how to drive that Ferrari, no doubt about that. And one thing we realized during the stints, that Ferrari is also very good with the fuel consumption. Could gain a couple of seconds during the pit stop as well. Let's have a look here. The fuel is looking good so far for Eric's Racing. Again, with 2-3 seconds probably already to the good with that better fuel management in the car. So interesting to see. And let's have a look at the other cars, but I think there are just bigger gaps in between, so we go back to jump directly to P9 and P10 battle, right? The other gaps were quite big. So we need to focus on the racing action when it happens. And we don't have that many close battles on track. That's why we stay with this one, hovering around about 1.5 seconds. I think Razor, they were able to catch, but now it's getting tougher and tougher to actually stay within that slipstream range. We see the lap times going up and down a little bit. For Razor, 67 BMW. Gaining on the Kevin straight again. A good run so far. And let's also have a look to see if we can catch some clouds somewhere. No, we see bright skies, we see the stars shining here at Spa so far. A very dry race here. Pretty much perfect conditions throughout the first 11 hours of this event. We know the weather can change in Spa very quickly, and that's always something the drivers have to keep in mind. But yeah, it's a real endurance race also between those two. They're not just catch, overtake, done. So it's patience you need to show for this one. And if it means you're gaining like 1-2 tenths per lap, it is still good progress overall. Two minute 18, nothing separating those two at the moment. And let's have a look at the other cars. The big gaps between those. Jump a bit higher and see also nearly a minute to P8, 44, 45 seconds maybe to Sticks, another minute to Speed Hunter, 37 seconds to GT Racer, 43 to J Lee, and yeah, and this gap is still going down, coming down. Xavi gained another 2 seconds since the last time we watched them. So continuing this trend, it will be close towards the end of this stint again between the two drivers, I reckon. So back to Ruslan and Razor. Again, getting closer, but not close enough to actually set up a move. Very even on pace, the two at the moment. And we have let's see, they're starting lap 20. Oh, 6, 7 laps maybe before we see the first pit stops for this stint. So it's still time to make some moves. A little bit of an inside fact. Yeah, Razor has a bit more fuel compared to Ruslan. Not much, but maybe this could be the difference. And we could see an overtake during the pit stops. We don't know. It's just a couple of liters, not that much, but could make the difference in the end. We go to the leaders. So that gap opened up quite quickly. Go to Wolf. That's 4 seconds maybe since the overtake. 16.5 to Javi. Doing 2 minutes 16, so gaining. What's that? 2/17 most of the time. Javi 2/16, so a second and a bit per lap. So yeah, 16 seconds. We could see that battle happening towards the end of the stint. No doubt about that. J. also with good lap times, very consistent. The 2/16s all the way. GT Racer with a bit of everything to offer. 16s, 17s, 18s as well. Speed Hunter for the number 5 entry after the unlucky disconnect previous stint. Continuing the race in P6, and is still time for the team to move up the order, and Speed Hunter doing the best he can. 2 minutes 16 most of the time. We are at C at 2:15 in there as well. Oh, pushing, nothing else they can do at this stage. Sticks TC to 17s to 18s most of the time. The stick Xander had a 2:25 on lap 19 to 17 to 19. Yeah, all of it as well. So not that consistency you want to have during a stint. And those two still close, between 1 and 1.5 seconds again. Oh, we just saw a Porsche going quite deep, yeah, into the bus stop chicane. Racer gained a little bit. No, 17.6 personal best for Ruslan. Racer basically the same lap time. What about the DC team in 29? A very calm race for the Italian team so far. Mainly driving around P10, P11, P12 for most of the race. And it's Hijack Paddy in that Porsche. 2:17.2, alright, finding the pace by the looks, and has some nice reference in front, I guess, with the two drivers battling for position with Racer and Ruslan. So feels like being in a race, hopefully. And then we have Sophonius for the 47 entry. CLR Racing Black AMG, inspired by that Group C Sauber C9 livery. And Sophonius still running with that damage. Probably 5 laps away from the pit stop window. 2:19s. That's still solid pace with that damage. And we go back to this one. I feel like every time something could be happening, then and Racer went a bit wide, but didn't lose any time by the looks. Also the tire seems to be fine. No issues. Yeah, still staying with Ruslan, but I think they actually want to get closer. 1.4. Now it's the strong card again for the 67. The run uphill, Radion, the run, the Camel Straight. Yeah, and he starts gaining and provides a nice toe for Hijack Patty. So Patty running 2:17s. The cars in front. A bit slower, so again we have this situation where a lapped car is a bit quicker and they're totally allowed to unlap themselves. Just need to find a safe way to do it. And then they also don't want to interfere with that battle, of course, for position. So it's a spicy situation for the 93 car now, what to do. Definitely losing a bit of time here and there. And I just heard a weird noise. It was just a weird noise. Don't see any yellow flags. We continue with the racing. Xavi is still catching 14 seconds the gap to Toto. But Toto Wolff being very, very consistent. 2/17s all the way. And Xavi the same, but 2/16s. That's the difference for now. Oh, and the driver into the pits too. Racer decides to pit. Maybe that's a smart decision, goes for the undercut. Fresh tires. Maybe gets a couple of laps in clean air and show the pace of that car. It's also probably good for hijack Petty. Oh, they just jumped incredibile, the DC team. They went into the pits early as well. 93 car still needs to pit, but made some good progress this race, and who knows, towards the end of the stint and towards the end of the race, top 10 finish very much possible for the team. So incredibly mostly lapping 2-minute 18s by the looks. And Razor is back out on track. He has definitely a bit of a clear track at the moment. Can he use the pace with the fresh medium tires? Maybe jump the Russian driver. I also spotted that BMW was a bit better on fuel. Also, like, no, it's close to underfueling the car. I don't know. It's probably the thinking. Track position probably better. It's easier than to defend than to attack at this one. So Ruslan is staying out, and in the previous stints in the car, they usually ran a very long first stint. Lap 31, 32, something about that. It's 50 seconds at the moment. Keep that in mind when Ruslan decides to pit. Jaylee, just see that into the pits. Plenty of fuel remaining with tires, but he's just cutting that stint into halves. It's easy. Xavi 12.3 seconds, so the trend is still his friend, and getting closer and closer to the number 12 car. And the gap between Toto Wolff and Simon, 2 minutes 26. Simon's still threading the needle. Oh, Xavi decides to pit early. So you see 31 leaders remaining. Speed Hunter. Oh no, maybe trying to cover. So usually they ran longer distance, so they have the flexibility definitely to adjust the strategy depending on the race situation. And I was a bit confused with the other TDR car. It's actually Ruslan that is in a battle with Racer, not Speed Hunter. And still, I was with the correct team. And okay, Ruslan staying out. The gap dropped under 50 seconds. So maybe the undercut already worked for Razor. Still no cars around. You see one blue arrow, but that's 4 or 5 seconds up the road. 2:17.4, so definitely a bit quicker again compared to the laps where he was driving behind Ruslan. So it will be close, let's put it that way, after the pit stop. Number 12 into the pits now as well. Probably also reacting on. But look at the difference. We saw Xavi, they pitted with 31 leaders remaining, Toto Wolff with 13. That's a huge difference. We have a very slow refueling speed as well. So this could be up to 10 seconds gained during that pit stop, and that gap should be probably less than 10 seconds. So Toto Wolff still refueling, Xavi coming across the start finish. Now Toto Wolff released, still in the pit lane where Xavi comes round. Lasurs, Toto Wolff still slow, pit limiter active now. He can put the power down. Where's Xavi? Eau Rouge entry. Toto Wolff on the exit of the pit lane. And here's Xavi with the run. Whoa, it is so close. I didn't expect it to be that close, but look at that, the difference. At the strategy, and Xavi gets past just before Lake Home. So again, another great strategy call for Erics with the fuel saving ability of that Ferrari. Jumping Toto Wolff and the number 12. So Erics Racing up to P2. Again, the leader is pitting now, and Toto Wolff, what's the thinking now? Can they stay with Xavi for a bit? Probably we also saw that the number 4 car was caught in traffic, but got out of the way, so didn't impact this one. And now the question is, can Toto Wolff stay with Xavi for the rest of the stint? Judging the previous lap times, it's highly unlikely. Because Xavi was lapping 1 second per lap quicker, but maybe Toto Wolff needs that reference, that car to follow. Great exit out of the bus stop chicane for Xavi. 8/10. Another good exit out of La Source, and this might be it already. 9/10. Nearly a second. But this is exactly what Xavi needed. Good run. Another crucial sector to get away. Gained another 10th on Toto Wolff, and this is the difference between the two drivers, probably. Final turn, and La Source and Arouge Radion, and looks like Xavi is gone. 1.5, yeah. Crucial couple of turns. Middle sector, maybe a small chance for Toto Wolff to get back into that slipstream. That Audi R8 seems to be very good handling high downforce settings on that car. So would be crucial for the team to stay in striking distance as long as possible. So through that middle sector, not losing any time. But then it will be the final sector now. Exit of Stavelo, good run for Toto. 1.2. It all comes down to the bus stop chicane for Xavi. If he can nail that section again, he will be gone, I guess. Not this time. Close. 1.4. So the magic number 1.5. So he just got it then. In La Source, I think he got it now. 1.5. Again gaining a 10th. And then just flat out Arouge and Radion top. And yet Toto unable to go that pace. So different philosophy with the setups, clearly. And now 1.8, and that's probably it for this stint. So Toto Wolff in P3, still a nice gap to Jay Lee in P4. GT Racer currently in 5th, Speed Hunter in P6. And Stick Sander in P7 with Sticks TC right behind. So what happened with that one? Okay, Sticks TC pitted. Stick Sander still running on those mediums since the start of the stint. So that's why, but not for that much longer, I guess. 2 more laps maybe, is it? And we go back to this one, Ruslan versus Racer. It was 50 seconds, now 46.8. So I say that undercut worked for Racer. Should be ahead of Ruslan. The question is, how long will they stay out? He go for another lap? It still looks like the time Racer gained so far should be enough to push him past Ruslan Starinov and up to P9. And incredibile for the DC team in P11, Hijack Patty for Transatlantic Racing P12, also with some fresh tires. And Sophenius in P13. They pitted and repaired the damage. So all good again for the car. Let's keep on rolling. And as expected, that gap opened up very quickly now. Toto Wolff doing the things they did before the pit stop, so lapping consistently 2-minute 17s. And the Chevy another 2-minute 15 last time around. But that pace a bit too much for Toto at this stage. What's Simon doing? 50 as well. Yeah, looks like a nice little Sunday drive at this stage. And let's go back to the upcoming battle. Here we go into the pits. It is for Ruslan. And Racer 45 seconds the gap. So, still in the pits now, changing the tires, putting in some fuel where his Razor comes around, crosses the start finish, and La Source next up. Still see Ruslan refueling. Ooh, wrong direction. Oh. Cut it short with the fuel. There's Razor entry of, but he got past Ruslan. Ruslan's still in the pit lane. Oh, look at that. So what's the gap? 8-9 seconds maybe, I don't know. It's already at the end of the Camel straight. Ruslan now just the exit of the pits. Yeah, that's 12 plus seconds. So wow, that was a massive undercut. Gained a couple of seconds on the track, but I think also during the pit stop itself. So I think that was a nice strategy call so far for Racer. P9, Ruslan P10. Stick Xander in the pits now. So Sticks TC back up to P7. Whoop. Pick up now. I need to drink. That's a sign. Shadow Chef. Of course, we can see P1, but nothing happening. You're just gaining on the competitors. 2:36 the gap to Xavi. Unstoppable at the moment. But we can admire the driving, so sure, we can do that. And also have a look at the lap times. Won't be at 2 minutes 15 by the looks. Still a quick one. So Xavi in second and Toto Wolff in third. Then Chaley in P4. But past some back markers, so this is it's the 93 Porsche GT Racer. As I said earlier, the big movers since the start of the race qualified P13 up to P5, and Yalugi, we will go to P12 in a second. So why do you want to see the Porsche? You want to see your car. That's P13, I guess. So the gap is nearly 3.5 minutes between P12 and P13. If you are interested in that. Here we go. Back to GT Racer and Speed Hunter. Not much has changed for them. Doing really quick lap times, no doubt about that. But the same goes for GT Racer for Clockwork Motorsports. Let's have a look at Styx TC. Back in the 217s. Nearly 1 minute the gap to Stick Xander. "35 seconds to Razor." They're probably gaining, and Razor found another gear. By the looks, 13 seconds the gap to Ruslan in P10. 35 to Stick. So every second counts towards the end of the race. So we will still keep on pushing, try to bring that gap down as much as possible. And we are roughly half an hour away from the next driver swap. Still a couple of laps to go to find some time. Didn't see too much of the DC team, as mentioned earlier. Very uneventful race so far. One minute 30 the gap to P10. That's a big gap. the goal has to be to finish in the top 10. Definitely for the team. Hijack Patty for Transatlantic in P12. I had a great couple of laps when they were close with Razor and Ruslan. Now without that reference, it's a bit up and down the last couple of laps. 18th and 17th all around. And Simon is looking to improve the fastest lap, I reckon. At some point, 2 minute 15th high. Not too far off the personal best and the fastest lap so far. Also, Xavi again, a great run, a great stint. P2 for Eric's Racing, scoring some immense points for the overall team championship if it stays like this. And Toto Wolff decided to go for some 2 minute 16s instead of running 2 minute 17s all the time. We got bored of those 2 minute 17s probably. Oh, I just realized a bit of a makeup here going on with the overlay, so commentary by Jaeger, not by everyone else. No one told me, by the way. Chat, pay attention. Right, a little bit of admin work in the background, all good. Everything under control. By the looks. EP Racer 2:16s, great lap time, Speed Hunter as well. 2 minute 15.8 last time around. Yep. Pushing, that's all you can do for the number 5 car after that unlucky disconnect in the previous stint. They need to find some pace, and let's see, so 38, 44, that's a big gap. Podium probably out of reach. That's basically a lap down on the podium. But hey, keep on pushing, never give up. You know all those motivating catchphrases. And yeah, what else is in there for you? If the weather isn't helping, like such a perfect race day so far here at Spa-Francorchamps for the ERF 24 hours. So good for the drivers to have a clean race, but hey, we could deal with a little bit of rain drama. No doubt about it. So again, I think good shout from the GT Finland racers with that strategy to use the undercut and the slightly under fueling to get past the number 4. And outside top 10 we still have EC Team 29 entry, Nissan GTR 93 Porsche for Transatlantic Racing, and 47 CLR Ray Racing AMG. And just spotted a little bit of damage again. So probably lap 30, where we see the 2:31 that time hit the wall somewhere. Well, then let's run with the leader again. 14 laps to go. Oh, that's 14 times 2, 28 plus a bit. Say 30 minutes roughly until the driver swap. Let's quickly see the lap times. 2:15 high, twice in a row. Not able to get a bit closer to the personal best, 0.6. But still bloody quick. Oh, purple. Is this the lap? We see wind. That's the wind help. I don't know. The number 4 car sitting in P6, if I'm not mistaken, Roadrunner. No, that's the number 5, so it's in P10. Then Ruslan driving the number 4. 15 seconds behind Racer. Oh, still not completely out of reach. But losing time after the pit stop. The Racer with more pace after the pit stop. And most likely will increase that gap a little bit until the end of this stint. Also 30 seconds to stick Sander. Racer gaining a little bit on the American driver as well. let's see, we didn't miss the new fastest lap. It was close. 2 minute 15.7. It's the final stretch. And those sparks really looking good in those conditions. And let's wait for Simon. A bit down, not by much though. We see a BMW. He lapped again. Is that sticks? TC it is. Gets the blue flags. And probably I don't know how quickly Simon is approaching. It could be by the end of the lap. Easy overtake before the bus stop. Simon seems to be on a mission to improve the fastest lap at some point. Fuel is low, tires still okay. Here we go. Slightly purple, gets a little bit of a toe as well. This could work. So if Sticks is helping, oh yes, still has a big gap to not impede Simon. Oh no! Disconnect for the number 12 car. Not quite, so number 12 car running in P3 disconnected. Lap 41 it is. Oh no! More work to do in the background for the rejoin. Number 12, such a good race so far, but now the DC gods decided to don't show mercy. So lap 41, that's 12 laps to go. With a lap down, alright. Got it sorted. Looks like just under 6 minutes. I think we should be safe now to get the stint to the end without seeing some rain. That's leader on lap 44, so 10 more laps to go before the driver swap. Everything under control. 2 minute 36 the gap to Xavi in P2 and the 66 car with those disconnects. find themselves on a podium position. 4 minutes behind the leaders. Clockwork Motorsports again, like moving up the order ever so since the start. Just can repeat myself. P13 now running P4. And the number 5 in P5, Speed Hunter for TDR. The second Clockwork Motorsports team with the Styx TC in P6. And Stick Sander for Sector 7 Racing in P7. The number 7 in P7, so number 5 in P5, number 7 in P7. Interesting. Razor P8. Ruslan in 9th. And Incredibile in P10 for now. There will be some rejoins happening. Probably will drop down to P11 again. Hijack Patty. Gap under 1 minute to Incredibile, so gaining a little bit, I guess, and Sophonias in P12. Oh, they decided to repair the damage. Right. Interesting call. We missed being on board with the fastest lap. Ah. Damn it, Simon. Oh, he's still going. Let's go on board. See. The magic. Have a look at the inputs. So smooth. Taming that huracan. Yeah. It looks so easy. Oh, what a sector split. 2.5 tenths. Yeah. The impressions didn't lie. That was a great middle sector. Oh, the rear stepping out. Ah, that final part cost him probably the new fastest lap. It was close, so great lap still. So, and I have to put in the rejoin times for other teams. Right, and we're getting closer to the swap sequence again. get the next stint prepared. Oh, looking good. Right. Where is Ray Racing? Yeah, we don't know. No, they had a disconnect, unfortunately. 4 laps ago. It just happened. It just happened. Yeah, rip. It looks like no one is saved for this event. That's a bit of a shame, yeah. But it's not something that is within our control, unfortunately. Sometimes it's just a little hiccup in the connection, and still with that calculated rejoin time, they will be round about P4. So it's not everything is lost. I think so. Just oh, it's 5 minutes 48 seconds. Oh, that's E6 by the looks after the rejoin. So I think that's sorted so far. The rejoin times have been communicated with the teams, so let's hope we see all 14 teams back on track for the next stint. And we'll see Simon lap 48. That's 6 laps to go. Xavi in second. Jaylee in third. Next up, it's GT Racer in P4 for Clockwork Motorsports. Speed Hunter in P5 for TDR. Styx TC. Second, Clockwork Motorsports team Stick Sander for Sector 7 in P7. Razor E8. Didn't gain that much on Xander. Ruslan also now keeping that gap fairly stable. Incredibile P10 1 minute 35, and Hijack Patty is gaining on the DC team driver. And in P12 the 47 for CLR Ray Racing. So no real battles at the moment, or spaced out by quite a bit. Bit of a summary for the first half of this race. Nearly 12 hours in, 12 hours to go, and the 64 being the dominant car of this event, so far being the only car on the lead lap. Well, that's impressive stuff, no doubt about it. Dominating those stints so far, no matter what so far. Simon with the second stint of the event. We had Pole Sitter doing 2 stints as well, Slipstream, and also Wax, your Strapper, the drivers for the team so far. Biggest mover. I think it's a tie so far. Eric's they started P11 after qualifying, now running P2, and Clockwork Motorsports started P13 running P4. So both with some great progress, and that's also why they are sitting in the overall championship P2 and P3. So, very steady, quick drivers, well-balanced team. That's what you need to be successful in those events. And the GT Finland Racers, the 66 car, running in P3 with, of course, the unlucky disconnects for some of the competitors. So the number 5 had a disconnect, the 6 disconnected twice now, the number 12 just a couple of minutes ago. But yeah, also a story of this event so far, I think. Plenty of disconnects. We were hoping for stable connections. Sometimes we don't know why it happens. And with the game design, it is tough. So you can't rejoin the lobby and continue the racing. Unfortunately, if you're out, you're out. So you have to wait until the next stint. And then, yeah, it's a compensation formula in place to treat a disconnect something like a mechanical failure. So basically, the car would need to pit and would need to have some repairs going on. That's basically what we are trying to replicate with that rejoin formula. So you're losing some time with the disconnect just because you're not actually racing on the track, but you still get the chance to rejoin the race. So it's tough, a tough pill to swallow, no doubt about it. But you have to look at the bright side. You're still in the race, and I think the goal is to finish this event after 24 hours of racing. So we have Simon Starting lap 51 any second. And so that's 3 more laps to go, roughly 7 minutes until the driver swap starts. Fuel is getting low as well, and again some incredible pace over the last couple of laps here. It's the final push by the looks for the stint, trying to maximize that gap. 2 minute 39 at the moment to Xavi in P2, and Xavi is not slow by any means, but still probably lost 15 to 20 seconds overall during that stint. And the 66 car in P3 trying to... Oh,
Everyone.
I hear voices in my head. Is it just me?
Oh my.
No.
I hope they're not scary.
No, it's all good. I'm still awake. I'm still good. The disconnects kept me busy, right? The swap, yeah. The story so far, unfortunately, too many disconnects.
Well, if anything,
Yeah.
the game is being very consistent, I suppose.
It is. So I think the quality itself was quite good in the lobby. Not much lag during the races, but unfortunately some disconnect. So what is worse?
As racers, we seem to forget too. Many of us have families. There's things going on in the background of our homes.
Okay, yeah.
Wherever it is that we're right. You might have the kids on the PlayStation in the other room playing a game online with their buddies. You might have the wife watching something on Netflix in the living room. You might have the daughter listening to music on Spotify on her phone in the kitchen. So sometimes it's just a blip in the Wi-Fi.
It is.
That's really all it takes in these lobbies to disconnect a racer.
Sometimes it is, or just you have a family member just decides everything is so slow. I restart the router, right? Boom.
Or that. I'm sure that has happened in the past. Yes, for sure.
We heard that. Yeah. True stories. It is. So, lap 52. I need to prepare the driver swap sequence now. So we'll stay with the leader to don't miss it, and just waiting for my edit mode to come on. It's so slow today. Hopefully I don't jinx it.
Alright, so this is been a really, really long run without our virtual safety car here. So far in the race, very dry race so far, so it is a racer's condition racetrack here so far this weekend, as we are basically at the 12-hour mark here, halfway point of our race this weekend. And now it's kind of a chase down to the checkered flag at this point, so every racer has now gotten themselves involved within this race, I'm sure to some extent or another, from each of the respective teams, and everybody's kind of got a feel for the rhythm and the pace of the racing, and it's kind of game on now. So still got a long ways to go. We're still going to see some just pace driving, everybody just trying to stay consistent, keep the cars alive in one piece, of course leading up into those final couple stints of the race. But now is definitely the time that the drivers and the teams are going to start to feel a small sense of urgency to start to try and really close up gaps, if at all possible, here now in these next transitions over the next 6 stints here.
Yeah, and I think one more stint and we should see some daylight again. So probably the final night stint. Also pick up a relief for some of the drivers and the teams.
Well, and I mean, everything point, the sun starts to potentially come out. Obviously, your visual reference is much, much better. But I mean, you can already see on the racetrack that it's not as dark as it was, say, 2 or 3 hours ago. You could tell that, those daytime hours are definitely starting to dissipate slowly but surely. And I'm sure that's kind of going to be the trend, probably moving over the next couple hours. Is ever so slightly the track may just start to look a little lighter, a little lighter.
Yeah, maybe morning hour brings some rain. it's like, I don't know.
It's surprising.
No.
Spa is
Yeah.
very famous for its weather being very unpredictable, and right now it's unpredictably not being unpredictable, I suppose, for a lack of a better way to put it. But I mean, interesting race so far for sure, and still a long ways to go and a lot of work to be done yet.
So with Diamond now coming through Puhan, so roughly a minute away from entering the pits, and then swapping over to probably another one of his really fast teammates in that 64.
It is. It's actually going to be Wax coming back
No way.
to take the helm here.
Really quick, yeah.
I mean, Simmons been putting in some blazing times here to finish this run off before he hands the car over to his teammate Wax. So it's going to be interesting to see how Wax can try and capitalize on that absolutely just crazy performance that Simmons been putting on here in the last 35-40 minutes here.
2:41 the gap to the next car, so 1 lap plus 15 seconds ahead at this stage. So what a performance.
I mean, you really got to think at this point in the race already at the 12-hour mark with that kind of performance coming out of the Lamborghini here. I mean, right now, if you're just tuning in as a viewer for the first time, you already think that this race could potentially be over. But with 12 hours remaining, that can turn around just as quickly on any team here.
Yeah.
So the 2-minute gap isn't that much really in the grand scheme, especially with this disconnect factor that we are seeing here tonight, knocking on wood, that we have a good clean stint this time around. But it has been a plaguing issue that's definitely turning races upside down here today. And, mechanical failures plague racers every day of every race of their lives, I'm sure. And it's no different here tonight. Mechanical is definitely playing a major part of these teams here today. And we do have Wax now exiting pit lane here, so game on.
Game on, yeah, here we go.
All right, I believe it's that Ferrari that is next up in the list here, if I'm not mistaken, judging by what I'm seeing here. So another position gain there as well by the, was it Eric's racing team, I believe?
Yep.
Really, really putting out a great performance there in that Ferrari to get back up into the thick of the fight for potential top of the podium here.
Yeah, mentioned earlier, so they one of the big movers started P11 this event, now running P2. That's not too shabby, right? After being P2 12 hours of racing. Not too shabby, exactly.
Small victories definitely good for the momentum for the team. I mean, in any professional sports, momentum is a huge thing. And when you got the momentum on your side, boy, it can be powerful. And there's definitely a couple teams out there right now that seem to have all the momentum on their sides on the racetrack here at the moment.
Yeah, definitely helping like the entire team to see like, yeah, we're in this, we are running on the podium after not the best qualifying, but this also shows us qualifying is not that important in those endurance races, especially in those long 24-hour races.
Boy, you are stepping on a dangerous waters there, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think that's up for argument, really, to think about it. Talk to the teams that gave their heart and souls just to get into the race to even compete for the checkered flag here today. I mean, you said you had over over 20 entrants for the race here
Yeah,
today,
yeah.
only accepting 14 drivers for the race. So, I mean, the qualifying potentially was actually more competitive and more important than the actual race itself here. When you think about it, there is probably teams sitting there right now on the outside looking in going, we would be in better shape right now. Oh, if we only qualified better, right?
Yeah, so we say the
So,
pre-qualifying was pretty intense, yeah, and important.
I would
Because
imagine. I missed the broadcast, unfortunately, so I didn't get to see the intensity of that pre-qualifying. But qualifying, to some of these races does matter because if you can get a good clean break from the pack very early on in these endurance races and get that early 30-second gap in the first 2 hours of your run, I mean, you're really setting your team up for potential success right off the bat. So I think it's hit and miss there. I think the argument's always there, no matter what
yeah,
what you throw out there or put the situation out. There's always two sides to every coin. But I gotta tell you, the syndicate section racing team right now is just looking unstoppable here at the midway point.
pretty much, yeah. So we have, I think, two teams back on track for the next stint. Next up will be the 66 car.
And we do have Slim out here for the Eric's Racing team here in
Okay.
stint number 7, as he has just gotten out and is just starting to get his outlap underway here. So get some heat in those tires, and a big order here in stint number 7, 2 minutes and 41 seconds being that order, and the goal, knock it down as much as possible.
As always, yeah. So next swap should be happening within the next 20 seconds or so. It's the 66 car, the BMW, and waiting for the next BMW, Blockwork Motorsports. It is also big movers, P13 qualifying up to P4.
And then there's the other side of the coin. So qualifying isn't important. Having a good race are this team right now, and they've gotten themselves in a very good position on the grid here so far. But we're only at the halfway point. Still a whole lot of race left to go.
That's it, yeah. And then they're probably asking, what if?
I think the teams are trying not to even think of the what if right now, with how frequently it's happened here over the last few hours. I really feel that that's something that potentially crew chiefs, engineers, and drivers, it's one of those, it's an unmentionable right now here, I think, at Spa, and all 14 of these drivers are really hoping to take that checkered flag at the end of 50 laps here under their own power of the engines underneath the hood of these cars, hopefully. So that's what we're looking for here, and hopefully all goes well. But there we go. The BMW is out here and flying here now. 1 minute 35 seconds in behind Slim, and just about 2 laps down here to the overall race leader right now, currently as it stands here in hour number 12.
So we're waiting for probably 1 minute before the next swap, so I will go full screen for you and stay around in the background as usual.
And we do. We have Fausto just heading out here as our race leaders just come back around the racetrack here. Leader, and immediately not messing around here, swinging that car side to side up to Camel Straight here, try to get some immediate heat into these racing tires, try to get that grip there as quickly as possible. So again, try and close that gap up as much as possible. The podium is there, less than a minute away, and we've seen these gaps be open and closed in chunks throughout these 2-hour stints so far leading into this race. Roadrunner now out on track here as well for the Mercedes. And all said and done, looking pretty solid here on the racetrack as well. And I believe what you said, TDR is this team, if I'm not mistaken. We're getting there. We're figuring it out here.
Good job.
We've got RA's Honor coming out here now in 6th place here as... Ooh, a little bit of potential lag there, I think is what we saw there. It looked like there was contact with the pit exit wall there, but there would most certainly be damage if that was the case, and we don't have damage. So the Audi is moving and grooving here in the 6th position.
That's nice to see. So they disconnected on the previous stint, so they're running in P6. So as I said, not everything is lost.
There is
they were running P3, disconnect drop down to
that was
P6
our
still.
second place team there at one point in time, just a little while ago.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
they
now
were,
I can
yeah.
see the car, but there is definitely a little bit of lag with this particular car on the racetrack here. There's also a little bit of lag with our Ferrari driver up in second place here. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, but definitely a little bit of instability in these two drivers here currently on the racetrack early on in the stint. Hopefully everything settles down as everybody kind of gets underway here. But it is Wax, and he is going to try and continue to work on that amazing stint put forth by Civic just in the last previous 2 hours. Right now is cooking pretty good here very early on in the stint. I mean, the car's got a full tank of fuel in it, so it's a little bit heavy right now, and on a fresh set of racing tires, but the pace is definitely moving right now, almost touching into 215s right off the bat here. So
Yep.
I think this is almost just trying to put their stamp on Spa here right now, and now for the last remaining 12 hours.
Yep.
It doesn't seem like they are going to just settle in, manage that gap. It seems like they want more, and they're just going to continue to push here, but we'll have to wait and see how that progresses here over the next 12 hours, a little less.
It is not purely a message to all the other teams. We are not slowing down. No way.
And we got Harem coming back out here in 7th position here now, a minute and 9 behind the Audi of Honor, the pilot right now. So moving and grooving our drivers here. They're getting out, they're getting on track, and again, you know, that tough transition, they have to take the information that's being passed from the drivers that were just in the car before them, try to apply that to how the car feels, how the car is handling, how the track is adjusting and changing. But then they got to get into the car, get out of the track, and start getting it around the racetrack themselves and actually understand how that car is operating on the racetrack themselves. So we have a little bit of a blue flag situation as Hide comes out here in 8th place in the other Syndicate section racing Lamborghini here, and he's just going to give way to the Audi there and tuck in behind. So he has to get those tires up to temperature where the Audi does now have a lap under the belt, a little bit of air pressure built up, and those tires should have a little more grip. So if you can stay in that slip there, that will be an advantage for the Lamborghini. We've got Elias coming out here now in 9th position as well. The final BMW coming out of pit lane here and in 9th place, and very, very close behind here, coming out in behind is Roadrunner as well. So only just a couple handfuls of seconds separating 9th and 10th place here at the racetrack. So we'll be keying in on this here in the early parts of this race to see if we're going to see any of these two drivers close up on each other. It's 14.5, so I was a little bit off on the guess there, but there is one of the race leaders now coming into the equation, and it is the overall race leader here. Wax coming in for the Syndicate Sector Racing Team number 1, if I'm not mistaken. That Lamborghini is, and navigates around quite easily. Obviously been on track here for half dozen laps now, and now kind of starting to settle into that race car and how it feels here on the track in its current condition. And the wind is about 11.3 feet per second, so just a little over a meter per second there for our American friends there that use the other system. Right, so 4 drivers still wait to come out on track here, and everybody is starting to settle into their respective positions on the track here. So blue flag traffic again is going to be definitely a little bit of a factor here throughout the early parts of the stint. Of course, each driver is trying to assert their position on the racetrack and gain on the drivers in front, and of course open up on the drivers in behind. So I'm not sure if we're going to quite see full on pushing to try and close those gaps yet, but I think we're going to see some of these drivers start to lean away from overall consistent race pace and start to go for a little more of a race pace here. We've seen the tire management, the fuel management quite good from all the drivers so far here today. I don't think that is necessarily really the issue here. I think it's now, how do I try and find seconds on the car in front of me here?
So we should see DC team and also Transatlantic Racing out on track.
Absolutely.
Any
GTR
second,
is
so
just heading through Lacombe here right now, as Walter's behind the wheel here. And we just see one of the leaders coming around in behind here. So it seems like every time one of our drivers comes out of pit lane for the driver swap here, they have to deal immediately with a blue flag situation. So talk about getting your head in the game immediately. The moment you leave pit lane, you got to deal with that situation right away. Maybe that's a good thing for the racers to have to immediately just punch your head right into the game right now. Okay, I got a race leader on me. Where is he? I'm not up to speed. I got cold tires. I got to make sure we're in a good spot when he catches up to me. Yeah, there's a lot of things going through the racers' minds here right now. Plus, they don't want to give up any time as well coming out of pit lane. They want to get a good fresh run, get a nice clean outlap, and really get moving as quickly as possible. So there's Sonic coming out here now for the 911 RSR, and they are up a position here from the last time I was in the boost. Now up into, still in the same position, but because there's all 14 drivers on track, it appears that he's up a position currently on track.
But it looks like they lost a little bit of time during the swap, so the gap was 43 seconds.
And we're dead, yeah, up
when
to
heading into the pits. So maybe
yes.
Miscommunication. Maybe the message didn't get through within the team communication channels, whatever they are.
Exactly. Every team has its process and behind the scenes. Alright, so Frost and Servo are just waiting for their drivers to come in here so that they can get into the cars and get out on track and continue on with their races here. And again, some of the disconnects are tough here for the drivers. Some of the drivers paying a little bit of time loss there. Now you find yourself in a different race when that happens, when you have a mechanical failure, and it changes the way that you have to approach the race. So for some of these teams, this 24-hour race has literally become a 12-hour race, and you are handed a 2-lap disadvantage at the beginning of that race, essentially. So they have to completely change their mindset, get into a whole new gear, come up with that plan, and try to execute it the best they can. Alright, let's go take a peek here.
The number 6 should be out on track next, I think. They disconnected. And then we have the 47 being the last car on track. This should be the order.
Alright, so we should
Touching
see
it
coming
now.
out here very quick. Good evening, team. Good morning, Jaeger. How's it going, JP? Welcome in, brother. Hope you're doing good.
JP in the house. Hey.
It was on fuel map 6. Oh, that might explain a little bit of it. Yeah, oopsies, a little bit of time lost there, but hey, a little bit of fuel saved. A small little minor mistake there in that driver swap there, but obviously the crew is on it. They've got that sorted out, so hopefully it didn't cost the team too much time on the track there, but early enough on in the stint there, I mean, really, drivers just trying to warm up the tires anyways, not exactly on pace, so probably not as huge time loss as it potentially could have been, but that's endurance racing, right? Little mistakes throughout the 24-hour process, added to the list of things to try not to do next time out,
Yeah.
Alright, so Honor has 35 seconds in behind Roadrunner here. We're just trying to kind of get these time gaps kind of ingrained into my mind here very early on so we can kind of check the progress of each driver and the chase, so to speak. We got 21 seconds between Hidey and Elias, and again, a little bit maybe having to do with being in the wrong fuel mapping system there a little bit. Definitely going to slow the car down a couple seconds around the racetrack there until they notice that. But Elias also has 21 seconds from 10th place driver Roadrunner, so there are 8th through 10th place that definitely have some great opportunity to close in and create a nice little battle for themselves here in this stint. We've got Walters about a minute and a half behind. It's a little bit of time to make up, but we've seen time gains happen just due to mechanical failure here today, and there we go. Frost is now out on track here, so the Audi gonna give it everything it's got here now. It's got some ground to make up for sure. This has been a tough run for the Ray Racing team here, I think, if I'm not mistaken on that one. And they're still here and they're still giving it everything they got. So that car has been behind the wall a couple of times here. They have absolutely just been working on it. This Audi has just been giving them some grief here in this race this weekend, but they got it back out there and they got it running. So hopefully they've got the issue sorted out with it here, and they can start making
Hopefully
some tracks.
That's it. Yeah.
And there we go.
Twice down the
Final
road at
driver
number 6, and
is
let's
on
hope they stay in the
track.
race. And so that's the sign for me. So I'm gonna take a short break, roughly
Absolutely.
an hour. So and I will be back in the 8. So So
The
see you
machine,
soon.
Jaegers, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause for Jaeger. This guy is huge part of what happens here at the Endurance Racing Federation. Race in and race out. Huge love. Let's get some hearts up in the chat for Jaeger and everything he does. Very integral part of the broadcasting, the production, and what happens behind the scenes here during these live events at the Endurance Racing Federation. Nothing but love for Jaeger. Absolutely fantastic what he does here. Alright, so we got some blue flag traffic navigating. The Porsche just rips past the 47 Mercedes here as Sonic catches up and just completely flies on by here as we have all 14 cars now out, active and moving, turning some tires, leaving some rubber down on the racetrack, and a hyper focus to try and gain time on the next guy in front. So it is wax here, and now that we kind of have everything sorted out here, very early on, consistent pace. Not the blazing pace that we've seen Simon finish with, but definitely a very quick starting pace here, with a very open racetrack right now, no immediate pressure in behind. I mean, the next closest driver is the ERF Racing Team Ferrari here, in second place, and is a little over a lap in behind right now, so there's definitely no immediate pressure here for the Syndicate Sector Racing Lamborghini that is leading the charge here. And that team has been seeing some pretty good success here over the last few weeks in the endurance racing scene here for sure. And we talked about momentum, and right now I definitely think that team is feeling some big momentum with the just outstanding performances we've seen coming from them here over the past 3 or 4 endurance races that we've seen them in here. Alright, rocking and rolling here. We got a minute and a half from third to second place here. One of the GT Finland BMWs here looks like just got around its teammate there actually, as they navigate up the Kemmel Straight heading in towards Lacombe for the 8th time here in the 12 hour. What does that put us at? That puts us at 6 stints complete at roughly 55 laps a stint right now. It'd be 338 laps into this race at this point right now here for the GT Finish BMW driver. So, that's a lot of laps at Spa, man. Yeah, great job here by the racers. Come on, you know Jaeger is not going to miss the opportunity to get some show tunes out. Come on now. It's all about entertainment, isn't it? You don't want me to sing, we'll clear the room out. We'll just keep it singing to Jaeger for sure. But it is Fausto here in 4th place. The gap is 49 seconds to the GT Finland Racing BMW up ahead. So the Clockwork Motorsports BMW is trying to close up the gap here. Not really gaining, not really losing. It's staying pretty flat line there right now for the time being. Got Roadrunner up into 5th place here, is 15.7 seconds in behind Fausto, and has 35 seconds over Honor in 6th place. Now, everybody is moving and grooving here, and this was the Audi driven by Dylan just a few hours ago there, so disconnect. Cost him some time on the racetrack. He's got about 6 minutes behind the race leader here, and that is just about 2.5 laps at this point. But with 12 hours remaining, anything can happen here yet. We'll have to wait and see how it all goes here for our 14 drivers. We got a blue flag situation here with Herbie Hiram in 7th position, and I'm not sure who it is in behind here. It is the ERF Racing Ferrari, our 2nd place team here, just closing in on the BMW. So just stick with this here for now, because it is action, whether it's blue flag or not. You missed it. You did miss it. You're gonna have to go back and watch it now, JP. What can we say? Don't forget to like and share when you do the rewatch, my man. Appreciate you. Good battle here as the 2nd place driver navigates around a GT Finland team car number 2 there. A little bit of a snap there, setting up into the 2nd apex for both the cars there, but they both gathered it up. Definitely felt it coming in underneath of them, and we're prepared for the car to try and fight back a little bit here. So heading into La Source, and Hiram's about 1 minute 17 in behind Honor and has about 1 minute 18 ahead of today. 21 seconds is that gap. So this is what's going on here? We've got Roadrunner Jr. there. we got 2 Roadrunners in the lobby. I'm confused. There we go. Alright, it is 21 seconds ahead of Elias, who's got 21 seconds on Roadrunner. So we got Roadrunner Junior and we got Roadrunner. Alright, noted. So Elias here in 9th place. That took me for a little loop there for a second. Took us a minute to comprehend what was going on there. And, you know, again, not a huge amount of time separating 8th to 9th and 9th to 10th. When we look at the gaps right now in the grand scheme of the size of the gaps on this racetrack and this race right now, these are definitely not that far apart. So, I think those drivers are probably sitting there stressing the most right now at this point in the race as it stands, because that is really the smallest time gaps between drivers on the racetrack currently. Walter's a minute and a half behind 10th place. He's got 43 seconds ahead of TCR Sonic in the Porsche. We've got Frost there in the Audi in 13th. I mean, he is about 3 minutes in behind there. And then we've got Servo, who's about 2 minutes in behind them as well in 14th here. And again, you know, the mechanical failures, all that time loss getting back out of track. But, you know, they're still on track and they're still out there racing. And that is hugely important. So every team accounted for it. I said to the viewers, you know, all 14 teams are going to cross this finish line here in this race. So in another 11 and a half hours time, give or take, we're going to call it 12 probably with transitions and everything going on. We should see hopefully 14 cars come across the start finish line to end this race, and I'll be right there to see if it happens with everybody, as we'll be finishing this thing off, this round of racing with Jaeger in the box with us. So. But it is wax, and I mean, this guy's flying. He has not let up at all. He's just found a nice, good, clean rhythm in this car very early on. And currently the fastest man on the racetrack right now, 2:15.9 is the fast lap currently very early on into hour number 12 here. And closing in on, I believe, our 5th place driver? Is that right? No. Elias, yes. Our 9th place driver. Get it right, Ghost. It's been a long day. I do apologize. Again, we got a lot of family matters going on in between everything that's going on with the racing and that here currently this weekend. So if you know, you know. I'm not going to get into it, but just tired. And definitely ready to attempt to get some sleep here after this stint for sure. So I guess a rest before our final broadcast here with the ERF at the end of the night. But right now it's about stint number 7 and the racing that's happening here. We're in what should be, we believe, would be the final stint, full stint in the dark here in this race. We should start seeing some day conditions starting to turn up for our racers here. Nearing the end of the stint, or maybe just leaning into stint number 8, which means everything will change a little bit. The track's going to start potentially warming up, or, you know, spot it'll break some morning moisture. It's hard to say what's going to happen, but right now it's a little overcast, but it's broken up, and there's still some stars poking through the clouds up above there as the camera guys give us a nice little shot above the race cars, and we got the race leader coming in behind Elias here now, and a little wiggle there from Elias there, and that should allow our race leader Wax to easily navigate around there. You can see Elias just getting out of the way there, just dipping into the inside, allow the race leader to take the racing line into Losaurus. You can see a little thank you coming from Wax there with the flashers, and he's going to continue on with his race in the lead here, and Elias is going to continue on in his race at 9th place, trying to close up the Hidday, but that did cost a couple of seconds there to 8th place, and allowed Roadrunner in behind to also catch up by a couple seconds. So that little transition between a race leader and himself there, costing a little bit of time, but still nothing to be stressing about quite yet. Alright, Roadrunner here in 10th place, gains a couple seconds there, and everybody is just cruising. So Sonic is about 40 seconds in behind. I believe he's about 8 seconds into good right now from when he came out of pit lane, so he is starting to cruise pretty good here. We've got Frost and Servo here in 13th and 14th place, and the drivers definitely got a lot of work to do there, but up to the task and still giving it everything they got in their respective cars here today. Ooh, a little slide there from Wax as he comes in. Where are we? Out of Brussels, pardon me, heading towards Pouan. It's a little hard to tell sometimes where we are on the track in the dark, even for the broadcasters here. Even though we've got the track radar, it's very dark out there for sure. but Wax is just flying here around the racetrack, has not wavered a stitch in his pace here, and the consistency is pretty incredible for the most part. That grouping is within just 3 or 4 tenths. A couple of laps that are a little slightly off tilted by a couple tenths, but all in all, I mean, super consistent stint here so far to start this race off. Start hour 12 off. I'm losing it, chat. Keep me together. Oh my goodness. We've got Eric's here. Eric's racing the Ferrari, and I mean, this driver's been engaged in some pretty good hard battling throughout this race, especially in the early part of the race, and then really just putting in some solid head down stints here. He's got himself back up into second place right now, so really doing a fantastic job here in the Ferrari, and it's just navigated some blue flag traffic there behind as well, so you got some clean racing air here now to navigate. We've got our third place driver now under attack by, I believe, our race leader here. So the race leader is attempting to put the GT finish BMW team one more lap down here. You see the flagman throwing the blue flag down, leading into a Rouge. And you can see the race leader, they're just at about the right perfect spacing to grab some slipstream here and maybe get it done into Lacombe. So you can see he's going to tuck in, he's going to try and get that pull in as quickly as he can here. And into the braking zone there is going to get the job done. So great job there by both drivers to navigate that situation. The race leader continues on through with Snowman now tucked in behind. We've seen this happen a few times here so far today. Can he keep pace with the race leader now? And maybe the race leader helps pull him in towards the Ferrari driver a little bit. Minute 39's that gap. Fausto, 40 seconds in behind. Good morning from the UK. Hello. You're watching For Honor. How you doing, Asylum Racer? We see the race asylum crew starting to come in and watch one of their teammates give it everything he's got here. Right now, 34 seconds behind Roadrunner Jr. in 6th position and the closing. So another 6 seconds gain here actually for Honor on 5th place Roadrunner Jr. here. Since the stint started, he's gained about 14 seconds, so he is definitely cruising right now on the racetrack. We've got Harem here, 1 minute 22 seconds in behind Honor, and I mean, Honor's just flying right now in the mid-pack. Definitely the fastest driver currently sitting in the mid-pack of this field at the moment, in my opinion. We've got Hidey here, the other Syndicate Sector racing team. I hope I'm getting that right now. In the other Lamborghini, number 7 Lamborghini here has a minute 18 to Harem here, and I believe that's about where it was. I'm not 100% sure on that actually, but has 23 seconds over Elias still, so it is maintaining the gap to 9th place, and really that is kind of where I suspect if we're going to see a battle here in this 2-hour run, it's going to be between 8th, 9th, and 10th place in one of those fashions or another, or it might not happen at all. They may just exactly maintain pace with each other, but Elias is about 20 seconds into the good over 10th place driver Roadrunner right now, and that hasn't changed over about the last lap and a half, 2 laps, so everybody's settled back down, settled back into their pace and rhythm, and nobody's able to really gain or lose at this point right now. And I mean, I guess we call that a stalemate, and it's going to be interesting to see. The drivers that start making the mistakes, I guess, are going to be the drivers that are potentially going to lose the position. Got Frost here in 13th. Blue flag is being waved here, and where are we at? Lap 8 here. We're about 37 minutes in here. Things are looking solid here right now. As we continue on in our 24 hours of Spa presented by the Endurance Racing Federation. Welcome in. If you're just tuning in, I am going to be your host for the next hour and a half or so longer here, GT45 Gaming, before we turn it back over to the machine himself, Jaeger, again for yet another stint of commentary and maybe some more singing. If you tune in, you just might get a song. You never know. Alright, so we are now seeing our race leader starting to pick up the pace a little bit here. He's now improved on his fastest lap in the stint here. It's a 2:15.910. I think it was 2:15.98 or 7 just before. So just a small improvement, about a half a tenth improvement there. But as the car starts to lighten up a little bit here, he continues to find just a little bit more pace each time around. You can see he's just a sliver purple there as he comes around into the Paul Frere curve there. And talk about living on the edge right there. You could just see the car just full on wiggling as he was riding the curve there on the exit through the Paul Frere curve, and no issues at all through Blochemont there. And as we head into the chicane here, he is... Well, we're going to wait and see what that lap time is. Nice clean exit out of the chicane, gets the power down really smoothly there. And as he comes across the line, it is a 2:15.672, so Wax is now starting to push the pace here a little bit in hour number 12. We got Slim 2:55 now in 2 minutes and 55 seconds in behind the race leader, has lost roughly about 10 seconds now. Since the driver swap here, we've got Snowman about 1:41 in behind Slim, and again, not really losing, not really gaining. That gap is just staying fairly consistent for the most part, and Fausto is still about 47 seconds in behind Snowman as well from Clockwork Motorsports BMW team. So nothing is really changing. Again, the pace is very, very close with these drivers. The only difference right now is the time split between the drivers. We haven't had anything tighten this race back up. We haven't had any major incidents on the racetrack that have brought out that virtual safety car yet, and that virtual safety car hasn't closed the group up. But even at this point now, if we see the virtual safety car, the only car on the lead lap is our current race leader and the Syndicate Section Racing team. So, I mean, I don't think it really changes that much. It just closes the gaps up a little bit, I guess. But it is Roadrunner Jr. here in 5th place. Honor is still working hard at closing in the gap. It was 36, now it's down to 34 flat here. So lap by lap, chipping away at that gap to 5th place right now and really trying to clock in a good solid run here for this Audi team. I mean, at one point in time in the race here, they were down in 2nd place. The only other car on the lead lap here holding strong, about 20-25 seconds ahead of being lapped down from our race leader, and then unfortunately suffering a disconnect, and then that put them back a decent amount of time here and in 6th place. So you can see that they're a couple laps down here. It's almost suffering a 3-lap down fade at this moment in the race, but they are gaining, and gaining relatively consistently here lap by lap as well. So 34 seconds flat is that time as we hit the Kemmel Street here on lap 14. So the next time we kind of come through the field, we'll just see where that's at, see how Honor's doing here, trying to gain some time back here for the Audi team. It's far too early for Jaeger singing, says the racer. Well, eye of the beholders, I suppose. Harem here in 7th position. Just kind of keeping an eye on the pace here. It's interesting to see the pace differences between where in the lobby the racers are. I mean, Hidey here right now is actually on a slightly better pace of the 7th place driver up ahead, and it shows because he is now starting, it seems like, to close in on that time. Now, we don't get to see the exact tenths when you're over a minute behind on a racetrack, so we can only speculate that it's a little give some, take some kind of situation, but right now the consistency is definitely slightly better. With a little blip on lap 9 there. Then the driver currently he's chasing in 7th place. Now, with that being said, that means Elias is doing a pretty good job here as well. And when we jump over to him, much of the exact same kind of lap times here from Elias as it is from 8th place driver Hidey up in front. So Elias hasn't lost any time at all today. 8th place driver, if anything, gained a little tiny bit of time, just being slightly more consistent over the last half a dozen laps here. And Roadrunner is still exactly that 20 seconds in behind there in 10th position as well. So everybody is just on pace right now, and it's going to be very hard for these drivers to gain this time here. Blue flag traffic, these blue flag situations are really the one thing that are going to potentially help drivers out here. I think at this point, close gaps up to their competitors in the race. You know, the race leaders have been showing some good patience here so far this weekend when having to navigate lap traffic. And the lap traffic's been doing a pretty good job at picking safe spots to give those positions up to the lead lap cars as well. But sometimes that means that the lead lap car is going to sit in behind that blue flag car for 2, 3, 4 corners in order to get that safe position. So it kind of comes down to the lead lap car there. And we do have a blip in lap times here from Wax. Now maybe just navigating some blue flag traffic. And I just slowed him down a little bit there, but that lap 16 there, definitely a little bit slower than all the other laps leading up into it. So it also could have just been a small mistake somewhere in the racing sector, but seeing that he's not too far from a couple of blue flag cars there, I'm assuming it was just navigating some lap traffic there. As you can see, 216 as he comes to that time back around, so right back on that pace that Wax has been throwing down here all stint long. Snowman minute 43 in behind Slim, so not really picking up here. Just managing that gap right now. The second place driver Slim trying to manage the gap to Wax right now, but Wax is just on a different level in the field at the moment here, and he just continues to pick up bit by bit every time around the racetrack on the field. Snowman here 47 seconds ahead of Fausto, so Fausto's not gaining a stick right now on third place up ahead. So I mean, again, kind of in a stalemate position right now are these drivers here in hour 12. Everybody's kind of on the same level of racing right now, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for drivers to gain, but we have a 7.2 second gap between Fausto and Roadrunner Jr. So that is most certainly going to start to get interesting here. I think you could just see the headlights of Roadrunner Jr. coming down in towards Rouge and Laratian. So as we hit the Camel Straight here, you can't quite see him coming up over the hill yet, so not quite close enough, but I mean, the gap is closing. Roadrunner Jr.'s got it down under 7 seconds here, and as he comes up to Camel Straight, continues to close in on the BMW here. So it's about to get interesting here for fourth place, I think. But what else we got? We got Honor 33 seconds in behind Roadrunner. So if Roadrunner is closing in on Fausto and Honor is closing in on Roadrunner, that means Honor is closing in on fifth and fourth place right now at a pretty decent rate. I mean, 2/3 a second over the next few laps. That's going to put him within just a couple handfuls of seconds if he continues this kind of pace on those two guys in front. All right, Harem here. Let me just take a little breath there. Sometimes I feel like I don't forget to breathe. As he's running here 7.5 minutes in behind the overall race leader here, and I'm not sure what the gap is. 127 to Honor. We just have to wait for him to get around the live timing sector before the Paul Frere curve here. And losing just a little bit of time currently right now to Honor, but we've stated, I don't know, half dozen times already in this stint that Honor is just on one here. And definitely hooking up right now and behind the wheel of his racing machine. So Hidey here, a little bit of a early start mistake there. It might have cost him maybe a couple seconds overall at the beginning of the race, but moving and grooving here has gained a second on Harem. But again, you know, it seems like that he's just picking away at very, very small increments at the gap in front in 7th place here right now. And ooh, a little bit of a slide heading in through No Name there. He does gather it back up. That was a little bit of a tense moment. That was one of those slides that could have went really badly there for that Lamborghini, but he gathered it up. He still has, you know, lots of traction, lots of grip left underneath that car. That definitely probably helped, but a little bit of a tense moment there for the number 7 Lamborghini here, and it didn't seem to cost him too much, if any, time there to Harem in 7th place. Alright, so the gap here between Elias and Hidey is 23 seconds. So Hidey has opened up just a little bit of time on Elias, and Roadrunner is Roadrunner Senior, we're going to call it, because there's two in the lobby right now. Roadrunner 7815, I suppose, is the name on screen, is 20 and a half seconds in behind Elias. Now that gap hasn't changed in I don't even know how long, so those three drivers are quite evenly paced currently right now. Got Walter here in the GTR. We got the race leader here just navigating around and heading into the corner there. I think a little bit of neck coating was involved between the two drivers there. It looked like they weren't quite sure exactly how much space was available between each other there, and I don't think it was them weaving back and forth fighting for the space. I really do think it was just a little bit of a lag situation there, and I think that was a cautious pass there by Wax, because it may have looked like that to him there as well. Frost here in 13th position, 14 and a half minutes behind the race leader. That puts him roughly about 2.5 minutes in behind Sonic, and I think that means that he's actually closing in a little bit on Sonic, then if that's the case. And then our 14th place driver, Servo here in the Mercedes, is about the same amount of time behind Frost, who's still right now as well. So they're moving. They're definitely got a good pace going, but, you know, just suffering those mechanical failures and trying to come back from it here. Now, can we get a gap of P1 and P2? Absolutely. As soon as the game gives me 2 minutes and 57 seconds, my man. So, yeah. Just about a lap and a quarter at this point here now between the ERF Racing team and the Syndicate Sector Racing Lamborghini here right now. Wax is definitely on a better pace than the rest of the field here right now. He is a solid half-second faster currently than ERF Racing team chasing, and it shows in that time gap as it continues now to grow lap by lap. And it's a minute 44 between ERF Racing and our third place GT Finland Racing BMW team here as well. So significant gaps, but definitely not gaps that can't be closed up. Hello from a temporarily retired ERF driver here. I like the word temporarily there. That sounds good. That sounds good. Alright, so it's just a lot of maintaining and working and building off of what the driver before you has done, and the driver before them, and the driver before them at this point. But, you know, the Lamborghini right now is just solid here around spot. This team definitely has the car set up, figured out here for this car. And the track combination here this weekend, and it shows with the being the only car on the late lap right now. If they could pass themselves and lap themselves and put themselves a lap down, that may potentially have happened by now, as they are just on one this weekend, without question of a doubt. The ERF Racing team here, though, they have been up, down, up, down, up, down, but kind of in between, you know, first through fifth place. Have been battling hard, and right now rewarded with a second place positioning on the racetrack as the race stands here, almost 13 hours in now. And a good sizable gap to third place, the GT Finland BMW team there at minute 44 as well. So this here is a good show of the pace of the drivers, because they're just not gaining on each other. It's actually pardon me. If it were you know, the top 5 or 6 drivers still in the late lap and the safety car came out, we got that restart, I think that the battle between the top 5 or 6 overall drivers would be pretty intense for the first probably 10-15 minutes of that restart, because the pace difference between them really isn't that much. And then when you factor in the slipstream and the close quarters racing, I mean, yeah, you really could set up for a potential really good fight. But you know, these drivers are on point here this weekend and haven't made the big mistake yet to bring the safety car out. So that in itself is not a bad thing. And we got Fausto here in fourth place now, 47 seconds behind Snowman there. The Clockwork Motorsports BMW, again, not gaining, not losing right now. That gap is really just kind of staying constant there. But the one thing he does need to worry about is Roadrunner Jr. in fifth place here. And I mean, the gap is 4 seconds. It was 6, it was 7, it was 8, it was 12. Now we're down to 4. There is a blue flag car in between the two of them here. A blue flag car to these two racers here right now anyways, and that is the Ray Racing team Audi there, I believe in 13th position, trying just to get up and make up as much time as they possibly can. So it's number 12's Horror. Yes, I know, right? I know. For sure. But 4 seconds is that gap here, so the number 5 Mercedes here is a little bit quicker right now than our fourth place driver Fausto. So Clockwork Motorsports BMW potentially going to start feeling the heat here over the next half dozen laps potentially. And I guess the bigger question is, it looks like the Audi of the Ray Racing team there has some pretty good pace here in front of Roadrunner Jr. and the Mercedes here as well. So is he potentially going to try and use that Audi to close that gap up a little bit more to Fausto as well? And you can see the gap is still closing. It's 3.7 seconds. Let's jump on board here, actually. with Roadrunner Jr. here as he tries to close in on the Clockwork Motorsports BMW. Now, obviously, that's not the car directly in front, but it is the car that just went around the entrance of the chicane there, the first part of the chicane. Ooh, and a little snap there from the Mercedes as he was setting up around the first part of the corner, but again, anticipated it, caught it, and didn't really seem to lose any time at all there. If anything, he actually gained on the Ray Racing Team Audi there in front, and a very tight entry into La Source there. You can see the Audi had all kinds of power down very deep into the exit there, manages to keep the car underneath of him there, and I don't think he wants this Mercedes to catch up and get that position back on him. I really think that he's in a rhythm right now and he doesn't want to break that rhythm, so I think that this Audi in the front is working really hard to try and stay ahead of Roadrunner Jr. and Mercedes, but I think it's just a matter of time here before it finally happens. We'll have to wait and see, but it does seem to be like the harder you try to push your car right now this early in the stint, the more that you're just going to pay the price with time here. So the Audi had a pretty decent sizable lead over the Mercedes, and now you can see it's only about a second here separating the two. Again, that is a blue flag situation. That is not the potential battle developing here on the track. That battle is just a little further ahead there at the car ahead of the white Audi that we're watching here through the windscreen of Roadrunner Jr.'s Mercedes, and that is the goal. So that is what the driver sees right now. He is aware of the situation. He knows that that is a positional battle just up ahead of that blue flag car there, and really he's working hard at just trying to continue to close the gap. 2.9 seconds is that overall gap there. So working hard here as Roadrunner Jr., and again, this is kind of the battle on the racetrack right now, so we're gonna just hang with it and stick it out here for a couple laps and see if Fausto can start opening the gap back up, or if Roadrunner Jr. is going to continue to charge in closer and closer. But 2.5 seconds is that gap now, and you can see the Audi is closing in on the backside of Fausto there as well, so definitely no lack of pace in the Audi there on the racetrack. But I think that is helping the Mercedes close in. Mercedes just kind of on the tail end of the slipstream range here too, as well as the Audi and behind as they head through Blochemont there and heading into the chicane. Who is going to be the best of the breakers here, I guess, out of the three of them? Who's going to gain and who is going to lose as we come out of the corner? And I mean, Fausto seems to be the big gainer there. Grows a couple tenths over that Mercedes chasing just in behind that Audi now that is beaming at the back end of Fausto's BMW here. So good little spicy battle happening right here on the track. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Heading up Au Rouge and Lédion, heading into the Keppel Straight. You can see Fausto's car just up ahead there, really low to the ground, just dragging sparks all the way up that sector there. And definitely looks like it's set up with very high downforce setup here for cornering ability. So the cars that are running a little less downforce are going to have some straight line speed. And maybe that's where we're seeing the difference between the two cars. I'm not really sure. I know that the Mercedes and the BMW are fairly similar on acceleration point and top end speed. So right now it is Roadrunner Jr. is a little bit better around the racetrack. That is for sure here. And potentially getting a little bit of help from the Audi driver, our 13th place driver there as well, in between the two at the moment. So these guys are chilling right now. And 2.3 seconds is the gap. And I mean, I know the moment that we go into a little run through here on the field is the moment that something crazy happens and we miss it. So we're really just going to stick with this here for a few more minutes and see what happens. We're keeping an eye on the track radar there. We have lots of cars all in very close proximity of each other here on the racetrack, but they're all not in positional battle, so to speak. Alright, so let's jump on board with the 4th place driver, the driver who is trying to fend off the charge of Roadrunner Jr. in behind here. And I mean, that gap is closing quickly, 1.7 seconds. He's now got the Audi absolutely in there, breathing down his neck right now. Now that Audi is lap traffic to the Clockwork Motorsports BMW, and a little bit of a bail right there from the Audi under braking there, is just avoiding some contact on the Clockwork Motorsports BMW. That was great avoidance actually right there by the Audi, not to get into the backside of the Clockwork Motorsports BMW. That was pure reaction right there by that driver of the Audi. It was a great job, and he kept the car on the track and still in one piece and in the right direction as well. So evasive maneuvering there, and that actually it probably helped Fausto a little bit, because Roadrunner had to check up a little bit behind all that as well when the Audi made the mistakes. So he ended up giving a couple tenths of a second back to the Clockwork Motorsports BMW. And you can see in behind there now, Roadrunner Jr. is like, all right, man, you know what? I need to get this guy. I need to go get him. So, hey, I'm coming, and when I get to you, I want the position, right? So that's what that flash is saying here. And as we head into Lacombe's, I mean, the gap is 1.2 seconds. So I do suspect that we are going to try and see Roadrunner Jr. here get around the 13th place Audi driver here as quickly as possible in the first available opportunity here. You know, he's in a rhythm, he's in a groove, he's tracking right now, and he doesn't want to kill that momentum, so he is really working hard here trying to close in on the lap traffic and get around this blue flag car. But I mean, the Audi has pace, he's not giving it up easily here, and I mean, there's still a good two and a half car lengths separating the two drivers, so the Audi doesn't need to succeed the position here right now. There's no need for him to just absolutely give up valuable seconds on the racetrack right at this moment and give it away to Roadrunner Jr. So Roadrunner's just got to keep working here and keep pushing. If he's smart, he's going to use this Audi just to close up closer. That's what I would do right now. Use the Audi, save a little fuel, save a little tire. You don't have to drive the car as hard then. And at some point, that Audi is going to get that slipstream pull for you, pull you in. You can use a slingshot and gauge style maneuver. And there we go. As we head into the Paul Frere curve there, the Audi gets it a little bit wrong, does a good job again at not losing the car underneath him, then makes a mistake under into the next corner there, picks up a little bit of the grass here. So this is going to be some spicy driving there from the Audi, and he is in all kinds of trouble there. He's just absolutely trying to do everything he can to keep the car in from spinning there and not interfering with this battle happening here. He does do a great job. That was a great job right there by Ray Racing Audi. Got himself into a little bit of trouble there. He got into a very tricky sequence of corners where they were just a little bit wrong. You got some dirt on the tires that just compounded the little mistakes that he made, and then turned into a bigger mistake there. But the awareness on the track of where that Mercedes of Roadrunner was in behind, and the awareness to get the car stopped and in moving in the right direction and not interfering with Roadrunner Jr.'s overall push towards Fausto in fourth place there was a really great job. I mean, that's just the skill of the racers on track. It doesn't matter where you are on the racetrack or what your position is. Every one of these drivers is very highly skilled behind their GT3 machinery here today. Alright, so let's go check on Honor here. The gap was, what was that? That was about 33 seconds, 31 seconds, something like that. We're now down into 27 seconds. That was about a half a dozen laps ago. So, I mean, our Honor's doing a good job here, but I mean, Roadrunner is actively closing in on Fausto there in fourth place as well. So, I just wanted to kind of see what this time gap is now. It's not that Honor has slowed down by any stretch of the imagination. He's actually speeding up a little bit here on the racetrack, and he's currently running a purple sector, and he now is holding the fastest lap on the racetrack. So, he is currently the fastest man on the racetrack right now with a 2:15.54, even faster than our race leader Wax. Wax really has just settled into his race here right now. He's in a rhythm, and he's just doing his thing up there in the race lead right now. The gap now 3 minutes between the race leader and Eric's racing team, Ferrari here. So open up another 5 seconds here over that last little fun battle we're watching. We're going to get back to that. I'm sure that battle is far from over here yet. But we're just checking on what's going on here up in the front of the field, and we definitely got some blue flag traffic here being navigated. There's lots of cars in the mix here, as our second place number 11 Ferrari here is slowly but surely just navigating their way through that traffic there. So it is Snowman here, GT Finland, or BMW Racing Team here, 48 seconds over fourth place. Fausto, who is starting to feel a little bit of pressure here. Now, Clockwork Motorsports BMW does not have the Mercedes right underneath of him here. He's just got that car outside of the slipstream range here right now, but Roadrunner is nipping, and now that he's got the Audi out of the equation in between himself and Fausto, it is game on here. And I mean, the Audi is still right there. The Audi is only a couple car lengths in behind the Mercedes here, and I would assume that if a mistake is made by Roadrunner Jr. here, that Audi will be right there to pounce on that mistake and take that position back as well. It's hard to stay away from this right now. Again, we haven't seen a lot of fighting for position here on the racetrack in the last little while due to just the very long green flag run we've had here today at Spa, but we've got one here, and it is between a BMW and a Mercedes right now, and that gap is now less than a second. So Roadrunner has very, very quickly closed into the slipstream range of Clockwork Motorsports BMW, and it's game on. We got the Audi right there still in behind, and now these two are closing in on another lap down car, so it just continues to get more and more interesting. So scenario time. Fausto catches up to this blue flag car quickly, navigates around quickly. With any luck, you know, Roadrunner Jr. gets a little held up behind that car, maybe catches him in a bad sector where he can't get around, starts to build that gap back up. Other case scenario, Fausto catches up to that blue flag car, gets held up by that blue flag car a little bit, allows Roadrunner Jr. to absolutely close up, get on the back door, and this becomes a immediate battle as opposed to navigating blue flag traffic. One of two scenarios here I think is potentially going through both these drivers' minds here right now, and as that gap is less than 3/4 of a second for fourth place between Fausto and Roadrunner Jr., blue flag traffic is most certainly playing a factor, and it is the GTR. I believe our 11th place driver here up ahead of this positional battle for fourth place. So as we head into the chicane to get ready to start lap number 25, it is getting interesting. And look at the Mercedes close in under braking. Got us down to just about half a second here now, and moving into La Source, going to be looking for a huge exit here to try and get a nice run on this BMW up into Rouge and Radion. Here we go. Gets the power down. Nice clean power by both these racers, and it is now a charge up Rouge Radion into the Camel Straight. We have Clockwork Motorsports has a slipstream car up in front, can time it right, might be able to take advantage of that, but the Mercedes is not letting Fausto go anywhere. He is just closing in. It looks like he timed that run into Radion perfectly. And inside battle into Lacombe. This is a battle for fourth place, and blue flag car, had to check him up there, and it's going to be a defensive maneuver right there from Fausto, and he is going to get it done there, and that was really unfortunate there from Roadrunner Jr. As he did not anticipate how slow the blue flag car was going to be going through on the inside line there, and was forced to check up, and forced him out wide into the exit, and boy oh boy, that cost him fourth place right there. He's going to have to set him up and attempt it again here. So coming up to Camel Straight leading into Lacombe, he gets to run right into the braking zone. He gets side by side, gets a beautiful run, but has a car in behind. Dirty air plays a factor. The Clockwork Motorsports BMW just moseys right on through like nothing had just happened there, saying thank you mate, I'll take that back, and good try. So here we go. Let's stay with this here. This is fun. This is exciting. We got two blue flag cars here in the mix as well. Now they are now both in behind these racers, and it looks like we've got about 1.3 seconds now separating the Mercedes and the BMW here again. So here we go. Can the Mercedes close that gap back up and set up another attempted move here? Now, with that being said, RA Honor in 6th place has just closed up an additional 3 seconds on 4th and 5th place while they battled for that position there, while they also navigate around its blue flag traffic. So they have given up a little bit of time there as well to RA's Honor chasing. Now, we have a pit stop being made by Fausto, and that is going to give Roadrunner Jr. 4th place freely here now, and some open racing air to deal with here now. So let's see what he can do with it, to see if he can take advantage of that open air, maybe get a little bit of time gain on however many laps it is he chooses to stay out for in comparison to Fausto in 4th place, and see if he can make some distance between him and what was the 4th place car, who now is in 5th place in pit lane. So that battle is officially over here for the time being on the racetrack, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the end of that battle here yet, as we lead into hour number 13 here for 24 Hours of Spa, presented by the Endurance Racing Federation. So if you're just tuning in, welcome in. We are nearing the end of our nighttime hours here. We should start seeing some daylight racing conditions here in hour, maybe 90 minutes time here. We got Eric's racing team here in the Ferrari, number 11 Ferrari, and currently 2 minutes and 54 seconds in behind Wax and the Syndicate Sector Racing Lamborghini. So that gap was over 3 minutes there at one point and is now back down to under 3 minutes, which means that Eric's Racing is starting to pick up the pace a little bit here and try to close that gap back up again. A minute 2 is the GT Finland BMW as he comes into pit lane here, and that's a good gain. They were a minute 18 behind, so they gained some significant time there. So that kind of tells me that something maybe happened to one of or both of the race leaders there that cost them some time, or that driver's just starting to feel real good behind the wheels of the BMW and really starting to make up some distance here. But we've got Roadrunner Jr. coming around here now in 4th place. Now I guess the bigger question is he going to choose to pit here as we head in around through Blois-Chaumont into the chicane on the end of lap 26, or is the Mercedes, who's worked so hard to get up into 4th place here so far in this stint, looking to continue on around here? And nope, it is going to be a pit stop here coming from Roadrunner Jr. as he takes that dive into the pit lane entry there. And let's see what RA Honor now has in store as he's coming around. That gap is 23 seconds. So, I mean, almost 30 seconds gained here from Honor right now on track, trying to track down the Mercedes of Roadrunner Jr. So, definitely one of our fastest movers here so far in stint number 7. But, I mean, we cannot take anything away from Roadrunner Jr. here either. We just watched firsthand that crazy battle with Faust from Clockwork Motorsports racing team as well. So it is game on here as we start to near down towards the downhill run to the checkered flag. And oh no, our 3rd place driver has just disconnected on lap number 20. Let's go to our race leader here. Lap 29 for the race leader. So I would have put him on lap 28, I believe, or just in towards lap 28 at about the 1 hour 10 minute mark of stint number 7. Unfortunately, the GT Finland BMW disconnecting out of 3rd place there, and you know, we're halfway there. Things were looking good, and we see another car in behind the paddock. So Spa proving to be very tough on these racing cars and the teams here this weekend. It is RA's.
The actual lap.
It would have been 28 for the driver. It would have been lap 28. All right, so Faust, 25 seconds in behind Honor. Now, Honor hasn't pitched yet, so that's obviously going to change. Faust has come out ahead of Roadrunner Jr. here as well. That gap is 6.6 seconds. So Fausto gaining a good chunk of time here on the Mercedes in that pit stop sequence and is going to maintain 4th place for the time being over Roadrunner Jr. So that leaves Harem here 2 minutes 15 seconds in behind Roadrunner Jr. here now as he makes his pit stop and makes that entry into pit lane. Hide is a minute 7 in behind, and about 11 seconds gained overall so far on our P6 driver here so far in the stint. We got Elias 31 seconds in behind. Hide is starting to lose a little bit of pace to the Lamborghini driver in front, but is also starting to lose Roadrunner here in 9th place a little bit as well, as that driver's lost about 6 seconds since we were watching that great battle for 4th and 5th place there. We've got Walter now up into 10th place, obviously with the disconnect of our GT Finland BMW racing team, one of 2 teams here today. day. Everybody below that driver going to be grandfathered up a spot on the racing track here, and race control will sort out that time difference, and we'll see where they sort out in the field here now, coming into stint number 8. So this Sonic here, you can just see the fuel man filling up that Porsche 911 RSR, and they have released that car, and he is now heading back out towards the racing surface. Frost here is in 12th position now. I hit 13th because there was 14 cars on the field, and so far lost only about 10 seconds to Sonic. They're up in 11th place here, and then heading to our 13th place driver, actually gaining some time there on Frost in the 12th position there. So very small gains right now, but they are gains nonetheless. It was, I'm not sure which one of the GT Finland cars it was. Just give me 1 second here to figure out which one it was, which number it was. Not the 67 car. Alright. Something to work with here. Just let me go check our information.
66.
Ah, there we go. The 66 says Jaeger. See? We got backup. We love the backup. Appreciate it. Alright, so Roadrunner here in 9th place. Let's opting to go around again here as well. And Walter is going to continue around and has made a pit stop quite a while ago by the looks of it here, judging by what I'm seeing on my information. We've got Sonic here in 11th position here as well. And Servo here in 13th.
It was mentioned in Discord 66 was leading the FR classification. We had that running, but it looks like there's an FR and MR category sub-race within the race.
Well, what do you, I mean, it is what,
you have to race for something, right?
It's a plaguing problem here apparently today, is the cars are just suffering some form of malfunctions here or there. I guess it's the drivers are holding their breaths. There's some gremlins in the paddock here, and they're doing weird things to our race cars. I don't know, but it's definitely changing the race from stint to stint, that's for sure. Honor currently on a purple sector here as he heads into Lacombe, setting up for Brussels here. So let's stick with Honor here, our 3rd place driver, 5 minutes and 10 seconds behind the overall race leader here. Still has to make that pit stop, so he has one of the drivers up in the front pack that has not made that stop yet. Fausto's chasing about 25 seconds in behind and should get that position back from Honor once Honor does make that pit stop. And Honor actually has the Eric's Racing Ferrari just in behind, so the 2nd place driver is looking to navigate around our 3rd place driver here. And it's unfortunate that we're seeing such big time gaps here now at this point in the race, but that's just the nature of the beast of racing. I do believe we're going to see Honor making a pit stop this time around, though, just based off of, again, what I'm looking at. I don't know if there's going to be enough fuel in the tank to go around one more time for that Audi, to be honest. So we should be seeing a pit stop coming from Honor here as he navigates around Blochemont and he heads in towards the chicane. I do believe we're going to see him peel off into pit lane here, which will should give Fausto 3rd place here. And then number 12 Audi is doing just that, coming into pit lane. So jumping on to GTC's Fausto here, he was in 4th place, but with the disconnect of the GT Finland number 66 BMW, that will grandfather him up into 3rd place here on the racetrack right now. But where that relates to as far as the driver swap goes, that will only be told when the driver swap happens. So I do believe he will leapfrog the GT Finland Racing BMW once that's all sorted sorted out, but that is not for sure. The time gaps are starting to grow a little bit here, and that does make a difference as well. So far. Alright, so... So we're just sticking with Fausto here as he comes around. He heads up into Rouge Laurentillon, is going to jump ahead back of Honor there. Roadrunner Jr. now just heading into that point, and pit exit is right there, and we still don't see the number 12 Audi left pit box yet there. You can see the fuel man is still filling that car up, and you can see they have just released that Audi, so he is going to drop back down into 5th place after that pit stop, and is now going to continue that charge to Roadrunner. Now, the gap was roughly 23 seconds before the pit stop sequence started between Honor and Roadrunner Jr. So we'll let these guys get around a couple of the timing sectors here, get cars up to pace, start to get the tire pressures built up, and then we'll go see what that time difference is between the two after that, see if anything was won or lost in pit lane between the two teams there. Harem here is exactly 8 minutes behind the race leader here right now, and again, because of the pit stop sequence, we're not quite getting full live timing information. That will sort itself out here in a couple laps time. But it is Elias, and Elias is 25 seconds in behind Hide, so Hide continues to open the gap up little bit by little bit. It was at one point down to 21 seconds, now has grown back up to almost 26 seconds, and Elias has grown the gap to Roadrunner quite a bit from started at 26, went down to 20, now up to 30 seconds here. So I would suspect we were going to see 7th, 8th, and 9th place kind of start to close up on each other, and maybe potentially start to battle at the end of this stint, but it looks like that the pace difference really just isn't allowing that to happen. So each driver seems to be making their own form of small little mistakes here and there around the racetrack, and they're taking a little bit of time, which is not really changing anything between the three drivers here currently on the racetrack and their current position on the racetrack. Got Walters about 5, a little over 5 laps currently behind the race leader here right now. I had to do some quick math. That hurt. Just kidding. No. We got Sonic here in 11th place, about a minute and a little bit in behind there. We've got Frost just a little over a minute in behind Sonic there, 1 minute 35 seconds to be precise. And then we've got Servo here now in 13th position, a little bit further in behind Frost there than before, but lost a minute. I'm not sure if there was a complication or an incident on the racetrack. Maybe an extra pit stop had to be made there, but definitely a significant loss of time there to our 12th place competitor in the Audi there. So it is Wax, and he's not letting up. There is no just managed to pace in this Lamborghini today. This Lamborghini is just pedal to the metal, send it all the way around every single lap, and just keep pushing. It seems to be the go-to here right now in the Syndicate Section Racing Team, number 1 Lamborghini here. Team 1 of 2 cars, pardon me. It's the number 64, I believe, Lamborghini. Still not quite light enough out for us quite to see properly yet, but we look up into the sky and it does appear that the sky is starting to brighten up a little bit here in the broken clouds, so the stars are starting to become less bright essentially, which tells us that morning is encroaching here. So Eric's racing team here, 2 minutes and 58 seconds in behind the overall race leader, and kind of been balancing between that 2 minute 55 second to 3 minute mark in behind Wax this whole stint here now. So again, first and second place showing very considerably even pace. Lap times just showing the race leader being a little bit quicker right now than second place, but a big moment coming out of La Source there, and he gathers it up and he continues moving in the right direction, and that is most certainly important. In these long distance races, I could have been in trouble, definitely in a bad spot. If the car would have went there, he would have definitely contacted the wall. There would have been some damage on that car, and that could have changed things very quickly for the Eric's racing team, but he gathered it up and keeps it on the racetrack in the forward direction. So lots of tense moments for these drivers on the racetrack here, but here we go again. So we got Fausto, we got Roadrunner Jr. We've just been kind of keeping our eye between these two drivers. They had an absolutely spirited battle for 4th place there a little while ago. The pit stop sequence came in, and a Clockwork Motorsports BMW absolutely won in that deal. Gained about 7 seconds of time on Roadrunner Jr. essentially, but now that gap is back down under the 5-second mark. So the Roadrunner Jr. is starting to put the charge back on the Clockwork Motorsports BMW here. Now, that was one of the teams that disconnected just a couple of stints ago and are on that recovery drive back up to try and gain as much back as they can here. So definitely pushing hard. You can see them just heading out of Lacombe into the Brussels section here, just as we see in Fausto heading out of Brussels. So it's getting close between the two, and I mean 5 seconds in a race of this magnitude right now with where the gaps are is basically like their nose to tail essentially right now in this race. But Honor is back out after his pit stop here. The gap is 31 seconds to Roadrunner Jr. So a little bit of a win, I think, for Roadrunner Jr. in that pit stop exchange. Gained a little bit of extra time on the number 12 Audi here, but again, purple as he was coming through that sector. So he is definitely pressing this Audi and absolutely sending it with everything it's got right now to continue to try and just close that gap back up again. Right now, that's exactly what it's about for these teams. It's about trying to close gaps up, and with 8 hours or 10 hours of racing remaining here, when Jaeger takes over, that's going to be the goal for the next stint too. Just continue to try and work on closing that gap up, and the goal is to get these cars much closer together to each other in the final 2 hours, so they can really just give everything these cars have left to the checkered flag and see where it all shakes down when the dust settles. Hidey is doing a good job though on Harem here. He's trying to get that gap closed up. It was a minute 18 at the beginning of the stint. We're down to a minute 7, so he has done some handy work here, knocking about 11 seconds out of that overall gap between himself and the 6th place driver on the racetrack here right now. Now we do have a disconnected driver in the middle of that, and that disconnected driver is going to end up somewhere in amongst here, I do suspect. So that could change things up a little bit there as well for Hidey a little bit. He's got 26 seconds over Elias, so Elias is just maintaining that gap right now between himself and the Lamborghini, and then a 30-second gap to Roadrunner, and that gap has stayed pretty consistent here now over the last half dozen laps. So drivers are definitely settled into the stints. We got some lap traffic being navigated here right now. Blue flag situation for Roadrunner as he's actually working on trying to get around TCR Sonic here at the Porsche 911 RSR, and they are literally nose to tail. That Mercedes is pushing him around the corners right now through Lacombe there. He was so tucked in, trying to just get a good run so he can make sure he can get around this Porsche, probably in the next available straightaway here, which should be right here. I would assume that we're going to attempt to see a move, maybe, into Pouon. Nope, just giving a little flash of the lights there. Communication again between lead lap traffic and blue flag traffic, and where is the moment that this Mercedes is going to navigate around TCR Sonic here, because it's definitely costing him some time right now. It seems like to Elias up in front, you can see the gap is growing there a little bit, and you can definitely
lapping themselves maybe.
Nope, this is going to be 9th place going around 11th place here, so
yeah, but
oh, maybe 11 on lapping himself from 9.
Yeah.
Could be.
I don't know.
We'll take a quick peek here. We are side by side with the
No,
two of
no,
them here.
no,
There we go.
That
All right,
answers our
so that
question.
is our 11th place driver. Let's take a look at the times. 2:17. It's just actually quite possible that that is the case. The lap times are very, very close between the two drivers here right now, and you can see Sonic's just going to tuck in behind a Clockwork Motorsports BMW there, but again, it just goes to show how closely paced the field really actually is. It's just, you know, after 12 or 13 hours of racing, we've developed some spaces between the drivers, and it's so hard for these drivers to close in on each other right now. It's incredible to watch how hard it is for these drivers to close in on each other. They're not really losing a lot of time, but they're definitely not gaining time either, and it's an interesting avenue that this race is starting to develop here. But 3 seconds now separating Roadrunner Jr. and Fausto here, and this is going to go right down to the end of the stint, I think, between these two. I mean, there is just no give in that Mercedes right now. That Mercedes is most certainly on Mission Impossible, so to speak, right here, right now. And that mission is to try and close up that huge gap to the race leader of 5 minutes and 43 seconds. But first, they got to deal with the third place driver in front of him, and that is Fausto. So that is the target right now, and they had one good spirited battle and a good attempt there to get the job done. But blue flag traffic did play a little bit of a part of that battle here, so it's going to be interesting to see if Roadrunner Jr. maybe looks a little further ahead before he goes to make that big pass again next time, and just try to pick the better path through making the move. Just picked the wrong line the last time around, and that actually really worked out well for Clockwork Motorsports BMW. You can see him flashing some blue flag traffic there right now and gets around very quickly, and that's a bonus right there for Fausto, as now that puts a car between him and Roadrunner Jr., who is chasing him down for position here. Oh, and the Mercedes is going to get around that car here fairly quickly too, I think. Let's go back and see the situation here. No, I think that's two blue flag cars right there navigating as we head into the Paul Frere curve, and things are getting more complicated here for Roadrunner Jr. as he continues his charge towards Fausto. He's caught up to two blue flag cars here as he heads up the corner. He has made his way around TCR Sonic, the 11th place driver. Now he's got to work on, I believe that's our 9th place driver.
Interesting constellation. Teammates, father and son. No.
And you can see right now they're just trying to make that exchange of positions here going through the chicane. Very tough part of the racetrack too as well, but job done. And Roadrunner Jr. now gets back into some clean air. 2.6 seconds now is that gap here too as well between him and Fausto. So it may have seemed like that was costing him time, but it didn't really cost him anything. So he is on the charge, and now he's in clean air as he heads towards Rouge Laurentillon. And I mean, what can I say? Fausto and Roadrunner Jr. are stealing the show here right now in this stint, as it's been a very spirited cat and mouse game between the two drivers here in this 2-hour run. That's for sure. It's been a lot of fun to watch. We can't discount what Honor's been doing in behind these two as well. He's been doing a really good job at a constant gain, but now these two are really on it. They're really fighting hard. They're really pushing these cars to the limits right now, because obviously Fausto doesn't want to give up third place to the Mercedes chasing of Roadrunner, but Roadrunner really wants that spot back so he can start to focus in on Eric's Racing up ahead in second place, and that is a big gap to close. That's going to be a couple lap endeavors, so the sooner they can try to navigate around Fausto, the sooner they can try and attempt to try and track down Eric's Racing in second place. But Fausto is proving to be a very worthy opponent here to Clockwork Motorsports BMW right now for that Mercedes team. Whew, all right.
Development, yeah.
Just kind of gonna keep doing a quick run through here. We've got Hide coming into pit lane, and we had another car there as well, I believe, coming in. It was Frost also coming in behind there as well. So we've got Walter here in 10th place, and I'm wondering, is there something we've missed there? We do have damage on the number 7 Lamborghini here, and I wonder if there was a issue between Frost and the number 7 Lamborghini, and there is no damage on our 12th place Audi driver here. This is look like it is a scheduled pit stop, so I've had to take a look, but definitely not related to two. And one is in for a regular service, and one looks like coming in for a repair service here on the front end of their Lamborghini there. That's unfortunate. It's going to cost them some time, but they do have time to work with there as well. It just sucks because it's now going to cost them time on that charge. They've been working so hard at closing that gap to Haram in 6th place there. That stop for damage has ultimately cost him 7th place with Elias there as well. So that's all right. Lots of racing left, but not ideal there for the number 7 Lamborghini. All right, let's just keep ripping through here. Take a quick look at where the race leader's at on the racetrack here on lap 38 of 52, and not showing any signs of slowing down at all. The pace has not wavered in wax here in this stint, and it's not quite the blistering place that Simon was putting down, but it is not far off. The Eric's Racing team here is putting in some good quality laps here as well, especially in the later part of the stint here. But again, it's just a little bit off that current race leader's pace, which is just blistering at the moment. And he has taken that fastest lap back in the stint on the track here with a 2:15.369 as well. So definitely getting quicker is our race leader. Fausto here, though, I mean, he's feeling the pressure. You can't say he's not feeling the pressure. You know that team is radioing into the driver to let the driver know what these time gaps are from sector to sector right now. As a racer, that's definitely information that they like to know. It saves them from having to look in their mirrors mainly. When your team starts to tell you that they're within a couple car lengths, that's when the racer starts to pay a lot more attention to the mirrors, knowing that there is potential battle ensuing. But right now, it's just about that time gap difference that's telling this racer exactly what he needs to know and how close Roadrunner really is, and that is ultimately going to determine when or if we see Fausto start to play a little bit of semi-defense or full defense here. But right now it's just time gap management, but the Mercedes is on a tear and he is closing in 1.3 seconds as we head into the chicane here under braking. And we've seen the Mercedes be a little bit better under braking than Fausto has been so far in this battle, in this stint. But that is the case there. We're going to see a little gain from the Mercedes there. He's going to close that gap up just a little bit more. And a couple more good corners here leading into these long straight runs over that Clockwork Motorsports BMW is going to put him in the slipstream. And this is going to be battle renewed. And he gets the run here. And he is closing into that second range. And by the time we get to the top of the hill here, he is going to be in slipstream. So the question is, does he have enough pull now to get close enough to try and make a move into Lacombe, or is he going to have to continue just working this lap and maybe try to get something done in along Paul Frere or maybe outside of Blochemois into the chicane? But he's not going to get the job done here up to Kemmel Straight. He's going to close the gap up to 3/4 of a second though, so he's definitely in the tow now at this point. And it really needs to work hard now at not losing this BMW here through Lacombe into Brussels heading towards Pouhon. Here we go again. Two have stolen the show in this stint, I tell you what, Fausto and Roadrunner Jr. And it's been a spirited battle between these two. They've had a lot of navigating blue flag traffic while involved in this battle, and this has been pretty much a whole stint long shakedown between these two as well. It's been a lot of fun to watch. So this is definitely where the fun has been so far here in hour 12 and 13 is between the BMW and the Mercedes in third and fourth place here. But looks like they're going to take us off right to the end here. This is not showing any signs of ending anytime soon. The drivers are clearly fairly equally paced. Mercedes is a little bit quicker right now, obviously, as he continues to close the gap up on the BMW, and now within 0.6 of a second here, getting to be at that point now where the driver's not listening to the team radio anymore. The driver is now looking in the mirrors. He is close enough now where one good braking zone is going to put him right on the back bumper, and that is not where our third place driver Fausto wants Roadrunner to be. He wants him to be outside that slipstream range right now, and that is not the case.
I guess also quite rewarding for drivers and the teams. So GDR, AMG, they had a disconnect, and Club was sponsored with the P13 to P3. Now that climb up the order is the start of events, and that's what you're racing for then after.
Absolutely.
14 hours, I don't know, nearly, it's 13 hours, 30 minutes. And then you're close.
Here we go. The gap is about perfect here as we head up in through Laratian into the Kemmel Straight here, and we should see a battle for position heading into Lacombe. We're going to see the Mercedes show that intent. It's going to take the inside line into the braking zone here, and we've seen this once before from the Mercedes. He overshot the corner with some blue flag traffic, but there ain't no blue flag car there in the line this time. Holds the line nice and tight, stays just ahead of Clockwork Motorsports BMW, and it's taken an hour and 36 minutes into this stint, but that Mercedes has finally found their way back onto an overall podium here on this race. Now they've got hold to charge the Clockwork Motorsports BMW off here and try to start to open the gap up between the two here so they can give themselves a little bit of breathing room and just focus on that gap to second place, which is significant right now. What are we at here? 3 minutes and 2 to 5:46. So I mean, we're at about 2 minutes and 44 second difference. So a lap difference between third and second place here currently, a little more. So they've definitely got their work cut out for them, but they are definitely moving on the racetrack. But Wax just flying again, just not wavering on his pace here, and neither is Eric's Racing. And Eric's Racing super consistent and only starting to continue to get faster here as this stint grows older. And Roadrunner very quickly trying to make tracks here on Fausto in fourth place, and very quickly got that gap up to 3/4 of a second, and is doing everything he can here to try and break the slipstream. And again, we've seen the Mercedes better under braking than the BMW coming into the chicane here. If he is going to break that slipstream, it's got to be here coming into the start finish line, and it's not quite enough, but he does open up the gap just a little bit more, and he's got that to almost a second. I would say probably about a second is the edge of that slipstream here in these GT3 cars, and he's got that gap exactly right at about that 1 second mark here. So mission accomplished here for Roadrunner Jr. That was a hard charge here throughout this stint. Has now gotten himself back up into the podium, and it is charge up the Kemmel Straight, up in towards the Kemmel Straight here, as the charge is now Eric's Racing up in third place. So definitely one of our faster movers here in this stint is Roadrunner Jr., but we can't take anything away from Honor here. I mean, he's got that gap back down to under 30 seconds to what's now fourth place Fausto, what it was Roadrunner, so he is on pace with these guys and actually lapping slightly quicker right now when we compare the lap times over the last half dozen laps here. So that little bit of battling, that hard chasing, that little bit of overdriving perhaps between Fausto and Roadrunner Jr. while trying to lose and catch each other, just working out really well here for the number 12 Audi and allowing him to close up some more time. About 3 seconds gain there, and 28 seconds in behind, not that far behind. A couple of good pit stops, a couple of little gains, and some good consistent lap times can make a difference there for the number 12 Audi in potential fourth place position there. Ooh, it's a handful, chat. It's a handful. This has been a great stint. This has been a very spicy one. I like it. Alright, so Harem here in sixth position is moving, grooving, doing a great job here. Definitely lost a little bit of touch there with Honor up into fifth place here. The difference between the two is almost 2 minutes now, so Honor has definitely made some significant gains on Harem here. In sixth place, Elias is a minute 43 in behind him, so I'm not sure. It's about that they're losing touch a little bit there as well, actually. Elias here and Hide. Hide we had to see make the stop for damage here. Now that gap is 11.8 seconds in behind Elias, so he was about 26 seconds ahead with the pit stop to damage. 11 seconds in behind currently. That was about a 36-second error made there by our number 7 Lamborghini driver, but still sitting in 8th place and 11 seconds in behind. And we've seen that gap is not really that surmountable. Roadrunner Jr. closing up a similar size gap there to take position over Fausto just recently, so most certainly can be done. It can be done within a driver's stint as well. So Roadrunner here in 9th place, he has about 22 seconds in behind Hide right now, and that gap is, he's gaining a small amount of time, I think, here in the end of this stint right now. Got TCR Sonic here in 10th position, and I'm not sure exactly what that full gap is, but I think once we get across the timing line here, we should get an update. 2 minutes and 14 seconds, and has some lead lap cars coming up in behind there as well. So it's kind of, I think, the usual story right now for our latter part of our field here right now. It just seems to be a non-stop flow of lead lap cars coming around, and it's tough to navigate that. It's but they've been doing a good job. They've been showing really good pace here on the racetrack, and giving it everything they got out there, and that's really what matters the most. So Walter and the GTR here, 25 seconds in behind Sonic. We've got Frost in behind them there, and still out on track, so that's the important thing. Knocking on wood there, and Serval there as well in 13th position. So one team suffered fatal mechanical failure here fairly early on into the race, lap 28 I believe it was, I said, and it's going to definitely cost them some time in that driver swap, but they will continue to move, groove, and get that car in racing condition, and they'll continue on in this interesting journey of 24 hours of Spa we have here this weekend.
They will, yeah.
A little more of an improvement on the fast lap there, 2:15.355 from Wax, so not a huge improvement from his current, from the one before that, but a small improvement nonetheless, which means he is still continuing to push the pace of this race very late into the stint here. We've got Eric's Racing here in second position as about a lap and a third, almost a lap and a half down now from the race leader, so starting to lose some of that time again here, and that's been the transition we've seen from first to second place here for the last 4-6 hours. You know, give 4 or 5 seconds back, take 5 seconds back away, give 4 or 5 back, take 5, 4 or 5 back. So it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game right now. Roadrunner Jr. 5 minutes and 46 seconds in behind the overall race leader. That doesn't mean that they're not closing in on Eric's Racing in second place, but that gap was, I believe, 2 minutes and 50 some seconds the last time that we've seen. We're just waiting for the live timing to go through so we can actually see what that gap is, and it should be happening here just at the end of Lacombe heading into Brussels here. We should get a live timing update right about now. Oh, I lied. Driver got an update, we didn't. Alright, fair enough. Moving on. 547, 303, 244. That's about the same. That's about the same as what it was last time we checked, math-wise, in our head, which might be dangerous. Fausto here in fourth place. 28 seconds over Honor. Honor is still gaining small amounts of time here right now on the Clockwork Motorsports BMW driver, and they're 2.7 seconds now in behind Roadrunner Jr. in that Mercedes as well. So nothing else really happening here after that juicy battle we saw. We do have Hideo closing in here. There we go, Elias. That was 11.8 seconds. We did see the emergency pit stop have to be made by the number 7 Lamborghini here. It cost him about 35-40 seconds on the racetrack, and the gap was 11.8. Got that gap now down to 10.8 seconds. So shaved a second off that gap here now and settling back into the race here. And what do we got left here? 44, about 15 minutes. We got 11 laps. A little over 2 minutes a lap. We got about 25 minutes remaining in the stint here.
Have a look at leader.
Yeah, 8 laps. Yeah, somewhere in around there.
Yep.
Little less. We'll say like 19, 20.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the pace of Wax here, I mean, he's just not letting up. Have we seen a 214 here yet today at Spa? I guess is the big question we have.
We had a 49.
All right, so I guess that's...
Lewis was the right one.
So we do have a target there that everybody seems to be aiming for. Simon obviously was really working hard at trying to hit that mark there. His stint leading up into Wax's stint behind the car here. And I mean, Wax is not that far off either with that best lap of a 2:15.3 mid. So, you know, 0.4 of a second there. That should be easy for a driver his caliber, I guess we're saying as viewers watching at home. But, you know, 0.4 of a second when you're already at the pace that these drivers are at on the racing medium tires, 0.4 of a second is quite a large gain at the pace that these drivers are at right now. But can he do it? I'm most certain. I'm sure he probably can. Will he do it? That's yet to be determined. All right.
So again, risk versus reward. But why?
I don't think that Lamborghini team seems too concerned about risk versus reward here, you know, to be honest. I mean, they are clearly very comfortable in that racing car. They're very confident with the equipment they've been handed to them this weekend. And they've got that car dialed in, no question of a doubt. I mean, I think this is just sheer confidence of every driver that gets behind the wheel of that team's Lamborghini right now. And I think just that sheer confidence, it isn't a risk-reward situation to them today. I think this is business as usual for them here today, and clearly, as they just have not let up at all throughout the 14 hours of this race so far.
Maybe it's all about bragging rights within the team, who gets the lap up. So for now, it's not in the team, right? It's a different team. It's the number 5 car, the AMG, so maybe that's a bit.
Absolutely, we do that. We trail off to other cars.
Yeah,
that's just how we roll, you know. 3.2 seconds now the gap from Roadrunner Jr. to Fausto here, so not making huge gains per lap, but definitely opening up that gap. So that's definitely going to be a positive as this team heads in towards a driver swap transition period here. And again, after suffering a mechanical failure and definitely falling behind in the race from second place, to be now currently sitting back in third place overall in the race here, it's got to be a small victory right now as the race stands with 10 hours to go still. Honor starting to pick the pace up here a little bit as well on GTC's Fausto here. He was about 29 seconds in behind not that long ago, and maybe two and a half laps ago now. Has that gap back down into the 26-second range. He is on a personal best lap for this stint right now as well with that blue sector. We know it was about a 2:15.5 if I'm not mistaken, maybe a 4, I can't quite remember. So not too far off the fastest lap of the race leader right now with that personal best sector that he came through there. So we'll stick with him here for a minute, see if he continues to work on that, and see if he can find maybe even a purple sector as he comes in through the next timing sector, which should be coming up fairly soon here. I say that, and then the game doesn't give me a live timing. Go figure.
The gaps are too big for the game to
It could be. It could
compute. It's like,
That's 2 live timing sectors. You normally get a live timing window through that he's passed that we haven't got yet. So we should, there we go, 004. So he's actually just giving a little bit of that time back up here right now. But he is definitely flying on the racetrack. 25 seconds, still gaining time on 4th place there. And I mean, really the top 5 drivers are just absolutely on a slightly different level of pace than the drivers in the bottom half of the field, the latter bottom half of the field, 6th place down through. These drivers are just a little bit off that pace by a good solid second for sure, maybe even a little bit further. As we see Harem here, he's 2 minutes in behind Honor, minute 43 ahead of Elias. Elias has a day closing in here though, so we may see another potential battle on track here as Hiday's looking to get P7 back from Elias after the mistake made on the racetrack, I'm assuming, and having to sort out a new front clip on his Lamborghini. Has closed that gap up a couple of seconds, so I want to say probably about, let's take a look at the timing here, where we've got 2:17, 1 flat, 2 flat. Head down into Hiday here. I mean, 2:16.4, 17.1, 17.4, 16.5. Definitely slightly quicker right now than Elias, but not quite as a tight, consistent grouping at times there. So a little sporadic, but definitely pushing to try and close that gap up more. Roadrunner is about 51 seconds in behind Hiday. Sonic is X amount of time in behind Roadrunner because the game really doesn't want to update us right now. It's just not being nice. Sonic has 28 seconds over Walter in 11th place, however, and then it is about a just under 2 minute gap between Frost and Walter, and 2.5 minute gap between Frost and Teos Servo. Alright, so we are 4.5 laps, just about 5 laps away from our driver swap transition starting here as our race leader Wax and the syndicate section racing team number 1, I believe this is 64 Lamborghini, continues to head in towards Pouan on lap 47 of 52 here. So we will see our drivers pit at the end of lap 51. Now, it's not at the end of lap 51 for the race leader when everybody pits. It will be at the end of your lap 51 on the racetrack for each of the individual 13 drivers remaining here in stint number 7. So Wax will come in at the end of lap 51. They will do the driver swap. His driver will now take over his teammate, and they will continue on, and then that process will continue through from 2nd to 3rd to 4th to 5th to 6th, 7th, all the way down through the field. So moving down into the ERF racing team here, our Ferrari number 11 drive team here, they are currently 3 minutes and 5 seconds in behind Wax, our race leader. So that means when they come back out in stint number 8, they should be roughly about 3 minutes and 5 seconds in behind the race leader in that driver swap. Now, granted, a mistake could be made maybe by one of the teams, and there definitely could be time lost and gained in those driver swaps, but little room for error there as well, because if you jump the gun and you try to gain a couple free seconds in the driver swap, you could be penalized by race control for that as well. They are watching, they are checking those timing gaps, and we have seen in the past time penalties being handed down to drivers for improper driver swap or leaving too early, so to speak. And the drivers really need to be on point, and that's where that communication factors in. That's why a lot of these teams have behind the scenes chats going on. They have a race engineering system going on behind the scenes to make sure that this information is as 100% on point as it can be, so they don't make that mistake, because the penalties can be fairly hefty if you go too soon in your driver swap routine. And in battles where gaps may only be separated by a minute, those penalties can definitely make a difference in positions overall as well. So the drivers really need to be on point in these driver swaps, and we are starting to near that point again here in this race. And now with the race being 14 hours in the books, you know, the teams are getting tired, the engineers are getting tired, the drivers are starting to feel that fatigue. They are starting to feel a little bit tired as well. It gets easier and easier to make simple little mistakes, like just a breakdown in communication, or even just misinterpreting a number wrong and reading a number wrong and sending your driver out, even if it's just a few seconds too early, can definitely impact on 20, 30, 40 seconds of penalty time at the end of the race. Definitely want to try to avoid that. So it is really important that not only the racer behind the wheel of the race car in the stint is on point, but also everybody behind the scenes that's managing the information that needs to be managed is also on point, because just that one little lapse of communication can make a big difference in a race. Ooh, that was a mouthful. That was a mouthful. We're good at that, aren't we? Talking without breathing. Alright, so we're just monitoring here 5.3 seconds between Roadrunner Jr. and Fausto, so he's doing a pretty decent job at opening up the gap bit by bit here. It's not huge leaps and bounds and gains, but it's still solid gains, and it is opening the gap up to the point now where Fausto can't really see Roadrunner Jr. much, depending on where it is in the racetrack. Maybe on the longest run of the racetrack, he might just see some taillights off in the distance there, but definitely some good work done by the Mercedes to get back up at the podium here before the driver swaps take place. RA Honor here is 23 seconds in behind Fausto, and this Audi is not letting up here right now. It is just absolutely just try to gain every second possible here right now before that driver swap transition. Harem here is a little bit in behind, a couple minutes of Honor here, and still has that minute 43 gap over Elias right now in the 7th position. That's not what we meant to do. There we go. 9.8 seconds here still in between Elias and Hidey here, and we'll be, again, we're just keeping our eye on this right now at that point on the racetrack. On the track radar, it looks like it's a much larger gap than 9 seconds, but it's actually really not. So we've seen that gap difference change very quickly here in this stint alone, so we know that it's very, very easily doable. And it's down to 9.6 as we get to the exit of the chicane, staying right at about 9.7. So seems like they're fairly equally paced at the moment. There hasn't been any big gains there from Hidde over the last couple laps. Roadrunner here 52 seconds in behind, Sonic a minute 50 in behind him there in 10th place. 30 seconds separating Sonic and Walter there in 11th position as well. So Walter's been doing a good job at just nipping away and dipping away at that time from the Porsche 911 RSR up in front. We've got Frost here in 12th place, and this team has had a tough day. They have had a tough day mechanically underneath this Audi. It has cost them a lot of time in this race, but you know, they're still here and they're in 12th place. They're not at the back of this field, so it's not all a wash here for them, and there is still some fighting to do here with 10 hours remaining in this race yet. Our 13th place team, TS Servo here, about 2 minutes in behind that team there, and just giving it everything they've got here today. And hey, we can appreciate every team that takes a checkered flag, no matter what the situation is and no matter how far ahead or behind they are, because 24 hours is a big feat for any racer, and they're all on track to complete here right now, and that's what we'd love to see. Alright, so we are just starting lap number 50 here with Wax, and you can see now the track is most certainly starting to get a little bit easier to see now. The lights on the front start straightaway where the grandstands are not lighting up the racetrack quite as much as they were. You can start to see some coloring and a little bit of the livery designs on these race cars in certain parts of the racetrack where you couldn't before. So I would say we're probably maybe an hour into the driver swap stint. We should start seeing that sun rising here at Spa, and you know, I gotta tell you, it is a pretty beautiful sunrise here at Spa, so get ready for that, chat. Hopefully the drivers don't get caught staring at that beautiful sunrise. Alright, so we're just kind of rotating through the field here. We're just monitoring things as we get near the end of this stint. Of course, the machine himself, Jaeger, is about to take over here for stint number 8 in about 15 minutes time or so here, maybe a little more, as these drivers start to get ready to prepare for driver swaps. The pit crews, the teams have tires out, they have the guns, the tools, the fuel cans ready, and the driver strapped into his safety gear ready to take over the wheel from his respective team members. So a lot happening in pit lane right now as we prepare to get ready for hour number 15. It goes by so quick. It goes by so quick. Alright, we got Sonic being passed by Frost. So Frost is getting a lap back from TCR Sonic there, and is going to continue up the track ahead of the Porsche 911 RSR there. So the 12th place Audi there getting a lap back from our 10th place driver there, so doing a good job. It is definitely starting to make some distance up the track there, and then just continuing to try and gain as much time as possible. So getting a lap back there from the 10th place driver, but we do have a caution flag here, and this caution flag's actually in front of our race leader, and it is one of our Mercedes drivers with the four ways on heading into La Source there, as the leader is closing in on him. And oh, you hate to see that as he comes around here, and that Mercedes definitely looks like it's struggling here a little bit. And it was the car of our 9th place driver Roadrunner here, and surprisingly enough, there's no damage on his racing car. That surprises me there. So he will get back up to speed here, but he has the race leader closing in very, very quickly. That was a little bit of a tense situation right there, just coming out of the exit chicane. Must have got it wrong, but does a good job to keep it out of the wall and keep it damage free so close to the end of the stint. That's so crucial. As our race leader Wax goes by, you see a little flash of the four ways to say thank you there, and racers continue on. So this is going to be our final lap here for Wax. He is going to come into pit lane at the end of this lap as he enters into Brussels, and the track is definitely getting lighter. It is definitely getting lighter. It might not seem like it on the stream, but I can definitely tell that we're starting to see a little change in how dark it is getting on the racetrack here. But Wax is now heading into Pouon here. Very high speed corner. Even these GT3 cars, even on these medium racing tires, they will pretty much be a full send around Pouon, depending how comfortable they are with the car's tuned and set up. And as we head into campus here, I mean, the gap is 3 minutes and 8 seconds to Eric's racing team, number 11 Ferrari. So lots of cushion right now here for the 64 Lamborghini. And as we head into the Paul Freire curve here, it's just 3 corners remaining. And we're going to start seeing this driver
Can you
swap sequence.
Quickly tell me the gap for Ide. Because
10:17.
is connected. 10:17. That's 3, 4, 4 laps. 4 laps down. Right.
Alright, so our race leader now entering into pit lane here and is preparing now to hand that Lamborghini over to whichever of his teammates is prepared to run stint number 8 here.
Simon.
Oh, it's Simon back behind the wheel, and here we go again. I gotta tell you, what a star-studded lineup in that car this weekend. My goodness. Alright, so Eric's Racing here has about a lap and a quarter remaining before we'll see the number 11 Ferrari coming in to do their driver swap here. So, definitely no urgency for our race leaders to get it perfect in the pit stop. Obviously, perfection is what these drivers want to see from their pit crews, and obviously the pit crews want to see that from themselves to get the drivers out in the absolute quickest time possible. But a little mistake made in pit lane right now during the driver swap from our race leaders is not going to be the end of the world for them, as they have a very solid 3-minute lead over the whole field at the moment. So probably a little bit of an easier feeling, really, if you're that crew, knowing that even if you make that little slip up, it's okay right now at this point in the race. And the way that things have been going in this race, I just don't think that a little slip up during a driver swap pit to lane with a 3-minute gap is really going to make that much of a difference right now for this team. Just the way that they have been performing here today, they're on a tear. They're on a tear, that's for sure.
So we are starting in daylight in the next stint, so that seamless progression just didn't work out perfectly. Still, we see like it's getting a bit lighter this stint here as well. Imagine it's all good. Simon out on track. And has the track all by himself more than his outlap. Good feeling. Waiting for the next travels, it's Eric's. Outlap completed for Simon. 64. And see Eric's driving into the pits. We have Bosworth up next for Eric's Racing. See if we can catch that.
Oh, we had a muted mic there by accident. Wonder how long that's been muted for.
We?
I. Well, you know. Must have hit the button with my chin or something like that. It's a pretty sensitive little mute button on it. It happens sometimes. My bad. But Roadrunner here is just starting lap number 51 here, so should be about 2 minutes away. So an overall total of 5 minutes and 52 seconds here behind a Lamborghini racing team there. So very, very decent gain there. I believe the gap when this Mercedes started here in the stint was well over 6 minutes. They've got it now under 6 minutes, so definitely some good gains here from the number 5 Mercedes crew. Obviously they disconnected in stint number 6, I believe it was, and that cost them a lot of time from second place on the track, got themselves back up to the podium. So I guess when we talk about big movers on the racetrack here, I think we are going to have to talk about Roadrunner Jr. here in stint number 7, moving himself back up into the podium. But we can't take away from RA's honor either. Has been absolutely closing up huge time on the racetrack, and we're going to go find out what that gap is here shortly. But well over 30 seconds gained for that driver as well. So 2 teams came in down and out with some mechanical issues, and they have definitely come with a game plan and a mission, and are definitely trying to execute that game plan the best they can here now for sure. So Roadrunner Jr. being one of those teams, and the driver at the helm right now, and should be coming around to the pit lane here in about 30 seconds time or so.
So the gap between the top 2, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. And Simon, take it easy, 16.8 first lap.
Soft lap apparently there for Simon, you know. Roadrunner just coming into pit lane here, so our third place driver is in. Clockwork Motorsports BMW is 8 seconds in behind and entering pit lane, so there's going to be a close charge right there, right off the bat here. This driver swap, 8 seconds separating third and fourth place here, and RA Honor has taken that 30-second gap by the end of the stint and turned it into 19 seconds. That's about a 50-second gain in this stint, and that was some good driving right there by the number 12 Audi driver Honor, and he has also pulled into pit lane, ready to turn it over to the number 12 teammate. Whew, that was a good run at the end of that stint there.
Definitely.
So some action for the Machine Jaeger here, hopefully very early on in hour number 15, and our 6th place driver is just on the final lap here, so we're getting very close here to
Philo out on track. Or the number 4 GT Racer right behind. That's interesting. I think we wait for one more swap, then I'll go full screen.
Minute 45 out, give or take.
You pay for the number 12 out on track. Yeah, with that Audi R8. So getting closer for the final transition of this swap, and then you get a well-deserved rest.
It's been a long few days for sure with everything that's been happening here behind the scenes in real life as well, family matters, you know, and definitely looking forward to getting a little bit of rest before we take the checkered flag here in a few hours time. So
max out Finn.
All right, we're just coming in towards Paul Frere here now, about 35-40 seconds out, and it's going.
Right, so we are full screen. Stint number 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. The Machine Jaeger is getting taken from here. Appreciate you, my guy, and we'll see you in a few hours' time.
Will do. See you later. So, and I had a perfect scenario set up for this stint with the lobby settings, but then the game decided to somehow make that lobby brighter than expected. But still, I have prepared the perfect song for this one. Still, I think I'm gonna run for it. It's still okay. It's still good. So because I'm just in a good mood, I'm gonna sing again for you. This time, a lovely tune by a German band called Rammstein. We'll go with the song Sonne, which means in English, sun. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben, acht, neun. Aus. We'll continue. I had just a little hiccup. Sorry. Just getting back into the groove. Alle warten auf das Licht. Fürchtet euch nicht. Die Sonne scheint mir aus den Augen. Sie wird heute Nacht nicht untergehen. Und die Welt zählt laut bis 10. 1. Hier kommt die Sonne. 2. Hier kommt die Sonne. 3. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 4. Hier kommt die Sonne. Boom. Die Sonne scheint mir aus den Händen, kann verbrennen, kann euch blenden. Wenn sie aus den Fäusten bricht, legt sich heiß auf das Gesicht. Sie wird heute Nacht nicht untergehen. Und die Welt zählt laut bis 10. 1. Hier kommt die Sonne. 2. Hier kommt die Sonne. 3. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 4. Hier kommt die Sonne. 5. Hier kommt die Sonne. 6. Hier kommt die Sonne. 7. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 8. 9. Hier kommt die Sonne. Wait for one more. Und die Welt zählt laut bis 10. 1. Hier kommt die Sonne. 2. Hier kommt die Sonne. 3. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 4. Und wird nie vom Himmel fallen. 5. Hier kommt die Sonne. 6. Hier kommt die Sonne. 7. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 8. 9. Hier kommt die Sonne. Aus. Boom. Here we go. Rammstein. Sonne. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. It was, as always, a pleasure. Okay, mission accomplished. You're gonna hate that song from now on, forever and ever. So, alright. Let's focus on the racing action. Oh, it's the Jaeger versions are always special. You know that? So it's just like you have to cherish it. Have to admire what I'm doing. So, Simon, 15.3 we go, blasting away. Bosworth in second for Eric's Racing, Hilo in third for the GDR boys. The number 5 AMG, then it's GT Racer, unable to keep up with that pace for now. Running in P5, Yupe. Oh, all that singing. I'm losing my voice. No! The Yupe in P5. Order number 12. Max out Finn. In 6th. After the disconnect. They are back, and yeah, my voice is cracking, my voice is going away. I think it was too much singing. We'll see how it goes. Still a couple of hours left for me. So, I'll try and do my best, but yeah, it feels like it's not in the best condition anymore. Ross P7, so reduced to the minimum, probably the stint. A Kaylee 67 BMW. ANP8 SRT, number 4 car, AMG. ANP9 Hijack Patty for Transatlantic Racing. Porsche ANP10. We have 2 Italians at the back, Thomas Petty for the DC team and Fresh for Chavanello Racing. So 2 cars didn't make it onto the grid, unfortunately. So we'll have to figure out the return time for the next stint for the number 7 car and the 47. But I think there were no close battles here. The pace Simon is going still mental. I think it is the 4th stint for Simon and not slowing down at all. Bosworth, Firex Racing in P2 dipping into the 2 minutes 16s. That gap 3 minute 18. Philo in P3 with 2 laps down. So this is just, I don't know, unbelievable. The pace that the 64 is showing for this event so far. Still a good recovery for the number 5 car after They disconnect earlier on. So they are running in P3 in a podium position for now. GT, Racer 4, Clockwork, Motorsports. Also big movers, P13 to P4 since the start of this 24-hour race. UPay in P5, they also suffered a disconnect. They were running in the top 3 for most of the time. And little setback for the number 12, but still not too far behind the number 4, and also the podium is still within reach, let's put it that way. And another unlucky team with a disconnect. The last stint, GT Finland racers max out. Behind the wheel now. Pushing. 2:16s, good lap times, definitely. Everyone really good at this stage. Also cross for the second Clockwork Motorsports team, 57 BMW in P7. Speaking of second team cars, that's 67, the Kaylee in P8. I think it's the debut for the second car for the GT Finland racers in this event. Yes, they will be happy finishing in the top 10 if it stays like that. SRT for TDR, number 4 car. Ooh, just spotted damage on the car. The rear wing has some damage. It's quite early in the stint. And yeah, lap 5, 2 minutes 28, probably this is where the mishap happened. So now the gap is big enough to pit early, fix the damage. So the 47, they didn't join the lobby in time, and then the number 7, they disconnected on the formation lap, unfortunately. So what to do for SRT? Stay out, probably do at least one lap, see how bad the damage actually is, how much time you're losing, is it worth pitting? The gaps are quite big, so 1 minute 17, 2 P8, 125, 2 P10. I think you always look to move up the order, but also should have an eye on what's the best solution. For now, see the delta 1.4, 1.5 down, on it to 16.9. So I guess if they would be running 2:17s, then command probably will be stay out. But looking at 1.4, 1.5 seconds per lap, roughly, it will be. Okay, staying out, 2:19. I don't think that's the pace you really want to go. But yeah, it's probably driver's decision what to do. And so interesting approach here for Hijack Paddy and the 93 Porsche running on softs again. So they have a setup prepared for mediums and softs by the looks, and we're testing various strategies. Softs, mediums, one stop on softs, two stop softs, one stop mediums. I'll see hijack Paddy. Basically nothing to lose, so I'll just see what is possible. Thomas in P11 for the DC team. And Rash in P12 for Tavernello Racing. They also got very unlucky with 2 disconnects back to back, early disconnects, so lost loads of time. But they were running in the top 5 for the first 4-6 hours. Really strong performance, and then the luck ran out. The disconnects, they happened. They just happened. Yeah. Oh, Simon 15.0. Looks like we have good conditions to see some fast lap times. Yeah. Will we see a 2 minute 14? It's not that far off with a 2 minute 15.02. And was worth doing the best that I can, consistent lap times, and don't risk too much, I think, because they're running in a comfortable P2 at the moment. Philo with a 218 last time around, that's a bit too slow. 216s, more like it. So with GT Racers consistency, the gap a bit fluctuating, but roughly staying the same. And the same goes for Yupe, who is also doing quite consistent lap times, 217s and 216s, and having personal best. No, Yupe, no, don't listen to me. It nearly happened. It nearly happened. Racy, I should be spectating Yupe and say good things. So let's move on. Let's move on. Go to Max Outfin. Have a look at the lap times. 216s, the 217 low. That's a strong pace in the early stages of the morning. But the gap 41 seconds. What happened to Yupin? We recovered that nearly spin. 274 is not too bad. After all, then cross in P7. Big gap to the 66 car in P6. Again, so we have those nice positioning, car number, things happening. 66 in 6. I like it. Across in P7, a Kaylee in P8. And SRT is still running with that damage in P9. Doing at 219s. So this is the 269 personal best, 219.6. That's 2.5 seconds. So 2 to 2.5, 2.6, something like that per lap. You're losing. Oh, pit stop without taking fewer tires, just repairing the damage. Probably around 35 to 40 seconds. So I guess they will just run with the damage until they reach the pit stop window. With hijack Patty in P10 on those soft tires. I think gaining a little bit. Right behind Yupe. The soft versus mediums. And blue flags. Blue flags. But it's a fast car approaching. Or hijack Patty, not Yupe in front. That is Thomas in P11. 218s now, slowly getting up to pace. And we have the 2 minute 14.9, by the way. So Simon is definitely pushing a bit of a slower lap, pushing again. So see, so following that pattern, he should be up for a quick time again. See, sector, but not down by much. So it's still possible to get an improvement. Pretty sure he will be pleased already having a 2 minute 14 being recorded for himself and the team, of course. So what a race, what a machine it is so far. We had a glimpse at the pure pace during the qualifying session on Friday, and then they basically never looked back. But I started on pole, led most part of the race so far. And are leading. Look at that, 3 minutes 25 to P2. That's a huge gap. Already it was, yeah, already gained 5 to 10 seconds, something like that, during the stint. Hilo in P3. A bit up and down again, and GT Racer is definitely catching less than 10 seconds the gap, but consistency pays off for now. Philo pushing too much, probably. 16.3. Oh, I think he wants to be running in 215s at least, knowing his competitive nature. I will stay with Pilo for a little bit. See the lap. We also have an eye on that delta to GT Racer. Oh, 8.7 seconds. Half a second down on his personal best, so looking like a high 216, low 217 now the looks. And GT Racer, yeah, chipping away a little bit of time again. .8, GT Racer probably a bit quicker. Look, 16.0. He has a target. Definitely Yupe. 16.7 last time round. Looks like another good lap. As well, personal best incoming. 16.0. Here we go. We have max out Also low 2 minutes 16, so really strong pace at the front from all of the drivers so far. Yeah, Slipstream, I know. I'm so disappointed as well. No rain. No rain. So we definitely did something wrong. The weather gods are not on the broadcaster side, that's for sure. But they more like the teams, the drivers, probably they sacrificed everything they had, everything they could spare to the weather gods at the Spa-Francorchamps. Say, you know, come on, let's have a try race. We don't need drama with the rain. And for now it worked. But it can't be happening for a 24-hour race at Spa to see absolutely no rain. But at some point there has to be a little shower, a little downpour. And SRT, yeah, with that damage, still doing fairly consistent lap times. Let's don't look at lap 11 with the 2 minute 20, but 2:19s all the way since the damage. And hijack Patty is definitely gaining. It's 2 seconds per lap for now, but also with a different approach with the soft tires. So how long will they last? Is a one stop on the softs possible for this 50 racing lap stint? So lap 25, 26, something like that. Target time, will those tires last that long? That's the question. Thomas, low 2:17, so seems to be improving as well in those conditions. Alright, but when did that ever happen? Belgium had a dry weather throughout the whole weekend. So you say we picked the wrong weekend to do this 24 hours here. Damn it. $2:15.7 for fresh. Nice, a lap time at the back of the grid. Here we go. See, Mr. T, write that down, write that down. Don't do a Spa in the summertime, do it in the wintertime. Smart move. Hey. Yeah, probably some ice and snow. But that's not supported in the game yet, but would be crazy. To actually have good control over the temperatures here as well. Ice tires. I don't know. something different, yeah. But would it be fun? I don't know. Having no grip at all. I think it happened at the Nordschleife that freezing temperatures, like 4 or 5 degrees or something like that. At the TCR crew, I think that's the Porsche, the 93 car, running currently with Hijack Patty. We had Hodgson driving that car, Sonic for TCR, and also Vananius, yeah. That one, alright. So yeah, gaining on P9 with a different approach to the tires. So softs for Hijack Paddy, and everyone else is running on the medium tires with the default strategy for this event. One stop on mediums. The softs probably 25% down at this stage, so maybe Paddy can make them last for one stint. We'll see. He needs to run roughly 25 laps on those softs to make that one stop work on the tires. It is fuel, shouldn't be an issue for everyone to get 25 laps out of the tank. And that 64 still running strong, dominating this event. 3 minute 30 now, the gap to P2. And Bosworth 2:16.3, getting closer to the 2 minute 15 mark. Philo into the 2 minute 16s now, but it is still the GT Racer that is gaining on the TDR driver. The 67 is a Kaylee. Of course we can. So we have to wait a little bit for the actual delta to appear. Probably so 11 minutes behind the leaders, and that's 2 minutes behind P7, so almost 1 lap behind P7, but a nice 1 minute 24 gap to P9. So a quite comfortable position at this stage of the race for the 67. And let's go back to Philo and GT Racer under 6 seconds. And what about Yupe? Consistently running 2:16s. So max 40 seconds still behind. Not much is changing for this one. Oh, DMs popping up everywhere now. Sorry. Multitasking Jäger again, not doing a good job answering the questions in Discord and keeping an eye on the racing action, but looks like the gap is staying the same, so we'll run with this so you can see the live delta. And I'll be back in probably half a minute. Oh, E-Racing is awake, that's good. He will be doing stint number 9 for all of us are on comms, so watch out for that. So it's probably the most solid. No, need to prepare a rejoin calculation. We see the gap still between Philo and GT Racer under 6 seconds. And the track. No. I'm doing stupid things. With this, ooh, and doing stupid things in the background. Focus! Focus! So it looks like some of the drivers are extending the track limits at Radion a little bit, but I think it's still fine. So yeah, I think it was mentioned in the drivers briefing, so excessive cutting will be penalized at some point. So you are under investigation then at some point. But the statement was at least they are trying, so that sounds good. So it's not like they are just going flat every time, don't care about the track limits. They try to stay within them, so that's a good thing. And good morning, B. He's awake. Hopefully nice little cup of coffee or cappuccino, whatever you fancy drinking, and then we should hear you in roughly 1 hour for your stint. Again, so Simon dominating this one. Bosworth in P2, 3:35 the gap. Kilo struggling a little bit with the Carter conditions. I don't know. GT Racer definitely catching. The number 4. This could get very interesting. So you pick keeping the gap stable to max out. Roughly 40 seconds. This could get interesting. The Philo and the GT Racer. Under 5 seconds. And it looks like the number 6 Audi are lapping themselves. So what's going on here? Yeah, 2 minute 15, so definitely on a charge. Crash for Tornado Racing. 1 minute a gap to DC team and 2:15s. That's crazy pace. Definitely. So Philo is gained a little bit during that unlapping scenario, but he will probably facing the same in a couple of seconds. Also felt like it was a bit foggy here coming towards Stavelo. The sun is fighting the clouds. Can we get a look at the clouds, please, to see? It's overcast, no doubt about it. But is it enough to bring in the rain? This view gives us quite a good impression. We see some darker clouds forming. They are heading towards the racetrack. Oh, someone access to the weather radar. Can we get some intel, please? Is rain on the weather radar? It's a blue flag, but we don't care about the blue flag at this stage. Oh, Hilo versus GT Racer, an upcoming battle. Probably a bit of lag now happening. Ooh, that's not a good sign. Lobby, stay stable, please. And I'm pretty sure this looks like rain now. I'm pretty sure. We just need those clouds to move a bit more towards the racetrack. And then it's finally game on. It's good. Mix up things quite a bit. It's also not too far off that pit stop window, so you see lap 25 for the leader. So how long can the drivers stay out on fuel, on tires? A worst case scenario would be they pit for fresh slick tires and then it starts raining. So this wouldn't be ideal. Of course, the 64 with Simon, they have such a big lead, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. Still, if you can time it in a good manner and would be ideal. And this looks like pretty rainy here coming around La Source. 4 seconds. I'm pretty sure the drivers, they have an eye on that weather radar now. Under 4 seconds, GT Racer is pushing to bring that gap further down. UP 216s going strong in that Audi. Oh, again, and not the ideal line at Radion. Yeah, Stick, it's all good. We cannot announce the rejoin time at this stage. We have to wait until the last couple of laps to get the time. There are a couple of factors that needs to be considered for the calculation time, so bear with us. It's prepared. We have to wait for, let's say, an hour or so. You will be able to rejoin, don't you worry, and you will get that time being announced. Oh. And there is no need at this stage to be here in panic. Even if the lobby starts, there will be enough time to give you the information. So and where's the rain now? It's not getting darker. No. Ooh, those clouds. Just move away from the racetrack again. No. It looks like it is the darker parts. It was close, right? It was close that we might have a bit of rain drama. But looks like it's not hitting the track at all. I know it's not working. I tried my best. But it had potential, right? It had some potential. My wishful thinking as well. My summon the weather gods once again, but yeah, they decided no, you're not having it. Alright, so gap going up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, but I get it, Stick, but you know, missing an entire stint is. So we are looking at roughly 14 to 15 minutes behind the leaders. So it's what you can expect if it stays like that. But the final time will definitely be announced closer towards the driver swap. Yeah, those DCs definitely a big impact on this race so far. And here we go, it's Fresh, one of the fastest drivers on track at the moment, right behind Philo. Oh, Simon. Yeah. Rain would have been interesting. So Simon pitting early, so that's also a sign for me that we won't be seeing any rain in the foreseeable future. And let's go back to that one. Fresh trying to unlap himself. He's the second, at least faster at this stage. So we should see the same that happened a couple of laps ago between Fresh and GT Racer. And yeah, that Audi with some serious pace. So again, quite unlucky for the number 6 with 2 disconnects during this event so far. Well, we could see that unlapping maneuver anytime soon. Also P2 in the pits. Oh, big of a lag now in the lobby. Again, we saw it earlier as well. I hope the lobby stays. So this could be the run for Fresh. Behind Philo now. Run uphill. Radion exit. Looks like a decent run. Slipstream. But that AMG got some legs. Has the grunt to stay in front. See the gap between Philo and GT Racer under 5 seconds. And now doing the smart thing, yeah, he used the indicator to say go, go, go. I see you're quicker. And so basically not trying to use that pace, and in the end don't lose any time at all towards GT Racer. That's 4.2. Okay, a little bit of a draft, maybe a little bit of reference would be valuable, definitely, with that one. But that number 6 Audi is flying. Opened up that gap early again, so Hilo having a hard time staying with them, and they're also approaching their pit stop window, so maybe it's time to pit. You know, Philo staying out. What about GT Racer? Into the pits they go. Right, so what about UPay? This Bosworth right in front. Oh, nearly lost the car that touched the grass. Besides, okay, time to pit, time to pit. In. Fresh boots. And on to the second part of the stint. Max out 40 seconds, so if they stay out, they will get past UPEP. We'll see about that strategy. Your Max also decides it's time to pit. This means the gap will stay as it was, probably between Yupe and Max, maybe a couple of seconds because of different fuel. But overall scheme should be Round about 40 seconds after the pit stop. Oh, here comes the leader. Where's Max? I think less fuel than Yuppie, so probably gaining a couple of seconds during that pit stop. You still see that gap. It was 40.2. Let's see when they leave the exit of the pit lane. Yep. So roughly 5 seconds to gain with putting in less fuel compared to the leaders. GT Racer, they were in the pits. Fido staying out, going for an overcut strategy by the looks. Let's have a quick run through the rest of the grid. So GT Racer on the outlap, Yuppie on the outlap, and Max out also on the outlap. Cross now into the pits for the second Clockwork Motorsports team. The Kaylee, the second GT Finland Racers driver team in P8 going longer. SRT for TDR number 4. So they pitted. You see lap 20. Repaired the damage instantly. 2 minutes 17 for them. Hijack Patty. No, those soft tires are pretty much done. Say 80%. He probably just made it to get 25, 26 laps in. So he's making that one-stop strategy on softs work by the looks. Fresh still running, having really decent tire wear. Also fuel really good still, so that could be a long stint. He already got past Thomas, but DC team, they pitted. Tavarello not yet. It's still a very strong stint so far. 2:15s, that pace. Let's have a look. Philo also going for a longer first part of his driving stint. 2:16, so actually since the pit stop, the undercut attempt, Philo is going quicker. So maybe that kind of pressure being like just 3, 4, 5 seconds ahead of GT Racer wasn't helping Philo with the lap times. Now he's doesn't have to worry, doesn't see the immediate pressure, and looks like this is definitely helping. Or the other way around, he knows he needs to do some quick lap times, like a bit of it's hammer time now, and to make the overcut work. That car is definitely getting lighter, less fuel, again close to his personal best, so looks like those conditions kind of suit the Philo at the moment. So during the pit stop, Bosworth gained a little bit on the leader, on Simon. They might be charging for a fastest lap now. Fresh mediums, not fuel to the max, and Philo is in the pit. So we have a look at the gap. 56 seconds. He was leading, let's say 4 seconds before GT Racer's pit stop. Could get close between those two. Philo did good job with the fuel. So probably he won't be refueling to the max as well. And GT Racer with some traffic. That's a teammate. Number 4 car. Oh, a big wiggle. It takes a very wide line around the outside. SOT got out of the way. Here's Philo leaving his crew, still running slow, 60 kph. Got a long pit lane now. Can accelerate. Uphill we go. GT Racer comes round, entering Eau Rouge. Where is Philo? Top of Radion, exit. Here comes GT Racer. He's close. 2 seconds. Under 2 seconds with the overspeed. The run back into the slipstream. 1.11 seconds. Here we go. We have a battle for P3 for this one. Time to get a little bit of onboard action going on. Let's go. After the pit stop. Very close between P3 and P4. So maybe the first couple of turns a bit tricky for Philo. Cold tires coming out of the pits. I think they should be warmed up now. But yeah, GT Racer within a second. Oh, has the chance to attack. Philo running wide onto the Astro. That gives him dirty tires. And look at that, GT Racer half a second as the slipstream. And we should have a good car for the Camel Straight. Braking for the bus stop, right into the left. Straight line. Power. Good exit. Staying within half a second. Braking for the source. Again, focus on the exit. Third gear early to prevent that car from those rears lighting up. Was okay, still a little bit of power oversteer. And now here we go, the run. The straight line. Top of Radion. 3/10. Da-dum. 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 No. Not close enough, but the heat is definitely on. So I say we would go to my favorite camera, but that we saw that big wang, that AMG is covering all of the action. It's still it gives you the impression that Beamer is so close now through Puhan. We go double left. GT Racer can stay with Philo through that section. tight line early on the power 4th gear. 5th gear developed this time Pilo with the better exit. 7/10 the gap, so it looks like he's safe for another lap. An early upshift to 3rd gear to prevent that tail happy rear to spin. Short shift again in that BMW. Philo with a good exit coming out of La Source gives him the advantage. That gap to stay in front. Ooh. Over the curbs gaining again in the slipstream. Not as much. So I think it's the other BMW, the Finnish interpretation of the setup, where we saw that many cars had quite some trouble to perform an overtake. On the camera straight it is. It looks like those two setups, the same approach. Probably a bit more downforce for the long middle sector. Also maybe helping with the tire wear. But yeah, we have wheel-to-wheel racing action basically for E3 at this stage. And two very experienced drivers at the helm for the two teams, the two cars. And it will be interesting if GT Racer can find a solution to perform an overtake. Again, gets a good run for the entry of the bus stop, exit. Slightly better run for Kilo this time. 6/10 the gap. Again, the crucial La Source a bit tight, maybe for GT Racer. And loses on the exit. That's where Philo is gaining again. 7/8 the gap. Oh, yeah. Deja vu. Very similar on pace at this stage. So both are really pushing. Let's have a look at Yupe. We're running 2/16s. Keeping the gap to max out. Very stable. Max out gain 5 seconds in the pits. But that's about it. And here we go again. Oh, middle sector. No name. No problem. Half a second. Heading towards Puhon once again. So no real issues following each other. And definitely is a bit of an exercise now for GT Racer to figure out that solution. How to crack the riddle named Philo. Get that move done. So every time it's roughly half a second heading into the bus stop. Either with a slightly better exit. Again. So it's once again run La Source, end of the Camel Strait. And we are still looking at 8 to 9 tenths probably. So that's a good distance for Philo to don't get immediate pressure into the braking zone. Oh. And they're also doing really good lap times. 2:16s, low min 2:16s. Pushing each other. You're doing the same. Mid to low 2 minutes 16s. And max out Finn as well. Not much separating those drivers at the moment on pace. Just don't look at the actual gaps between the cars. So Cross in P7 all by themselves. The Kaylee in 8th, the same. Oh, what's going on with? No, that's the scheduled pit stop for the Tavanello number 6. So after a long stint, where's Thomas? Will jump his fellow Italian driver. Still not. Yeah, now he's with his crew, and Thomas gets past again. But what a stint so far, fresh. Really good lap times it is. Oh, and GT Racer had a good run coming out of the middle sector. Again struggles with the exit of the bus stop. And let's see again La Source. That's Philo territory, no doubt about it. He opens up that little gap every time. GT Racer just can't get any closer. Multitasking Jäger strikes again. We have a great battle to watch, so all good, all good. And it looks like we have stream link for the next one already. But that's good, that's good. Here we go once again. We see like same situation over and over again. Oh, challenge. trying to compromise Philo's run, and this time GT Racer is close. Look at that, 3/10. And this could be the run. This could be the opportunity. Oh, big wiggle. The same goes for Philo. Both having trouble. And inside line for GT Racer for Lecombe, and he will complete that overtake for now. So that I think that showing his nose into Lassource put a little scare on Philo, and Philo couldn't open up that gap as he usually does. So we have a look at this overtake once again. The setup was already done at La Source, and then it was a drag race on the Camel Straight, and GT Racer got that inside line and got his car in front of Philo for now. And this time we have the roles being reversed. Philo in the hunt, and he knows he has the better lines through the bus stop and La Source, so he could set up a move again. So we stay, of course, with this fascinating battle for P3 between those two top drivers. Tight line. Well inside the slipstream. Under half a second. We could see a move from Philo this time. 4/10. Gets the run. 3/10. Oh, GT Racer looking quite confident. He will stay in front, yeah. Trusts in the straight line speed and the exit of Radion. But then goes too deep into Rivage, so opportunity for Philo. Oh, he was close. He had his nose nearly besides GT Racer for No Name, but couldn't get it. Oh, I just realized my fingers are tipping on the keyboard. Like I'm excited. I'm nervous. It's a good thing. Have it. Stop it now, finger. Come on. It's okay. It's close. It's nice to see that battle. Oh, don't do anything stupid with your finger now. Don't press any button. It is okay, it's okay. We get to see Philo with the mighty run. Oh, wasn't close enough. Trying to force GT Racer into a little mistake. So we have under half a second between those two. So get a voice, please come back. A slightly better exit for Philo. Good run. Uphill. Or the run is too late probably, or the straight is too short. Whatever you will call it. So, sorry we don't show anything else at the moment, but in those later stages of those long events, we don't have that many close battles on track, so we will stay with the battles we get, and this is a great one between those two drivers, no doubt about it. Oh, both massive understeer. Probably the wind changed, they get a little bit of a tailwind into Puan, and this unsettles the cars, so that the tailwind in the end of the middle sector. Philo was struggling. We also saw a GT Racer with a little bit of an issue, but not as much as Philo, so definitely interesting. So the bit of interaction in the track map. We could see a couple of mistakes happening. The exit of Puhan and Piff Puff into Stavelo. That might be the opportunity for GT Racer to break free, get out of the slipstream. We know Philo has a great run out of Las Source. Oh, fairly even this time. And not within the strong part of the slipstream range now. Oh, this could definitely help Clockwork Motorsports and GT Racer to fortify their position. Philo is close again. Not as close as he already was at some point. Oh, drifting his car. Oh. And he's out of the slipstream with that tiny little mistake. Again, we have to wait for Puhan, the exit of the double left. See, drivers stay on track this time. Yeah, better. We have 1.6, 1.7 seconds. The gap now between those two drivers. And this, I think, crucial final sector for Philo. He needs to nail that to stay within the slipstream. Otherwise, GT Racer will be gone. Probably going a bit more pace at this stage of the race. And Philo trying everything. 1.5, so just inside. And did he get it? I think he catches a little bit. Oof. 1.4. Good run uphill. So still there. But let's have a quick run through the grid, shall we? The 64 still as dominant as ever with Salmon. 3:43 the gap to P2 with Bosworth lapping 2/16, very consistent. Driving GT Racer in P3 and Philo before. We had this battle on the screen for quite some time. And Yupe was also very consistent. Lap 38, 2 minutes 20. So, a small mistake. Probably didn't cost too much. Max out. Gained a couple of seconds since the pit stop. Still 30 plus to go cross A and P7. So what's the gap between max out and cross? 7:36. I said that's 2 minutes. That was not too bad. A Kaylee to cross, that's 2:40 roughly the gap, so a lap down and a bit. SRT MP9 running with damage again. No. Oh, when did it happen? It's an unlucky stint for the number 4. Again. Hijack Patty is probably like benefiting from all of it. Just 21 seconds. It was, I think, roughly a minute. We started the stint, so good progress for Transatlantic Racing. Oh, engine damage. No way! No way! We have a safety car! We have a safety car, ladies and gentlemen. Who is the race director in the chat? We have a safety car situation. Come on, race director. You have to call it. It's in the rules. No freaking way. Here we go. Safety car. We have the safety car. Boom. Look at the graphics. It's also here. Safety car. I just woke up. Here we go. That is a bit of drama we needed probably for this stint. So oh my god, oh my god. So we need someone to give the correct commands, right? In the chat, in the lobby. So what to do now? Yeah, it's safety car. Yeah, it's safety car. So we thought we had the command safety car at and then timestamp. So that we need to confirm the timestamp when the safety car is out. So if you're listening, we need something. We need something. Can someone tell the race director to do something? We need the announcement. We have a safety car situation, so the driver should slow down. I think it's Simon decided to slow down now. It's a bit of a confusion happening at the moment. We definitely have a safety car situation. Yeah, it has been called, but we are slowing down now. So it's going slow now when crossing the start finish. So what's the protocol now? The cars will get back 1 lap under the safety car, probably. So still it will be interesting to see what the situation is. I think, Mr. T, if you're listening, it's probably best to get into the lobby and handle the situation together with our race director. We don't want to confuse the people. We don't want to mess things up with this one. It's the first time with the new format. So the safety car means the driver in front, they have to slow down, but there's strictly no overtaking allowed. So you can catch up with the pack, but no overtaking at this stage. Oh, interesting. We see a pit stop for Eric's happening now. So now it's all over the place. It is all over the place now. So we need to sort out the race situation. Yeah, probably pitted for fresh tires, but I don't think the tires are the issue here. GT Racer doing the same, trying to get that free pit stop. So Fido staying out, track position. That's definitely a thing. Oh, the drivers are allowed to catch the leader. That's the safety car. So the leader is going slow. All good, all good. The situation is correct. So, and the drivers behind the leader, they're in the queue now. All good. Safety car means the leader acts as the safety car. So that's fine. So everyone else can catch up in a safe manner, of course. No overtaking. So we are good with this one. We are good with this one. Gents. We just need to stay calm. Don't rush things. And we will get a new race situation. Really, so we see other cars deciding to pit. Trying to get a free stop, fresh tires. The tires still looking good. Interesting situations happening now. Also free stop for SRT to fix the damage. Also the leader now pitting. Oh, that's good for the queue, so they can speed up again. Oh, we have like everything now in here. So get a free pit stop, doing the same, fresh rubber, and away we go. We still have Simon acting as the safety car by the looks. Yeah, so he will be coming out of the pits and he's running as the safety car. So 1 and G got past that Audi as well, and here we go. So Simon is the safety car, slowing down again. Oh, Bosworth in P2, a lap down. Below in P3, GT Racer in P4. Still a big field spread at the moment. Yupe not sure what to do. He can speed up, I think. He's not the lead car, but it's confusing for all of the drivers, and with that late in the stint. We'll see how that goes. So I can use it to prepare the next stint again, so that's good for me, I guess. And I hope we get the situation sorted soon. We're still having the safety car. Some people are loving the safety car, others probably don't, especially the leaders. Philo in the pits again. No, we're staying out. What's the gap to GT Racer? Yeah, should be a free pit stop for this one. The 64 is the safety car. Lol, yeah. All good. That's all good. He's leading the queue. So now it's then once we have a bit of a no, the situation is still a bit messed up because Juppe is not speeding up. So Juppe needs to increase his pace to catch the queue at some point. Otherwise, we won't be having like a real pass around and stuff like that. I think now this is it what's happening? Still not going at full speed. No hitter, that's not what the rule says. It says if the leader pits, then P2 gets P1, then he will act as a safety car. But Juppe is not running in P2, he was a lap down. So Simon still is the lead car. So nothing changed with who is the safety car for this one. It says that the cars will get a chance to unlap themselves. 1 lap it is. So there was a command in the chat. But yeah, that's what I said. First we need to have the field being bunched up again, but with like Juppe, it took too long for them. Now they're speeding up, trying to catch the back of the queue. We see the safety car there already at the bus stop, while Juppe's train they're at the camel, so this could take a while. Not sure if we will finish under the safety car here as well. I don't know. It is crazy, but we definitely have those cars now there. Yeah, past Diamond, so they get the chance. So Eric's Racing is back on the lead lap for now. Philo gets also 1 lap. Same goes for GT Racer. And we have a little bit of a freestyle interpretation about the safety car. So Juppe, max out, cross, they're all trying to maximize the time behind this safety car situation. No doubt about it. The unlucky one is definitely Simon. So all that hard work basically gone. Let's see how long we will keep that safety car situation. I think with being a bit messy throughout. Willis, hey, me.
You got a lot of troubles, as you.
It's a bit messy, say at least. So we were waiting for the announcement of the race director. So I don't know what decision is. So we have the big train you're catching, but they won't be able to unlap themselves. We have a couple of cars that got the chance to unlap themselves. I don't know. Do we wait for the grid to bunch up again? It will take so long. So it's probably now a decision the race director has to make at some point. We need an announcement. What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, so Simon always also asked how many laps he has to set the lobby on, so that's also a thing.
Yeah, I don't know. 53.
53? I don't believe you, mate.
We were running with 55 down to 54, 52 now because we were ahead of schedule now. This one, 52. I go for 52. We still have a couple of hours of racing to go, so I just answer Simon now. It's all good. Where's the chat?
So I should say 52 then?
52.
Okay, I will give him a heads up.
Oh, we're doing this freestyle all the way now. Chaos. Oh.
It's the same as I always race, just winging it.
Yeah, you see here the car behind which takes the lead. Juppe didn't take the lead. He was 2 laps down. So Simon pitted, and after he came out of pits, he was still leading. So nothing changed. So I don't know where the confusion is. It is quite simple for me. So the pit stop didn't change anything. It was just like the cars behind, they didn't have to stay behind the safety car because the safety car went into the pits. But that came out and was still leading. So I don't know. It sounds like pretty obvious to me. But I'm still missing a bit of communication in the lobby from the race director, not gonna lie. So we need some more information, what's going on, what's the situation. Like we have now Juppe behind, basically they did unlap. Oh, and now someone is going just to unlap themselves. It is chaos. Oh, now here's there was a command unlap. Oh, yay. So, but then they're getting 2 laps back because they already unlapped themselves while the leader was pitting. Stop overtaking. Oh, it's getting out of control. It's getting out of control, ladies and gentlemen. We, I don't know, speechless, clueless. So I don't know. There were commands. Stop overtaking. Unlap. Don't. Whatever. So it is like crazy. But I think now the situation looks like that we could go green the end of this lap. So I don't know what to say basically, but let's hope we get the confirmation pretty soon what's going on. So
it's been a long one for everybody, I think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. They have, because they were behind Simon when Simon pitted, they got the lap back. If they do another one, they get 2 laps back. So it is crazy. And now another car goes. So I don't know. I'm just confused. It is a big mess. It is, but and we don't have the command for now. So I don't know if it goes on. As the T get back. Yeah. It is crazy scenes happening. So we do another lap and will we finish this stint under safety car?
I'm so glad I'm just behind the microphone.
So I see. I basically don't want to look at Discord today anymore. Just close it. Like, nope. There will be drama. There will be incident reports. So drivers are fuming, are not happy, doing what they just want to do. So I think now SRT stopped on track on the Campbell Straight. We see cars overtaking in the background under the safety car. So and we also have the rule like you should have a 1 second gap between the cars. So that's also not really happening. So it's a total mess. Total mess. I'm not sure about all of this. This is
I don't understand why they don't just stay in position until notified different.
that's the rule basically. Safety car, no
Yeah.
overtaking, and wait for the race director's announcements. So, but there wasn't much communication going on. What to do? I said, oh, here we go. 1 second gap between the cars now.
Yes.
So I guess we will be restarting the race with 1 lap to go. That looks like to be the plan. So the big gainer is again Eric's, who were lap down just 7 seconds. And now people doing things, just a safety
My
car in
side
this
is
lap.
the pitch.
Yeah, it says safety car in this lap, so we have 1 lap of racing, but the positions are all over the place. So not sure. We see drivers getting out of line. Yikes! I don't get it. So is it sorted now? The positions. I'm not sure if someone is pitting now. Damage for hijack patty, front and rear aero damage, but we will stay with the leader now. So restart zone starts now, so leader can go at any time to restart the race. And he's not going for it yet. Waiting for La Source. Oh no, hazards are still on. Alright, and here we go. No, still not starting the race. And it looked like the command didn't come through to the drivers. So the race hasn't been restarted yet, so alright. Oh, it's drama. Ah no, this is a beep show.
Yeah, from my side, cars are now on track going to the pit lane.
So we just continue with the safety car into the pits now, by the looks. So, okay. Okay, maybe it's the best solution to do it that way. So weird situation for this one.
Yeah, it cannot be all good. There's always a little hiccup.
Yeah, but that's a big one. That's
Just call it a little one.
a little one, a little big one.
Stay positive.
Yeah.
Coming from me.
But you can deal with the rest of this race now.
Oh no. I got this stint and stint 11. So plenty of time to get non-positive. But we also have one driver not showing up, so they had to start the lobby here. And yeah, they're on their way to the pitch now. So one driver short. But they did have to start now, otherwise we get into troubles here also.
So
We go.
into the pits we go.
Nope, not everybody.
That's yeah, not everyone. Yeah, that's correct. Just the leader. But that is totally correct.
He's so far up. Jeez.
What's
Don't forget to switch over in a minute, Jaeger.
yeah? I just saw it happening. So I hope we get the transition screen still up in a second. There we go. We see something.
Yeah, we got the first car out of the pitch now.
Second car as well. And the rest, what now? Yeah, who's the leader? What's going on? So everyone is unlapping the leader now.
Yeah, safety car also here, so
Gap between P4 and P5. That's 712 to 335. That's 347 at this stage. But I'm lost. You lost me with all of it. I'm not sure what to say.
your guess is good as mine. I just woke up
Okay.
and just in some sort of, can I say a nasty word on this channel? But
We'll beep it.
I don't know if the is hearable, but yeah, we really got a situation on our hands. We got 2 cars on track in this lobby. The rest still in pit. And in your lobby, 2 cars in pit and the rest on track. So let's see where we go and how the race director will handle this.
Yeah, so are we still running under?
Yeah, they are going to finish the
Safety
race on
car.
the safety car. Yeah. Even though they are going into the pits, they will finish.
Yeah, but also in the next lobby, are they still running safety car situation, or are they going
Yeah,
full speed?
Yeah, no, it's still safety car. Still safety car in this lobby also. But I see now cars finishing, or no, still driving.
Yeah,
They
were-
have a lap to do still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the case. So we will carry over the safety car on the next stint, and by the looks, so so I should enable the safety car signal.
Yeah, but it
then
looks like
at
you
some
got
point
2
again.
cars extra in the pitch, so there should be 2 cars exiting the pitch in my lobby.
Yeah, 2 are
Still
out on
not.
track, right? That's correct.
I got 2 cars on track.
Yeah, and 2 in the pits. Yeah.
Yep, Speed Hunter now also getting out. Out on track almost. And Fausto also on track. So 4 cars on track now. We're getting there.
Slowly, yeah, but so I will just switch over to the full screen now for you, and just ignore what's happening at the end of the stint. You see when the cars are coming out, so we'll go with that.
Hey, you know what? The guy with the last stint for the stream has a good short stream.
Probably.
20 laps or so.
Maybe.
Hey, you know what? The guy with the last stint for the stream has a good short stream. 20 laps
Probably.
or so.
Maybe.
Easy job. Yeah, so the moment still safety car situations. We're gonna wait till all the cars are on track and hopefully start the race pretty soon after that. But for now, we got Slipstream in P1, Eric's in P2, and it looks like this Ferrari made up some positions. Really nice. Fausto. I need the screen. Oh. Why is it there?
Why are cars everywhere?
No, I'm
Should
clicking my car sheet, you know, the spotter sheet, but it gets on the screen of the stream, and that's not the plan. It should be on my right screen. Yeah, there it is. Look, now it's on stream.
Yeah, no, don't.
It was quickly gone, but yeah. Okay, so I cannot do that anymore.
No, I was like, what's going on? Did I press something in here? So, but we have also reached like the end, the second part. So we will switch over to the third part in a second.
Very nice.
I just need to figure out something.
Yeah, so I also saw something about a couple of disconnects. So yeah, that's really horrible if that happens to you. But yeah, that's racing in real life.